possible. Because once Timber hits level 3, he's got 2 points in reactive armor, and there is literally nothing that Spectre can do to kill him, even with help from somebody like a Hoodwink. So Save is buying time here. He's going to deward the large camp as well, let a second pull go through, then he's going to steal another creep once again, get some zaps in. But now that Timber is level 3, he can basically leave him alone. So he spends a lot of time power jungling here. We'll accelerate through this really quick. Takes the big Satyr, kills the next camp as well, then moves over to the Wildkin camp, takes a Wildkin, and this is where he has an interesting moment. He's almost level 3, so if you get level 2 enchant, your creeps last twice as long instead of, so it'll be 40 seconds instead of 20. So he picks up 3 here on this creep, takes the Wildkin camp, and then he swings it towards the mid lane. And this is where we saw the first blood on Leshrac. The Wildkin moves in. The Tornado does about 15% slow, which is decent, but the damage is really high if the Tornado is right on top of you. So this rotation here by Save with level 3, putting pressure on Limp was really, really effective. Limp TP's back in, says, okay, that's fine. I'll just stack my small camp. I'll catch up a little bit. Nope, Save is already here. He clears the stack small camp, puts a ward down, puts a sentry down to make sure that his rotations aren't going to be spotted, and he basically just zones Leshrac. And this whole time, you got to remember, we haven't seen Save in his lane in a really long time. That means Timber has been completely fine. Laning in 1v2, look, he's got 33 last hits compared to the 37 of Spectre. And we haven't seen Save on the map now in about 2 minutes. He rotates up here to pressure Nico Baby. With this overwhelming slow and nuke damage, Spectre can't do much to survive, so he gets another kill. And then on the other side of the map, here's that rotation that T-Gov and AUI were talking about. Invoker, with all the space in the world in his lane, is able to TP bottom. They kill Mars and just start this cascade of events where all 3 lanes are completely crushed. And a lot of that came down to the Timber and the Enchantress pick in the early game.
VP's picks, and then also maybe the lack of the melee 4 position that you guys were talking about. Like, who's supposed to get in the meat of the fight if you just have 2 squishy heroes that want to fight from a distance? Seems to be Alliance's MO, and it brought them success in their first 2 series, but against VP, not so much, at least not so much in game number 1. We're going to hop over to a break, and when we return, game number 2. majority of Season 1, little bit we saw in Singapore, and then a lot of it in Season 2. Alliance's DNA is pretty evident at this point in their drafts and I guess their play style. You think VP just have like a very good counter to it in their style, or maybe Alliance needs to mix things up more?
I think this is one of those kind of games where VP has a great read on the lanes and then how to play the second part of laning phase when a team's down. You know, like the fact that they were able to win the laning phase and then instantly rotate preemptively before the Spectre was able to even enter the game. I think, yeah, VP just had a really good read on Alliance and what their draft was trying to bring to it. So just a lot of props to VP in that game one specifically.
So then you think if the game was even, Curtis, at like 20 minutes, which draft would you have preferred?
VP's.
Yeah.
I still think it's not as doom and gloom, like if they're able to survive, but I think that series just kind of really highlighted how Timbersaw, when he's making so much space independently, it unlocks these kind of mid moves, it unlocks the Invoker to move. But it's like the domino effect, right? Top lane goes so well, pushes Enchantress to mid. Enchantress then wins mid, Invoker then goes to bottom. You know, like you don't often get that level of kind of trickle
that's
down.
completely a draft thing. Like if you pick Willow and Hoodwink as your support, you can't contest Enchantress at all on the map. You pick Willow in your third slot, you force Leshrac, who's supposed to be flexible, into the mid role against an Invoker counter pick. Their picks just, it didn't make like draft sense to me. That's why I didn't like their lineup.
That's fair. And this is where Alliance, they need to bounce back from this. They have the experience, so of course, hopefully in game 2, they can kind of understand why they were only able to, you know, net 3 kills in a 30-minute game and then hopefully bounce back even stronger.
They will take the most common pairing of the Summer 2021 tournament so far with the Wyvern. It's going to be the Leshrac.
This is also I believe, the opening that they had in their single victory at the Major against Team Spirit in game 2. They unfortunately did then lose that series and get eliminated. But yeah, that was the kind of the weirder looking draft. It was the Wyvern, the Leshrac, then the Shaman in the second phase. It was a lot of push,
right.
a lot of
the Slark game? No.
It was then
Slark game.
Wraith King and Magnus after that.
That's right.
That was one of the drafts that looked very weird, but the way they executed it was very exciting. And then VP just goes straight back for the Enchantress.
And the Invoker.
Yes, that's. I actually meant to say Invoker.
I know you did.
Thank you. Back to you, Tsunami.
Pure damage with the Sunstrike to go through the Cold Embrace. Lane counter to the Leshrac. Or sorry. Lane counter to the Leshrac, yeah. And,
I do look forward to seeing a Cataclysm on top of a Cold Embrace hero. If we get to that point in the game, again, that first game was over pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think right now for Alliance, you have this Leshrac Wyvern. I think right now you don't have much map presence against Invoker Enchantress. I'd like to see them fix that in their next 2 picks. They are second pick, which means that they will have one lane that they can counter really hard. If they can sort of keep control of the map, have a little presence there, maybe some Mirana, maybe some melee who can contest Enchantress, then I could see them faring a lot better. We saw last game that if you have like an undisputed map for Enchantress and then they have the Invoker versus Leshrac, it's just free kills and your map's gonna collapse. Invoker literally killed every lane and just took over the map. Same for Enchantress, because they're just so free. It's so easy to play.
Do you think that there's a possibility that they may consider flexing the Leshrac? Because they played Hanskin Leshrac at the Animajor.
I could put it 3.
Yeah, I'd rather see it 3 than 4. I think when they put it in that 4 role, that was kind of like a 0-8. Like Hanskin normally gets into the mix of the fight. You know, he's the lad that's really enabling the team early on. And I think when he's playing these type of heroes, especially when S4 isn't having a game, it's really hard to kind of see them kind of have an easy entry.
Yeah, I feel like playing Wyvern Leshrac supports against Enchantress is just begging to lose the map, and it'll be the exact same story as game 1. They can put it 3, but they need to see a bit more. There are lanes that Leshrac can't enter. So I don't know if Nico maybe plays Leshrac. I think it does suit his aggressive style, but I've never seen him pull it out. He probably has. I just don't watch that much Alliance.
I rarely see him heroes who don't right-click. He pretty much always plays someone who right-clicks people.
Yeah, that's what I tend to see from him too. Like his traditionals are like, you know, the Slarks, the Juggernauts,
the Morphling,
those types of heroes.
They played Sven earlier in this tournament as well.
Yeah.
I think, the main thing that we're kind of harping on about is the idea that VP, when they have Ench, they have this Invoker, it's the fact that their offlane will be pretty strong, and it's how quickly the Ench moves to mid to unlock Invoker's game to move to any lane that's needing that extra little bit of assistance. And I'd like to see Alliance maybe look to try and cover that.
Yeah, it's just in my head. Like, you have Hanskin. He was rank 1 EU. He didn't get there playing like some random range support generally. He was really good on the roamers. He did play a lot of tiny nurse. I mean, he did play the range heroes, but those are the games that really stood out for me.
Yeah, now Alliance, they are kind of gravitating towards the concept of that draft. They played at the Animajor. Of course, the order is different, but Wyvern, Lesh, and Magnus were 3 of the 5 heroes kind of within that.
You said Sven was the carry?
No, so in the
that was
Animator
a-
game, it was Shaman as a 4, and then they had Magnus and a Wraith King carry.
Oh, Wraith King. Okay.
Sven was our game versus Secret.
Oh, that's right,
Versus
that's right.
Matu Luna. I think VP has a pretty cool concept versus saves. When you play save lineups, you need your lineup to stay bundled up. You can't let heroes die, otherwise your formation starts to collapse. Disruptor sort of automatically collapses that formation with Glimpse, so you're not able to move your lineup forward and backwards like you normally would.
So Alliance, they now go for a Puck. Does that mean it's like Puck mid, Mag offlane, Lesh 4, Wyvern playing 5 then?
Most likely, yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, interesting.
I think Puck and Meg do make up for some of the weaknesses of having like a double range support. They both have sort of blink abilities, so they're harder for Enchantress to gank. Disruptor, we might see something, but I'm very happy they're not just putting Leshrac straight into Evoker with free Enchantress roam.
And I guess the main thing here is they have this mid hero like Puck that doesn't really care about this rotation on mid. He can push out the lane. And they are going to be able to have last pick for Nika Baby to have that carry matchup. Like when you have a Magnus lineup, you want to always make sure that that carry is able to utilize that early farm with the Empower and then have a favorable matchup just to kind of push himself into the game. But then VP, they just go for the Wraith King and...
10 seconds.
Maybe a bit of a denial pick in case they thought that Alliance may
potentially.
want to pair it up with the Mag again.
Yeah, I just feel VP again, like they've changed up the same kind of concept of draft. Of course, Invoker, Disruptor, and Invoker coming back again, but now they've switched it from Timbersaw being the guy that's making the space to then Wraith King after 12, 13 minutes of farm. He will have free farm against the Magnus. He will be able to just run around and dictate the pace of the game.
I think Magnus Lesh is not that weak a lane.
No,
I think we're underselling a bit how strong Magnus is in lane.
but I still think Wraith King will eke out the farm required to have an okay game, you know?
Yeah, no, he'll be completely fine. But I don't think he'll be like free farm plus farm to side type of free farm. Magnus he's like a surprisingly strong hero in lane, and Leshrac, the reason he's not picked as a support is not because of his laning prowess. It's more like after lane, he doesn't really do much, and it's hard to run into team fights when you're at low farm, as most supports are.
Alliances turn to ban.
Still a handful of Cleave carries left in the pool. Juggernaut still available. Terrorblade still available. Phantom Assassin gets banned out by VP.
Do they go back for the Spectre again?
Spectre, yeah.
What is left?
I think what Alliance has excelled on throughout the DPC is traditionally they picked like 3 tanky cores. I think part of the reason they excelled on that was because if you have really tanky cores, then it gives them a lot of time to react when plays come in on them. If they have like 2 supports like Leshrac and Wyvern, I'd like to see them pick something that is not as susceptible to VP's moves. They do have the overall last pick, so they're not really going to decide on anything yet, but I want to see some sort of like Lyster or Juggernaut type hero.
Yeah, I think Juggernaut has the nicest entry to the game. I think he can go for diffusal style build if he wants to, but realistically he doesn't need to against Wraith King. Just play normally, SMY, play quick, and you don't really care about the Disruptor. So I think Juggernaut out of them.
Yeah, you can
Sounds the
actually, if you go Manta versus Disruptor, you can Manta and then spin during the Invo frames. So Disruptors, once you have Manta, like nothing catches you from VP.
Yeah, and VP actually banned out the Jug last time themselves, even though there was a Mars on Alliance, and so they generally consider it to be higher priority, but this time they banned out the Lifestealer.
Now, the real question is, what is DM's hero? Because they've banned out 3 of the offlaners themselves. They respected S4 going into the second phase, and what did they go for? Then for Axe. Okay. I kind of like the idea of this, because right now Alliance is all about the empowered carry versus the world, right? So you pick up an Axe and you can kind of mitigate that in the kind of middle portion of the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a decent pickup. It does make them a bit lower on team fight, but I feel like VP as a team, they don't really play for the team fight so much as running over lanes and snowballing the game, just playing these high tempo cross-lex evokers with your enchantresses and disruptors and just trying to run at your opponent. Axe does that really well because he's a strong laner, and he's one of the offlaners that can get Vanguard into blink the fastest.
And it also kind of covers from the idea of, like we mentioned, Juggernaut, right? Now you don't really want to pick Juggernaut that confidently because the
That's
whole
a good
idea
point,
of spin TP is kind of removed. And it maybe puts you kind of on the back burner, where I think Spectre still kind of rises up a little bit more. Like Nika Baby heroes right now, it's like Sven, Juggernaut, Spectre, Slark. And out of all of them, Slark, Jug, these hate playing into Axe kind of, in
about
mid game at least.
Ursa?
There's Medusa. Yeah, maybe.
I think it's sort of a hard Ursa game.
Yeah, kind of
Maybe
just-
it can work
yeah.
just because you have Magnus. They could definitely pick Ursa. Honestly, anything can work with
Right, keep listing heroes. We'll get one of them right. You know, if we list like 12
yeah,
carries.
that's true.
Okay, there's
I mean, I would
Medusa,
like to see
there's Spectre,
Slark
there's
just 'cause
Ursa.
I-
Slark, all right, Slark's in the mix as well. Juggernaut.
This is a hard Slark game though. Versus Axe and
Just keep
Disruptor.
listing them out. We were just going to get the prediction right at some point, all right?
I mean, I think it's more important to talk about what they need, right? They
Yeah,
need a
that's
hero that can you can sustain the lane versus Enchantress Axe. You want it to feel like if Enchantress leaves the lane, then you can put pressure against Axe. I guess Slark can do that pretty well, but I don't like him overall in the game.
Select your heroes.
I'm personally, I still like playing something like a Juggernaut as a Wyvern slow. Even against Axe, it's not that bad.
They go for the Juggernaut in the end. Yeah, that's fair.
So spin TP maybe not as reliable, but the main thing is that Disruptor is going to be much more manageable as a Juggernaut.
Yeah, exactly. The whole idea is if Juggernaut walks up front, he will be able to kind of deal with what they're bringing. It will enable the damage after that. But yeah, I'm just kind of worried for Alliance because their laning phase was so kind of dismantled from VP in game 1. They need to be able to just kind of shrug that off and come into game 2 with a fresh mind, because if that happens again, then it could easily be the same story of VP just running around.
I do think, in juxtaposition to the last game, Alliance's draft is way better. This is actually a playable draft,
Yeah.
and it'll come down more to skill than like an outdraft in this game. If we see VP run over Alliance's game, I think it'll purely be because they play better than them in lanes in the post-lane stage.
And at least this time they have a mix of damage. I again feel like one of the biggest shortcomings, even if Alliance were able to make it out of the lanes, was that it was all magic or pure in that game number 1 draft. Here you got physical, you've got Mag dealing his own right-click damage. The Empower helps Jug farm faster.
They also have that kind of the wave clear aspect from Alliance that they're going to be able to lean on. And I'm excited to see just kind of how they play this Leshrac 4. Like, they played it once at the major. It didn't really work out that well. They didn't touch on it again. So this will be kind of the development of that here and kind of how they actually want to play around it, because it is cushioned by the fact they have Magnus, they have this Juggernaut. They have a much more easier draft to get this Leshrac into the game. But again, they have to really be able to kind of shrug off game 1 because VP is looking very scary.
All right, well, will VP be able to solidify themselves as the online kings in the upper bracket of this ESL One Summer 2021, or will Alliance give us a 3-game series? We're going to have to find out with our casters, Sunsfan and Lacoste.
Thank you, gentlemen. Alliance versus Virtus.pro. Sunsfan here with Lacoste. You're looking very snapper today, young man.
Thank you. I'm just, rocking the full summer outfit right here and loving it. But to go back to the draft, I think Alliance has much higher chances in this one to win it. They have, all that it takes. You have tower damage, you have ways to split up the fight, you have a farming tool, you have a mixed damage, you have ways to clear the waves. So much better draft coming up in the second game. Still slightly favoring Virtus.pro. 55-45.
Oh, okay. Well,
in terms of draft.
Your 65-35 turned into a Gaben's top hat. So you don't think Gaben is going to be in the picture this time around? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think this is going to be a much closer game. Alliance gets to play Dota with their heroes. They're relatively strong in the laning stage. They can transition that. If Puck pops off, if he decides to go to the side lanes, gain a couple of times, you have a good scaling lineup overall. So, feels well.
Okay, well, let's get into the game. As they have just spawned, Limp going to be playing the Puck this time around, as the pre-game tips will be coming out as per norm. And Limp is actually smoked up. He gets the ward down, but I think he was spotted here. So that will likely be a free... Yeah, exactly. And they're going to give it to... Actually, they'll give it to Save. Do you try to prioritize a specific hero to get this ward, or you just take it out before anybody else?
Oh, which ward are we talking about?
They dewarded this one, and they gave the money to Save. Instead of mid laner or something like that.
That's interesting. Well, maybe he said, I bought the Sentry, I'm getting the gold back.
Yeah,
Dota
true,
players, they are, very greedy. They've been throughout the Dota history.
This is accurate, as FNG. Spotting out there a bit here. But yeah, this is going to be a much better showing from Alliance. I can feel it deep. I mean, it's going to be better regardless, because I haven't seen a shellacking like that in quite a while. So we'll see how things go. This actually shows the Arcana for the Wraith game. That's interesting. Okay. It's funny that works in lobbies, because it definitely does not actually count towards the Arcana, but hey.
Yeah, it shows when I'm obsing as well. It's I don't own Wraith King Arcana. What is this showing to me? I'm not getting any points.
It's basically free advertisement for a set that you actually can't buy. So, anymore at least. As he's already actually queued up his items. You don't see this too often, but for Nightfall, we'll be going Phase Boots Radiance. And we'll see if he ends up changing anything on the way. But that has been basically the build. Sometimes we see the Midas with the armlet, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time around. I mean, they don't really have any like Shadow Demon types or Terrorblade types where you have to worry about your illusions going ham on your team, Radiance just seems to be the go-to for this hero right now.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Armlet into Radiance because it allows you to fight with the team early on. Yeah, your Radiance is delayed, but then again, you are able to also farm it up a bit faster in terms of like not having any items. You're just phase boots, maybe phase boots into casual gloves. But the damage, the Mortal Strike plus Armlet always feels good because you have that guaranteed Kingslayer dropping low.
Shockwave brings him back in. Fairy Fire has to be popped. Lightning Storm comes out though. Now Hanskin has to use his Fairy Fire, but both respective members of Alliance and VP get out with their lives. But good harassment overall as we see a salve picked up now. Kingslayer will have to use it on himself. All right, talk to me about this Invoker versus Puck matchup mid.
Invoker doing good. 6 CS on him, 7 right now. GPK, like he just knows how to play Invoker. The harassment coming out from Puck is not that great, considering you have a region coming out from that Quas, and he's going into Magic One this time around. Just wants to be able to, you know, get some turnaround potential.
Oh, FNG getting chased down. He's gonna have to cold embrace himself, but now DM with that battle hunger applied to try to block. Actually didn't go for the blocks there. Wants to make sure he doesn't miss any XPs. The healing word is already taken out for Nico Baby to heal up his friend. So FNG will survive here.
And big important thing is Save has this big creep that he can get from the lane. I think that's the reason why they actually gave him the money, so he can buy extra sentry wards. There is 1-2 sentries, and he's also holding one right now.
Okay. Well, top lane, we're going to have some action. S4 with the Thunder Strike applied. Force that for a bit. I mean, what about this lane from Alliance's side? You have Magnus, and you have a support Lesh, which, for the most part, we've seen mid. We've seen some position 1. We've seen some position 3. I would say support is actually the least common variation.
It is. I've seen position 4 in Southeast Asia. I've seen Puppy playing position 5 in the pubs. It has some potential. Also, it's similar to like Magnus plus Alina that was relatively popular, where you can just skewer into the stun. Maybe Lina's stun a bit easier to use.
FNG already resigned to his death, so first blood the way of Virtus.pro. And they already have a decent lead right now, but, you know, it's... I feel like everything we're going to do is compared to the previous game, which I don't think we're going to get that, so thankfully. That was a once-in-a-blue moon type game for sure.
Yeah, I don't think it should happen, Alliance. They can play great Dota, it's just they didn't have the greatest lineup in the previous game. Good start for the bottom lane. Axe 10 denies, 15 CS, Juggernaut 11. He also put an extra point in the Battle Hunger, but we know the top lane.
Yeah, Skewer with the right clicks. They're actually going to get the trade first, though. Either way, it's a support for support. But VP technically coming out on ahead there.
I love the build on Axe this game. He goes for 1 extra point in Battle Hunger just to be able to lower the cooldown, spam it a bit more aggressively, has a Magic Stick, and the Fairy Fire. Because he understands if they go on me, full spin, I need to be able to survive.
Yeah, that is interesting. We'll see how that works out for him. But, I mean, what kind of a build... We've talked about this, I don't know if it was with you, but like the off-lane Axe has become less common than position 1 Axe these days, which is hilarious to think about. But does it actually change his build in any ways? We're going to see the enchant into the Centaur Stomp, but nope. Nico Baby with the quick fingers on his spin.
It's super greedy from the offlane. If you go Blink Manta style Shard, it's doable, plus a Vanguard on top of it, of course. It takes a lot of time to build it up. Sometimes you just don't get enough, especially if they like kill you 2 or 3 times, then that build is out of the window. You need to start thinking about the BKB build.
Right. I guess my main question is, for Axe's side, typically he, even as an offlane, he will go for that build if there's not enough damage on his team. Is there enough damage, theoretically, for VP?
Wraith King gives you damage, Invoker, Quasvex going into Urn of Shadows one more time. Like, Invoker scales. He gets the items this time around. They have a much stronger execution combo once he gets that Aghanim Scepter. You have a Call, which is probably the best one, gives you that enough lockdown, and just a Wraith King stun is also okay.
Yeah, it's funny because last game they didn't really have a ton of setup for him, but they didn't really need it. They were just snowballing in every single lane. So we'll see how that progresses for him this time around. As S4 is going to take a Wraith Fire Blast to the face. He is level 5 right now. And the kinetic field did come out, but VP not able to really do much in this lane. Is now S4 kind
in.
of dominating.
Rotation bottom.
Yeah, bottom lane, we have the illusory orb coming out. Looks like it'll connect for now as a spin comes out as well on top of the coil, and this looks to be the death. Oh, all right, pops the Fairy Fire. DM is actually going to live for now. Now the EMP connects onto Limb, but he's going to be the one to drop. So a big turnaround for VP. FNG looks to be another sacrifice for the VP gods. This Nico getting pressured out as well.
And this is exactly why I mentioned that I love the build on Axe. This early stick that he usually does not pick up. We see Vanguard rushes and also a Fairy Fire, which kept him alive there. And now he's level 5.5. GPK, quick rotation, understands that Puck is missing. TP's back there, so no one was at the mid collecting XP or anything. And most importantly, Invoker, he gets a kill. He uses the urn on Axe to go to heal him up. And once again has 2 more charges. We'll start playing aggressively on a mid lane.
Yeah, he gets a tornado off into EMP as well. Of course, the Cold Embrace is there for FNG. And he'll walk away safely as his mid laner finally comes back into the fray. And there was a pretty big stack in this top lane. A lot of the creeps have been taken out, but S4 was relatively low despite having level 2 in power, not able to really get a ton of them himself. So it looks like Nightfall is going to try to take that for himself instead. And you can see GPK trying to make a rotation here, but he was spotted out. As Kingslayer, yep, a little bit of vision there with the kinetic field. We'll get the D ward. The question is, will it cost him his life? The Lightning Storm is there. Shockwave to bring him back. And the Glimpse will get S4 out of there. Tries to do the skewer trick, but not in time. Does it have to be like perfect frame? Is that how that works?
Yeah, not the greatest trick from the sleeve there. Axe now with the Vanguard, pretty unkillable. They need to bring Puck, or Juggernaut needs to be level 6 to be able to kill him. Too much regeneration. We're going to see it one more time.
Oh, the tomato and save. Going for FNG here.
And now the big impetus.
That was pretty close, though. But either way, save netting himself yet another kill. He's going to find Nico Baby here now.
Save rotations have been on point, not just in this game, but also in the previous game. And putting multiple sentries just to be able to play with the creep is what actually won them the lane.
Yeah, and DM is able to just tank up all these creeps and the tower. There's no siege here, though. Still another couple minutes for that. As Nico Baby still inside the tree line, so it looks like they want to mount some sort of defense here. FNG on the sideline as well, gets the Splinter's blast off, connects onto DM. Gets the creeps relatively low, but Nico Baby has to be careful here. I mean,
he's level 5. He
yeah.
Can't do too much. I think he needs to bail out of this lane. Now he's level 6. Time to go.
Yeah, DM not too scared for his life here as we're going to get a pause. As, again, just the laning stage itself, VP, 2K net worth lead. This is, we're not on the same level as last game, obviously, but still. It feels like one of these teams that just is mechanically extremely good in the early stages of the game, and they're able to snowball a lot of the time.
It is. It's the team that punishes all the small mistakes in the laning stage.
Here we go, another one.
Like, we were just enjoying this so much.
Very nice. The Rainbow Death. Beautifully done. I love the sound effects when it's like super slow-mo. It's like... It's good stuff.
Dota sounds in general are top tier. You are a gamer, right, Suns fan? You played the different games. I didn't. I played Dota and Artifact. Pretty much these are my games.
Rip.
So, you know, I don't appreciate as much, but listening to sounds in other games feels very underwhelming.
I'm not an audiophile myself, but I do 100% agree. Like the sound effects, the voice acting specifically as well. Everything is very iconic in Dota. And you go to another game, I'm not going to name them, but there's another game I've been playing lately, and my God, it's bad by comparison. It actually bothers me. Valve has done such a... Okay, now I'm just being too kind here, but Valve has done such a good job of the sound effects that you can tell the difference in other games as well now, which makes it a worse experience for me for playing other games. So...
sometimes it's not good to set up the bar so high.
Yeah, it's like ignorance is bliss. That's the way I look at it. If you don't know how bad something is, then it's okay. But not this time around, sadly. But yeah, Alliance off to a little bit of a slow start. Obviously, it's still relatively early on, as it looks like... Is it like his... Let's read this chat here.
Mouse lag.
Oh, does he have the battery in his mouse? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. These new mouses should be relatively good.
You know-
I remember I was a gamer back in the days, the
Yeah.
mouse with the ball inside where you have
Oh,
to clean it. There's dust, there's a hair, like can't
So
play.
I-
The
I'm
reason
gonna-
why I missed the kill.
Yeah, because it's funny because a lot of people listening in right now are watching. I guess more listening in right now, but they won't even know what a ball mouse is. Isn't that crazy? And I have this thing. You won't be able to. I'll try to describe this as best I can, but Lacoste will be watching me. Where back in the day, you had to clean the ball mouse.
Yes.
So I would pick it up and then, like I play a lot of FPS games back in the day. I'd lift it up and move my thumb over the ball itself, right, to clean it.
And it
just
was a very satisfying move just to do it. Yeah.
But the thing is, it became muscle memory, and I still do that with all these new tech. It doesn't do anything, and I still do it.
Well,
after
maybe you should
20 years.
stop doing it.
I
then.
can't. It just feels so good. It's like a little tick that I have. I can't get rid of, As we have, the podcast has come to an end. Thank you, Lacoste, for joining me today on this episode.
You're welcome.
Of We Say Nothing Interesting at All. But back in the game we go. So VP 2K net worth lead. We can see Nico Baby now as the phase boot's going to be blade fearing this down with the help of Handskin. So a nice triple stack here.
That's a decent amount of gold for Juggernaut, who's not doing so well right now, sitting at almost 3,000 net worth compared to Raid King, who's already at 4.
He does have Empower, right? That's the important thing.
That's the big deal. Like, you can stack the Ancients. Raid King can't really farm the Ancients.
Ooh, that's the item. I'm pretty... Okay, I was going to say. Thinking about other things right here, but Nico Baby. Yep, we have another triple stack here, this time of the Ancients.
Hanskin is really good at just taking some of the XP from the carry we saw in the previous game. 4 people just farming the Ancients, but he's always... I know, I can notice it because I do the same thing. Like, I'm just protecting you. Right
Lane,
there.
Wraith Fire Blast into the Tornado, EMP, S4 still has enough mana to get off the Skewer, and as a result, will live through that engagement. And despite these Ancients... this is crazy. Ancients are being killed. Or he was trying to, at least. Either way, he's got some stacks here. They've actually gone down 1K on top of this lead that they had just a few seconds ago. Nico Baby has to spin to dodge that Wraith Fire Blast, but here comes the Cold Snap. S4 in the vicinity, though, and with that high ground...
They don't know. They don't know that he does not have ulti available. He has a 3-2-1 build, just going for more farm-oriented build. That means he's not going to be joining any fights.
Yep, very
This
true.
is like 200 IQ move there.
Yeah, just the fear of the Omni Slash. I definitely hear that one a lot. The level 1 Omni Slash. Very fearsome indeed. But yeah, he's finally going to start taking out some of these Ancients, and that is some money that he desperately needs, as you can see on the net worth. Not doing too hot right now. But, I mean, with the Empower, this is a hero that can come back for sure.
And here comes Hanskin once again. just to help
your
out.
Ancients are close. Let me come. Get some experience.
He's going to tank it up for him. I believe that was Nico's fault, just be able to kill them. But yeah, I do the same thing, just lurking around. I know where XP AoE is. Now Magnus even comes to help out.
This is the slowest Ancient stack ever. He shared so much XP with his team. Good old Nico, baby. You got to love it. Always helpful to his teammates, but...
And now Puck is going to steal some of the XP while picking up the rune.
Min-max.
This is unintentional, but...
Yeah, quote-unquote unintentional for sure. But yeah, you can see that the net worth's starting to go a little bit more in Alliance's favor as a result of some of these stacks, although they've been taken out, like we've talked about, extremely slowly.
Yeah, not too much action happening. We have a Disruptor hitting level 6, so they could potentially make a move. And Axe is super farm DM.
Oh, yeah.
Blink Dagger, oof. Vanguard, full magic wand about to be delivered, and he also has a chipped west. 5 HP region. Also, the numbers got buffed up. That item was so bad.
And now it's so good. It's like the second best item now in the tier 1. Is S4. He's going to get jumped. The Blink Dagger reveal. Static Storm on top of the kinetic field to follow. Nightfall waiting for the Wraith Fire Blast. He'll get it off. Oh, a little bit late there. The Skewer comes out, but finally the glimpse back in, and that is going to be S4's death. Looks like GPK will get credit for that one. And meanwhile, in the bot lane, we're seeing FNG getting gone on. Looks like he'll live, though, as Limp forces everybody out.
But they get saved on the bottom lane.
Another Blink call, this time onto the support, Handskin Leshrak. You can see Juggernaut has maneuvered himself to the enemy jungle at this point. But this looks like Handskin's death at the very least, with that Spear Vessel applied as well.
And now they can deal some damage to the mid tower. Potentially there is no catapult. Tower damage a bit lacking for Virtus.pro until Raid King shows up. Couple of right clicks, maybe some Skelly Bros.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Nightfall, he does have the Sacred Relic, so just a recipe away from finishing the Radiance here. Just a little bit slow on that Tornado, but Nico Baby able to maneuver himself to the top lane in the meantime. But I'm assuming once this Radiance comes online, that's kind of go time for VP. Wraith King is such a... like, you have this double life, you're very tanky, you want a team fight, your Invoker's really strong, your Axe is ridiculously strong right now.
Timing that you're looking for is level 12 plus Radiance and Wraith King, but if you are a God Gamer, you get Radiance before level 12. It's also good. Like, sometimes being too good at the video game is not a good thing.
That is a good point. I mean, they did change this not too long ago. Some micro buffs, I guess you could say, to the Wraith King ultimate. It's not as long as it used to be. I mean, I think it was 360 seconds at one point. I'm pretty sure, right? It was the longest cooldown in the entire game, not only 200 seconds. Nightfall might be getting gone on here. Of course, doesn't have his range. You're going to see the RP come out from S4. This will only be the first life as Nightfall just continuing to right-click now. He's going to get some reinforcements on the way. Yeah, not even. As we're going to see the call now, and they're going to be able to bring down FNG with the chop. S4 still in the trees, and they spot him. They just walk right in. That's going to be another freebie for VP.
I got to be honest, Suns fan, I don't know what the plan was. I thought there was going to be some kind of a backup. They definitely needed Puck to deal some damage with the Vanning Rift Orb or just the Witchblade.
Yeah.
I was a bit too ambitious for the amount of the damage that these two heroes do.
Yeah, and with that fight, that gives the Radiance to Nightfall. It's on the way right now. And like you said, only level 11, so we'll see how much they prioritize that level 2 version of Reincarnation.
Let's see. I think they get level 2 and then they decide to take a fight.
Limp, this would be a huge kill. Tornado into the Static Storm,
but curse.
The curse from FNG holds them at bay for now. Impetus continuing to do a lot of damage. The Cold Snap to follow. Limp is in a lot of trouble. He gets the coil off, though. Back into the Glimpse with the Spear Vessel applied. Cold Embrace is not enough to keep him alive, but it might be a trade for GPK. This will be good for Alliance overall, but they're going to lose 2 now, and FNG looks to be next. At the very least, Alliance does get the mid laner, but it is going to cost them 3.
It was a good curse to try to split up the fight, but Static Storm plus the damage coming up from Invoker. He uses a Cold Snap, Spirit Vessel. Glimpse is maxed out there, so they have vision. They glimpse back the Puck. Still, like, good kill. We see that the gold difference is still at 2,000. Impact move, good curse. Like, even Enchantress in the end manages to get some extra damage done on the Invoker, and we see the instant glimpse.
Yeah, and even though Alliance loses 3 members here, just the fact that that curse held them down for so long means that they could at least get the Invoker, which when you're down, you know, you'll take what you can get. But the problem is Nightfall is a beast. The Radiance obviously now has the level 12, so level 2 ult available. He has yet to even reincarnate to begin with, right? They can't even kill him once so far this game, at least. We have yet to see an Omni Slash either. I mean, in terms of Alliance's team fight, they just kind of scattering across the map for the most part.
Nico Baby decided to go for like just the triangle instead of fighting with the team, which I think is a correct choice. Needs to be able to get the items, use this Empower to come back into the game, finishes off S and Y. I would say this is a standard build. Sometimes it's one farming item, but since he doesn't need it because he has Empower, you need status resistance against the Axe Call.
Yep, that's definitely true. As the triangle, they're going to go there. Kingslayer's going to take the full Omni Slash, and down he goes. But here comes the EMP, connects on S4, pops the wand, so has some mana to work with. We have the coil, only going to connect on a couple here, but there's the RP. This could be a big turnaround for Alliance. They're going to find GPK again, and DM looks to be next on the list. Double kill for Nico, baby. They ended up in the triangle where he has been spending the entire game, and Alliance is going to be really happy with that.
Maybe this fight would have been different if Axe didn't jump out immediately because Jug was there, and if they shared some damage, let's say Axe uses a call, he jumps on him instead of a Disruptor. Disruptor gets the spells off. It could have been a different fight, but nice execution from Alliance, instantly killing off the Disruptor, and we will see that one again. The impact move, going to be a nice RP from S4. Coil just to keep them in place.
Yeah, the coil was only on 1. That's what I thought, but Axe did stick around a little bit. But yeah, that sets up the RP. And big fight for Alliance for sure. And Nico Baby now, as a result of that, is starting to work his way up the net worth charts. 2nd overall in the game. And like you said, had the SNY going for the Diffusal next, so that's going to be kind of annoying for the Wraith King, but then again, the Shard kind of counters that, which...
It's just cheap damage, allows you to deal, like, just extra slow for a couple of crits. You get the value out of it. I don't know if there's a single hero in Dota that says, yeah, I don't like having mana.
That's Huskar, maybe.
Okay, there we go. That's one.
That's it. That's all I got. Maybe we can have a new hero do that. We're going to see the big call, but a nice Blade Fury in time. Curse to follow from FNG on the sideline. As a result, Alliance is able to get out here. But in the meantime, S4 getting caught in the Static Storm kinetic field. Nightfall on the other side has the Alacrity applied, but the Cold Embrace is there just in time to withstand the crit. And it looks like DM did fall in this engagement, but Nico Baby has the spin going off. The coil applied as well, just on the Enchantress, but they'll take what they can get right now. All they lose is Handskin. It's a 2-for-1. I think now Alliance perhaps on the run, but S4 still on the sideline. RP up in a few seconds. Doesn't have Blink, though.
Alliance is getting the most out of these fights, going in and out, trading the supports for some bigger kills. And in this game, Axe, as I said, like you die 1 or 2 times, you need to be able to just survive. So instead of getting the Manta style, which takes quite a lot of time to build up, decides to get a BKB, which I believe is the correct choice here. Now Nico Baby. Diffusal Blade done, so that's going to be a ton of damage. Aghanim Scepter queued up next to be able to deal with the supports.
Oh, Aghanim Scepter, okay. Yeah, I mean, SNY and Diffusal Blade, they do inherently give you some attack speed as well, so... I mean, at what point does Wraith King need to go for the Shard? Does this have to be like a 20-minute thing now that he sees the Diffusal, or is that really not that big of a concern since you have Wand?
Right now, he has 0 charges on the Wand, so we'll see. Maybe next fight, if he dies due to mana burn. Dota carry players, very stubborn, very greedy, so they do not want to buy it.
I mean, it does provide a little bit of extra skeletons, right? When you respawn. I don't know if that's actually good or not.
Yeah, I didn't know that until like 3 months ago. I'm like, someone mentioned it. I'm like, what do you mean? What extra skeletons?
I mean, it synergizes technically well with his talents that nobody ends up taking anyway. So it's always the 25 move speed, I feel like. But I mean, it's nice to have something extra, right? It feels a little bit better than having to just, okay, well, this gives me a free one now.
Yeah, it has to be something. What if it casts Reincarnation, like Right Fire Blast, only on 1 target that killed you that first time?
Oh, wow, that's very strong.
I mean, it's stronger than the 3 skeletons.
Yeah, of course. The skeleton thing is just to make it sound a little bit better, but we know it's not good. Although, I mean, if you don't have a lineup that can kill skeletons, I guess it can be annoying. And watch, we're going to curse ourselves here, and it's going to end up being very impactful this game somehow.
Yeah, he's going to cancel a Blink Dagger, 2 Blink Daggers with the Skellies.
The boys, as they call them. Yeah, Nightfall.
I miss the boys, the real boys. You know, what was the original name? No, not the TV show.
Oh,
RP or nothing.
Oh, so close, though. So close. Continue.
What are they called?
The boys?
Prowlers or something.
Oh, the Prowlers?
Prowlers, yeah.
Yeah, I love those.
And they were called the boys.
Oh, I didn't know that. Today I learned as save, you can see, TPing out. And, oh man, that was probably like 0.2 seconds off. Very, very close. And FNG pretty happy about that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, GPK. I mean, we talked about this build last game. It's pretty much tried and true. And is going for the Aghanim Scepter, so the Cataclysm will be available relatively shortly. And he has good setup with the Kinetic Field as well.
Kinetic Field, Right Fire Blast, and most importantly, Axis Call. I don't think Virtus.pro should take the fights until the next set of items where they get Aghanim Scepter, BKB
how much
on
gold
Axe.
did VP receive so far from killing Nico Baby's wards? Take a guess.
Nico Baby's wards?
I think that's what it said.
175.
Sorry, his healing ward.
Oh, the 400.
DM's going to jump in with the Berserker's Call 400. Okay, I'm going to go 550. As Nightfall gets the Wraith Fire Blast, but a glimpse back into the Kinetic Field Static Storm, but there's the Curse on top of the Cold Embrace.
He's not receiving damage.
Nico Baby is perfectly fine now. Gets off the Omni Slash as well. It's going to be tanked up a bit by those skeletons, but we hear DM chop down FNG in the meantime. Nightfall with that BKB being shown. Looks like the coil only onto 1 for now. Limp is the one taking heavy damage. Gets the phase shift off, but he believes he's going to die to the radiance.
Oh,
he's not careful. Yeah,
dies anyway.
In range. And now S4 on the run. DM. All right, you got the call. Canceled it off. S4 with that Battle Hunger applied. DM's going to continue to try to catch up. Skewer is available, though. It's going to be a pretty hard kill to get here. DM. Blink is up in 5 seconds, so the Tornado does connect on the Handskin, so that looks to be a freebie for VP. And DM finally gives up on this kill.
There's no disruptor in the vicinity, so that means there's not going to be a good glimpse. They have a good like front line with Skellies. There we go, providing the vision for the team, so potentially a good glimpse back. We saw the strength of Wyvern Heal, level 10 talent, plus a Holy Locket.
300 gold, you were correct. Good job.
300? Did I say 300?
No, but you were...
I was closer than you. Okay.
Tower is under attack.
As we see the Cold Embrace heal on top of... I mean, the Wyvern these days with the Holy Locket, this feels like something that's going to get tweaked in a bit. Maybe they get rid of the talent or something like that. It's a lot of healing in these fights.
Too much healing. Like, they need a Spirit Vessel on top of it. The Invoker uses a combo, full Static Storm. Still, you out-regen the damage coming out from it.
Yeah. All right. Well, now the state of the game is only a 2K net worth lead for VP. So definitely something Alliance can try to work to get around. And first Roche has not even been attempted yet, which 23 minutes in the game is a bit odd.
Dire are scanning.
As the Tomato is going to be scouting it out for VP. And yeah, Juggernaut almost done with his Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have that Swift Blade, which I will be calling every Omni slash Swift Slash and vice versa.
Yeah, I call it Quick Slash or Mini Slash. These are my words that I use.
Mini Slash, I like that. I'll definitely try to remember to say that one.
You gotta give me credit, though.
No, okay, I'll give you the credit during the call out as well. Oh, Kingslayer. We see the blink into the skewer, and that's going to be a freebie for Alliance this time. Does have buyback available. And, I mean, the Roche isn't... Not like they have a super fast Roche, although Puck does have Desto now.
So
okay.
that's some cheap damage, also having Empower on him. And now they smoke. Buyback coming out from Kingslayer. They want to take this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Nightfall just going to run right in. Of course, has those 2 lives to work with. Gets the Wraith Fire Blast to start things off. But in the enemy jungle, Alliance goes as well. And with that buyback, we'll see if they can have a big impact on this Disruptor. Nightfall inside the pit. They can see that Roche has not even been attempted here right now. They're going to feel pretty safe. They do get the glimpse off, though, into the kinetic field. DM gets the Berserker's Call off as well. He's getting healed, but the impetus goes right through, and then Handskin just getting right-clicked by Nightfall. In the meantime, they do take out the Disruptor, and that is a dieback on Kingslayer. Nico Baby, though, he has to be careful. He's already used his spin. DM gets the blink call into the Cataclysm and the right clicks to follow Nightfall, but a big curse. But there's the BKB from Nightfall. He doesn't have to worry about it now. Still getting healed, though, in the meantime. But these right clicks are going to be way too much. Oh, he gets off the Omni Slash this time. So we'll survive a little bit longer. And the Culling Blade was a little bit late. Wasn't able to finish him off, and Nico Baby will live and actually gets the Healing Ward down. Still 3v4, and they know that Disruptor's dead for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's still a good trade for Virtus.pro. Nightfall runs in, provides them with the vision to be able to use the glimpse. They are able to just burst him down before he can get any of the spells off. And the Raid King pops the BKB, so he's not affected by the curse, goes in. They almost managed to bring him down, needed a bit more extra damage. As you mentioned, the Culling Blade came in a bit too early. Wyvern, dude, Wyvern heal is insane in these fights.
Yes. If he didn't have that talent, 100% Jug dies there. 100%. That was super, super close. See the Greaves pop down. Alliance, looks like they want to fight. We have 0 buybacks on the table for each respective team.
Something we don't usually see 25 minutes in. Everyone just investing the gold in item.
Yep, very true. Yeah, so this next fight's essentially going to tip the scales in terms of who gets that first Roche. See Handskin with that Diabolic Edict. The fortification's actually going to be popped, so he has to be a little bit careful here. Nightfall looking for Handskin in turn.
Now they know where he is.
Yep.
Glimpse back.
Glimpse into the Ray Fire Blast. And that is going to be an easy one for VP. Does create a little bit of space, but that's 45 seconds of no Lesh. Is this enough of an opening to go for Roche? Of course, they don't know that he doesn't have buyback, so they do have to be a little bit careful here. S4 will blink out, and Nightfall just continuing his rampage down, working on Assault Cuirass, and then blink thereafter. All right, so the Roche attempt is here. Alacrity applied to Nightfall. He can solo this, no problem. They have Static Storm. They have everything online.
If there's an RP, there will be Static Storm dropped on top of him, or just instant blink initiation from Axe to try to cancel it.
You might even see Static Storm on top of Roche towards the end of
this. Yes, it's a possibility to be able to lock down the Puck. Puck doesn't have a defensive item, going for a very greedy build. Sometimes we see the like third item Eon Disc, which I think like he needs a defensive item.
S4 is going for the skewer on the other side now is Nightfall. He's going to pop his BKB, and inside that Static Storm is S4. Cataclysm to follow. That is a dead Magnus. Buys back in the game, still has his RP, so they have to be careful. Nico Baby already using his Blade Fury. Going to get out the Omni Slash just in time. Beautifully done. Finds one kill. Save with the Ghost Scepter is going to save him from now. And now they have to be careful. Wraith King, that's his first life. He's going to be surrounded now with 5 members of Alliance still alive after the buybacks come through. There's the RP, only onto 1, but will it be enough to actually take him out? Looks like with that Swift Slash, the answer to that is yes. No buyback available onto the Wraith King. And now Invoker getting pounded down by Limp. But in the meantime, Nico Baby taking a lot of damage from the Impetus, but a nice curse saving him. And they'll be able to turn this around with another
full
skewer.
Team wipe.
Full team wipe. Cost them some buybacks, but this is a Roche for Alliance.
Yeah, that was a huge Omni Slash on Axe. Enchantress uses a Ghost Scepter just to be able to survive, and Axe tanks it fully. No Berserker Call whatsoever, so that means no extra armor. And it was a like good skewer, a good play from Alliance, understanding that even if like they lose a hero or 2, they're still gonna be able to buy back. So S4 goes in, relatively tanky. Cataclysm takes out the FNG, so they need to buy back on multiple heroes to win this fight. Some extra gold coming out from the Healing Lord once again, but big W for Alliance.
Yeah, the fact that Static Storm and Nightfall's BKB went off at the same time, a little bit unfortunate for VP. I think it was slight miscommunication, but, you know, that's just in the heat of the moment type thing. And S4 obviously having buyback is not something you always take into account, but ends up getting the RP in the end that he needed.
And now we're going to see some defensive items on Alliance to be able to survive through the initial burst damage and the call combo from the Cataclysm. So Eon Disc queued up by Puck. I believe Magnus is also going for one. Will be disassembling the Arcane Boot, so he's getting very close. Winter Wyvern has one. Leshrac having one. What is this game, Suns fan? 4 Eon Disc queued up at the same time.
Yeah, not a big fan of this item, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, this might be the literal only item I would actually be okay being deleted from the game. I don't know how you feel about it, but not a big fan myself. Is S4 going to jump in?
I was fine with it because I was abusing the item when it wasn't so popular, but now that everyone knows about it, Secret is out.
Oh, what you're saying is you're a hipster, in other words. Nightfall is going to be taken out. That's his first life. And they still have the skewer available to bring him down to the low ground. But there's a Static Storm onto 2 heroes with the curse to follow. The Eon Disc procs and Save continuing to pound away with that impetus in the meantime. But there's the big skewer onto 3. Double kill for Nico Baby. Huge combo from S4. And now the Swift Slash, Omni Slash, whatever the hell you want to call it. Another kill
slash for Alliance. This is a huge win for Alliance. They're going to go for the possible high ground.
Oh, Kingslayer living for now.
Limp will clean him up.
For the win.
Yeah, they're going to go for the high ground. It feels like they just don't have enough right now. They're not being able to go through the damage. Like, they can't burst down the Juggernaut. That's one big issue. He's super tanky, sitting at 34 armor. Has Aegis on top of it. And good execution there. Yeah, RP from Magnus, skewer back into full Omni Slash. You never know if it's Omni Slash or the Quick Slash.
I really never know. That's true. You don't know until it's over.
Yeah, you pretty much pray like, oh god, I hope he misclicked and went for the mini one.
Yeah. All right, this is going to be a full set of racks on the bottom lane. 4 heroes alive for VP. The question is, can they hold another racks while Wraith King still waits to come back the old-fashioned way? 15 seconds ago, they're actually going to smoke, so it looks like they want to try to defend this, but it might be too late. Tornado coming in, Nico Baby, and they're playing this a little bit safe now. They're going to get that full racks. And here's, okay, the Cataclysm on top of the Static Storm, but the Eon Disc procs again on top of the heals, and Nico Baby going absolute ham onto that Enchantress. DM looks to be next on his list. And this will be a second kill in all likelihood, but Nightfall has come to play as well. Still has that ultimate available, so the second life still up and running. The Axe has to go heal, though. Nightfall has to pop the BKB and run.
Oh, anti-combo.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there, but still, Alliance with the Aegis. Not too worried about the state of things right now with a 14K net worth lead and 2 full racks.
Since they've taken the tier 2 tower on the top lane with Leshrac, now they can go and try to possibly end the game. The amount of healing that they do with the Healing Ward, with the Winter Wyvern. It's a 15-second cooldown. What is he bringing? He's bringing something. Shard. Okay, so it's going to be even more healing. Reduces the cooldown by 5 seconds.
And the tier 3 tower now being pounded on. See the tornado. A little minus armor there. All right, we got the Euls to start things out onto Axe. Potential initiation, but the Splitter's going to connect into, I'm going to assume it was a Swift Slash, but we'll see.
It is.
He still has Omni Slash. All right, thank you very much. As a buyback now into the Axe. Nico baby.
Full HP.
Heal is
Nothing
absurd.
wrong there.
The heal is actually absurd. Now that is a true Omni Slash, and that is a dieback for DM. And this looks to be going to game number 3. Swift Slash now. I'm getting them all right at the cost, as GGs are called. Alliance, after getting absolutely destroyed in game 1, come back with a vengeance.
Pretty much the perfect game from Nico baby in this one. Gets level 6. Doesn't matter too much. Doesn't even skill the ulti. Goes back to the triangle. Asks for some help from his teammates to be able to farm up the Ancients. Everyone comes close. Empowered. Tank it up. Hanskin, as a good bro as he is, tanks the Ancients with the last track. And they farm it up. And he ends up the game with 0 deaths. Some clutch saves coming up from the Wyvern. Good Winter's Cursors to be able to split up the fight. And also buybacks in the end. Very important to have. Like usually you see this buybacks coming in second Roche, but this time around, Alliance figures out, you know what, we take this first Roche, we end the game.
Yeah, it was really close up until that first Roche, and then the buybacks came out like you said, and I mean, Alliance bought back more than VP, and then they overrun them, and then took first Roche, and then snowballed their way to victory. So let's see what the panel has to say about this Alliance comeback into the game 3 coming up.
It's what I was hoping for, and the true test of who's the best in online Dota must be tested in a game of 3 matches, and this is the only possible result, especially after Alliance got completely smashed in game number 1. It would have been disappointing for them to just go out in 2 games just like that. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, break down game number 2.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
so they didn't really have play options that game. But game 2, you could clearly see they had a set game plan. They would stack these camps for Juggernaut, they would help him take it, he could come back in the lane. I want to also commend Nico Baby, how he was able to hold on to his spells during this fight, especially that one at 30 minutes. You saw multiple opportunities where I think a lot of people would just use Omni Slash on Wraith King, but he trusted in his teammates, he was patient, and he ends up getting like a 3-man Omni Slash with Cleave just because he trusts in S4.
And that trust in S4 also helped him get back into the game on that Juggernaut, as we'll find out from Purge.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was really surprised that Nico Baby was able to recover after the really tough laning stage. Much like the first game, DM had an excellent off-lane experience. And part of the problem is that Winter Wyvern as a laning hero is just not very strong compared to a lot of other supports. So when you're playing against an Enchantress still, the amount that you get bullied is pretty extreme because only once in a while do you get to use Arctic Burn to harass your opponents, basically. And he doesn't even have the benefit of being able to do small pulls. Like we saw last game, you're still being contested because Enchantress is going to take that creep away. So all you're left to do is try to fight, and Winter Wyvern is not very good at that. Battle Hunger constantly gets thrown at you, creeps run at you, and Axe has slightly higher base damage than you do. So even contesting last hits is difficult, and things are a little bit scary playing Jug in this circumstance here. Anytime that Winter Wyvern is out of the lane, he gets pressured by the Enchantress. He's pretty consistently forced to spin defensively. Not the worst thing because, and realistically, he wasn't going to get kills anyways with his abilities, but FNG tried to stabilize things, still ends up dying, and then Jug again gets ran at and slowed down and pressured out of the lane pretty consistently. They even tried to help with Puck's rotation. Puck, as soon as he hit 6, ended up zipping all the way back to the fountain so that he could heal and teleport to the bot lane. But the downside is that based on the creep spacing at this point, DM was a little bit far away. So at the time that they went to initiate, the orb was so long distance that DM was able to dodge it. If that damage lands, they kill Axe here most likely. Yeah, he would certainly die here. And then they would have gotten the kill and recovered things. But instead, it just became worse. The rotation only really bought them a short amount of time, kept DM a little bit low on HP, and didn't get him back in the game. And here's another example of VP running at him. They just have a ward, they see him, they run 3 heroes, and they say, nope, sorry, dude, you're not going to be able to farm here. Go do something else. And that's why we ultimately saw him have to do this Ancienting, which was okay, but slow, and his levels didn't really advance enough. And it wasn't really until the fact that, like, if they didn't have a Magnus to accelerate him with a really cheap itemization of SNY, which is great for fighting, but not good for farming, therefore Magnus covers those weaknesses. If they didn't have Magnus in this lineup, I do not know how Nico Baby gets back in this game, but this is probably the crucial moment here. His Omni Slash solo kills Disruptor before Disruptor gets his ulti off. That keeps S4 alive when he gets focused on. They get the double RP, and fight after this went at least decent for Alliance. They're eventually able to get Jug into a great position, and he was able to somehow win this game without dying a single time despite the major pressure.
Trust in the Magnus and trust in the Magnus Sun, as they were beautifully in concert, Nico Baby and S4 and all of Alliance. In game number 2, will they be able to bring it again in game number 3, or will Eastern Europe prevail in this upper bracket series? Find out after the break.
기억나니 네가 했던 말 나만 있으면 세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까 하지만 너무
Timbersaw.
They left Timbersaw. DM
Is this a run back of the first draft?
That draft was really good for Alliance. They should do it again.
Okay, Curtis, we've gotten a lot of exposure to you, so we know when you're being sarcastic. Do you think the public knows when you're being sarcastic?
Well, they should if they watched the first game. It's not a good draft for
Oh
Alliance.
no! But we're now in game 3. Alliance have bounced back in game 2. We need new energy. Okay, this is game 3.
They banned out the Enchantress, and that was also the other first phase pick for VP. So this
Okay.
time they will go with the Wyvern.
Also, I like the fact in the previous game we mentioned the idea of maybe not wanting to go Juggernaut against Axe because, of course, Axe being able to deal with Juggernaut, you just call him during the spin. But then in all those fights, FNG was hitting those cold embraces on a spinning Juggernaut. So not only was he, protected from physical damage, he was then protected from magical damage. So it was kind of like an ultra cold embrace.
I don't think Axe has really countered Juggernaut since people were going to Blade Mail builds on Axe. It's not as good an item, especially on these low ping games. Like they're not on land, but it's close to it. And Juggernaut he has really good stacking. The items you build are different. Like when Juggernaut used to go like Battle Fury, Manta style, I don't know what he went before, Scotty. And you could just Blade Mail call him. You'll do a lot of damage. But if you go to like these SNY Diffuser types items and you have some heals behind you, Axe does not counter that hero.
Yeah. The real question for Alliance right now in this final pick, last time they picked Leshrac here, I feel like they might not go for that route just because, of course, they got completely slaughtered with this style of draft, and maybe they're going to change up this next pick. They go for the Tidehunter. Okay. So people might question the big frontlining strength here into Timbersaw, but at least Tidehunter, one of the few strength off lanes, because of Kraken, you can purge off of like the Whirling Deaths, and you can kind of somewhat still stand up in front and muscle up into a Timbersaw.
You can really see their adaptation from game 1 here, where they did not like how Virtus.pro could just run over them through teamfights and stuff. Tidehunter is a bit of I like to call him a patience hero. There's like 2 ways to play Tidehunter, right? Either you blink Ravage and you try to burst. We saw that a lot in the... Who beat Quincy crew? Whoever.
T1?
Yeah, T1. When they... No, sorry. It was when Tundra lost with Medusa against Gambit, I think.
Oh, you mean earlier?
Yeah,
you mean
yesterday. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, I was thinking of the wrong game.
Oh,
But
okay,
They
yeah.
would like
Yeah,
blink
they-
Ravage Medusa and they would just kill him. Like that's the one way to play Tidehunter. He's like a burst stunner. Just controls everything. You can't get saved. And otherwise, you just be really patient. You wait out like BKBs and spells and you get a late Ravage. One thing about Timbersaw vs Tidehunter is it makes it hard to play that second style. But Tidehunter can still always burst or carry despite having Timbersaw and Wyvern because Timbersaw doesn't prevent that first style. So a little bit of duality to the Tidehunter hero.
Yeah, the patience thing that you're talking about, I think maybe it's more similar to the T1 versus Viking GG series where it was a Tide versus a Pango. And Tide just had to sit and wait until Pango finally came out of Rolling Thunder. It was like, okay, now it's Ravage time.
He hit some sick Ravages that game right at the end of Rolling Thunder
Exactly,
too, right?
yeah.
Yeah, Ravage is a weird spell because on its own, it's like if you're using it casually, it's just an Impale, right? It's not like a better spell. But if you can wait for it or use it as like sort of an instant stun, it becomes just, the ultimate that it should be.
They ban out the Ursa, doing some more protection for this offlane Tidehunter.
Yeah, kind of come to a standard point now in drafting. It's like you pick up your core and then you get to see exactly what the bans are. I think if you ever really want to kind of learn Dota 2, just look at the team that has first pick, see what core they pick on the second slot, and then the bans that come in. Often, at least 2 or 3 of them will be, the kind of the laning counters to the hero at least. VP, they ban out the Puck. I think this, of course, is just, I think when you have a Tide and Puck in the same lineup, you answer all the questions where you can defend one wave or one lane, with the Tidehunter, and then the Puck can go play elsewhere on the map, pushing in, shoving in waves. So you're always going to have like this numbers advantage because of like how like the laning disparity. And then when you take the big team fight, Puck just rotates in, and you always have the team fight. So I like the fact that they respect ban this Puck.
And I like that you're mentioning how VP right now they're banning sort of for Alliance's team fight.
Yep.
I think we've seen throughout the series, even the history of these teams, VP as a team they are better in lanes than Alliance, just straight up right now. So, but where Alliance has beaten them, as in the last game, is when they can force it into these team engagements. Right now, I feel like Alliance are trying to ban out heroes that snowball off the lanes. They banned the Enchantress, your Ursa, your Monkey King.
Yeah, exactly.
And VP on the other hand, they're trying to ban out some team fight. And you can see sort of the different styles clashing here. VP really want to snowball, take over the map, and sort of force a close end. And Alliance want to sort of play more farm heavy with more team fight, I think.
And I think that's kind of how you can show Alliance as adjusting from game to game here, because the way in which VP won game 1, Alliance, they kind of tweaked a little bit for game 2, And like they did lose the laning phase, but their ability to kind of cut out the fight and eventually then convert it to win was why Alliance was able to take game 2, specifically with the Magnus. I think for sure it's even more apparent now in game 3, like we just mentioned with these bans and just kind of picks alone.
Yeah, I think Alliance, they have S4. I think S4 was the first Dota player that was really good at communication and team fights. I think that's sort of what he was known for in the TI3 era. I think you could even see it, like it extends to today. You can look at the last Roshan fight during game 2, where he skewers a Wraith King out of the Roshan pit. He seemingly dies for free, but his comms are good because DM jumps in and he sort of gets isolated by Alliance, and they end up winning that fight with S4's buyback.
They also had really good vision in that fight as well. Like FNG had like double observer ward on the high ground. They scouted out all that, but you know, anyway. Back to this draft here. VP, they go for the Luna. It has kind of been popularized as the anti-tanky boy offlanes. Luna just gets to play a pretty chilled time. You spam Lucent Beam, you push out the wave, and then you just kind of group up with your team quite quickly and, you know, take over the game.
Yeah, Nightfall was when I checked him out at the Animajor before he played their very few matches they played there. He was 5-0 on Puds on Luna. I think it suits him as a player very well. When I think of Nightfall, I think of a player who's incredibly good in lane, and he's really good at making rotations off his lane strength. Luna's the type of hero where you want to snowball the map. She's not actually a good 1v5 carry if you compare her head-to-head versus pretty much any carry in the game, but she does farm really fast, and she has the potential to end the game.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where if Alliance only has one source of frontline, and you walk up into the high ground and you're running into this Eclipse, you're instantly like half HP, you don't feel too strong, so that's why you are kind of pushed to a side.
Alliance pick up the Lina, like I had said earlier. They are willing to put it on a Hanskin support-oriented role.
This is the exact same draft construct they used against Team Secret in their first game. The Hoodwink, the Tide, then the Lina. They actually closed out this phase of the lineup with a Tiny. I wouldn't expect that to come into play here, but potentially with the double support duo, instantly be able to 100-0 them, that could be an angle that they go for again. No, they go for the Terrorblade instead.
I think they will still get a hero like Tiny for a mid hero. I don't think this Lina's going mid. Honestly, it could. It's a pretty good. How who is that? LGD? I think it might be LGD. How they pick Lina is they see 2 range supports from the enemy team, and if you see 2 range supports, they just throw the Lina mid. She won't lose any matchups, and range supports are traditionally worse at ganking a hero like Lina mid.
Yeah, so Alliance with confidence pick Terrorblade. 1 to go into the Luna because of course the reflection, you just take over that Luna and get the benefits, but then I like the fact that nowadays we get to see teams with confidence still going Terrorblade into line. You think about how line players want to play. They run into the jungle, they just hex one illusion, instantly kill it. They mana drain another illusion, instantly kill it. So it can be really disruptive to Terrorblade's farm. But going into like 20-25 minutes plus when he has SMY Dragon Lance and is taking the bigger team fights, line of course will be 100-0, doesn't really matter, but it's just kind of the nuances of the entry to the game line can be very disruptive to Terrorblade.
I think it's a lot to do with the builds that Terrorblades are going, as you mentioned. They get the Dragonlance SMY, and you have like a 2000 HP Terrorblade.
Yeah.
It used to be that you went like Treads, Wraith Bands, and Manta Discard or something. You're squishy for a long time. Also, the meta sort of changed where even though Lion is good at dealing with Terrorblade's map pressure, I think supports are a lot more grouped up than they used to be. So you won't see like a Lion sort of split pushing the side lane, dealing with that split push, because, I mean, you'll just group up your heroes and go kill them.
And it gives Alliance's kind of insurance policy where if they are to lose laning phase, if they fortify the Tricamp area like they did in the previous game, this Tide Hunter standing up front, the Terrorblade behind, like it's going to be hard for VP to really get onto Terrorblade and 100-0 him. And then they round out their draft with this Nyx Assassin. Hopefully we get to see the Ags. I love Nyx Assassin Ags. It's very fun to watch. You just jump in the ground, 50% damage reduction, throw an Impale here, Carapace there. You're living the dream.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to pick your 4 here because you want Lina mid versus double range supports. Also pretty good versus Timbersaw.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm really afraid for their offlane. I feel like VP have generally outplayed Alliance in lanes.
That's true, yeah.
And I think Luna Wyvern should fare very well versus Tidehunter Nyx.
Yeah. I think
they're dire too, so their wave pull is not nearly as good.
Like Alliance's lineup right now, it looks very good on paper if they survive the laning phase and they get to connect the Lina into some engagements. Like if they're the ones getting like Tidehunter's bottom of the core net worth, Luna's having fun moving around, and we get to see what we saw in game 1 where Timbersaw is just flooding throughout the map. This is where Alliance might have some issues because again their lineup, it's all about a slower entry to the game, a little bit of time, Terrorblade gets 1-2 items, then you cross the river and start making some plays.
I do feel it's a bit like the game 1 where I feel like Timbersaw should win his lane this game and there's not that much to kill him. Lina is hypothetically good versus him, but the hero uses so many resources when she's laning mid just to farm extra creeps that perhaps she won't be able to rotate. Usually when you play against Timbersaw, we saw at the Animajor that there were some Bat Riders, Leshrax heroes that killed Timbersaw that came out. With the heal from Winter Wyvern, I'm afraid that Timbersaw might run over this map.
Yeah, I guess the main thing for Alliance is they haven't drafted themselves a hero that naturally will move into that Timbersaw lane and soak up the farm and keep the tower alive for an additional, 4 or 5 minutes to enable Terrorblade to jungle. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually enable the safe lane through maybe bringing the Lina into a quick rotation, try and at least kill Timbersaw or kill off the creeps, the catapult wave, to keep that tower alive. Because protecting your jungle is key for Alliance. It's why game 1 was so difficult. They couldn't protect their mid tower, they couldn't protect their top tower, and that's why the game state got so hard. But VP with their last pick, they need that mid laner that can kind of connect the dots, that can just run around the game and start hitting things.
I think they need someone who makes it so that Lina can't take its mid tower.
Ooh, we got a rare Zeus pick.
Rare Zeus, but GPK is known for it. This is something that many people have been theorizing that was good against DK and against Terrorblade, but no one was picking it at the Animajor.
It's a good hero versus Lina in lane 2.
Yeah.
Lina sort of just spams it in, and Zeus is like surprisingly durable in lane. He has pretty good base damage now. His animation got buffed a lot. I like this pick, honestly.
How about against Nyx Assassin, though? Mana Burn and Carapace, not a problem?
Zeus doesn't have issues versus Nyx, I don't think.
I think that the main point here is Zeus gets to play behind like the Timbersaw. Luna naturally with one item will run in front. I guess the main point now is for this Terrorblade. We've already a somewhat difficult laning phase. He now has to itemize to survive from the Zeus, right? So it's going to be like SMY, a quick BKB, and how they play off that.
Yeah, he's going to have to go Blink Dagger and stuff. You don't have the scale versus Zeus. Zeus Luna actually outscales the Alliance lineup. Woo. However, I think we might see an early BKB. I'd like to see an early BKB from Zeus. And yeah, no, their lineup looks scary in theory. Like if they do good in lanes on Timbersaw, they can take over the map and defend their towers. I think they have a very good shot at this game.
Why do you want to see an early BKB from Zeus?
Because they have no way to kill him if he has BKB. So he's just going to deal a lot of damage.
It's the idea that if Nyx gets on top of him, Hoodwink gets on top of him. If he just pops a BKB, there is no way of just cleanly killing him. And it's about Terrorblade entering the fight. So yeah, this is Zeus, an unpicked hero at the Animajor. But now, of course, we're getting to see it at ESL Summer. I'm just excited to see a new hero kind of pop up.
Especially in what was hopefully the waning days of the patch. Let's see what Zeus is capable in this final game of the series with Sunsfan and Lacoste.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just woke up. Zeus.
New
Zeus
hero.
himself. I forgot this hero existed. I'm really happy to see him. Will it be good, though, Lacoste?
It has been a counter to Terrorblade, but seems like people forgot about him. No one was picking it during the major, and I want to see what the itemization is going to be like. Panel talked about a BKB, not necessarily BKB rush on a Zeus, but would definitely love to see it because their damage output is
BKB rush on Zeus. That's
what a time to be alive.
I haven't seen this hero in a while, but I feel like that is not the
I don't know if you played Dota 1, but back in Dota 1 days, you did. You remember Battle Fury Zeus? It had like different animation.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Wow. I remember the PA, you would buy 5 Battle Furies on her. You'd have blur because the model was literally not visible. And you just see crits over and over and over. But no.
Good stuff by my whiskers. It should be a decent Zeus game. Like you have Nyx Assassin, he can get on top of you. There will need a Blink Daggers, possibly even a Blink Dagger on a Terrorblade, because this is where the most damage is going to come from.
Yeah.
A bit worried about the TB versus Luna matchup. Seen it so many times. TB just uses Reflection. Luna kills herself, kills the teammates. We've seen in anime what Luna can do. She pretty much kills everyone, so pretty much the same thing. Spoilers alert. It's been, what, 6 months since we released it, so not...
Oh, did you work on it? You said we released it. I didn't know you were involved in that.
Yeah, I was. We as a community, you know.
Oh, I see.
I'm not a BSJ. You know, we need to take a Radiant Throne to win this game.
Yeah, understandable. But yeah, talk to me. Okay, I believe 50% of this cast will be about Zeus as a hero, and I'm fine with that. What do you think of Zeus versus Lina in just the mid matchup alone?
I think Zeus should do okay. Like Lina naturally pushes out the wave. I see that Limp is maybe restraining himself about doing that, just trying to put a bit more right clicks onto Zeus. Zeus has good stats, good animation. Before the hero was almost unplayable. Every single time you had to use the chain lightning or arc lightning that is called these days.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the actual build's going to be. In the old days, you would go 2 in Arc Lightning so that you can 2-shot the range creeps. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not.
You want to max the Arc Lightning, no doubt about it. Still his strongest spells, allows you to farm the jungle, allows you to farm the lane. Maybe even a second point in a static field, we'll see. Lightning Bolt cancels the TP still, so sometimes you just need it early on. But you can't afford to go Arc Lightning and Lightning Bolt, just not enough sustain.
Yeah. Okay, and then in terms of item build for him, what are you looking at?
I think
people still go
Lens. I think Lens into Ags is more than fine.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Of course, this hero, the panel kind of brought it up before, but historically looked at as a pretty good counter to a Terrorblade type hero. Any kind of burst magic damage is good against a hero that has ridiculously high armor, which is the case for TB. But this is a new beast of a TB that we're seeing lately as well.
Yeah, TB has just been on the rise even after the nerfs. The hero just feels super strong. Top lane, a lot of pressure on Terrorblade, but the same goes for bottom. I don't think Virtus.pro should care too much about the bottom lane. This is an easy win for them. We've seen Luna being a counter to like all the tanky strength off-laners, and this should be the first blood.
Absolutely, with the Earth Spike. More than enough damage as Save ends up taking that one for himself. So first game we saw that he took the ward, get a little bit of extra XP, and yeah, the first blood, very important for that support tax to buy the sentries and whatnot. And the free observers, of course. You need to spend a lot of money on those. As Limp, looks like his bottle's going to get refilled there, along with getting the water rune. As looking at the CS in terms of mid, very, very even right now, of course.
It should be even.
Yeah.
Like, if someone rotates, get a stun on a Zeus, he will be stacking the jungle for himself. GPK, all about that efficiency. Will refill the bottle. 2/3, not too bad. But as I said, the Virtus.pro and on the bottom lane, they should not lose this lane. It's two ranged heroes. They will get a kill on S4 if they get one more right click. We'll have a stick and a full healing salve, so should be okay.
Yeah, getting close to the Ring of Health. His courier did die, though, so might have to hang out in that vicinity for a bit. GPK getting pressured out now. It's Limp able to hit the LSA. And yeah, GPK pretty much out of regen right now.
Someone needs to die. So
yeah, to TP back to mid.
Exactly. So no one
might be
is
Kingslayer.
close. Maybe Kingslayer. Nah, he's okay. So GPK will just run back to the fountain, refill the bottle, TP back to the lane. Limp playing it so well. It looked pretty even until Limp climbed the high ground and start putting in some right clicks. We'll get level 6 faster, stacking the small camps, something that we've seen quite a lot, that mid lane small camps get blocked.
Yeah, for sure.
This is a big one.
Yeah, Limp's going to get a lot out of this small camp right now. Very efficient here. They will swap out the water runes, though, at least from VP's perspective. This will finally get some mana, as we're going to see Handskin take a tumble here. S4 getting pressured out again. Nightfall with basically no mana to speak of, though. So it'll break things up. All right, let's get back to the Hoodwink before we get onto Zeus again, which is going to be every other topic that we talk about, right?
Mention one hero, back to Zeus. Hoodwink, FNG played it in the first game of this series. Didn't do too much. I mean, it was pretty much a stomp, so...
Are you hoping for a different build this time?
Yeah, I want to see a different build. I want to see Max Bushwhack. I want to see an earlier point in Scurry, just to be able to go through the trees. And it's the same matchup again. Like I played Hoodwink quite a lot. It just doesn't feel like you deal damage early on, especially against a hero like a Timbersaw. To me, it feels the hero should deal more damage considering the numbers.
I mean, they did nerf the absolute crap out of her not too long ago. There was a long patch notes of basically only nerfs as DM's going to take a reflection here. Nico Baby. Oh, he's actually going to jump in there with the Timber Chain. FNG now being pulled back by Kingslayer in the meantime. But S4 takes a Lucent Beam. He might be in some trouble. The Hex is there as well. Save. Nice dodge onto the Impale. Lucent Beam to follow. S4 still trying to walk this off, but the Earth Spike's going to be there. That's the second kill for Save already in this lane, not even in 6 minutes.
Bottom lane doing really well. I love that they decided to put Lion. Like, he is position 4 in this game. He will get the farm priority, but he's playing the safe lane, much more kill potential. And yeah, Wyvern as position 5, but nice wrap around in the mid lane.
Yeah, Thunderbolt's going to be there. Kingslayer with the Arctic Burn. The LSA is going to connect on Limp, and he picks up an Invis Rune. But of course, there is a Zeus in the game. GPK,
Alina,
they don't want to go any further.
3 stacks of Fiery Soul plus the Boots of Speed. They can chase her down.
And Limp will survive as a result. So looking good for him right now. Top net worth, and Zeus about 600 behind. Of course, they were, last I checked, stacking the jungle a bit. Not sure if that's actually going to be for GPK or just for the Luna at some point.
I think you give it to GPK at least a big camp so that he comes back to the game. Right now, there's a 500 difference, as you mentioned. Limp played the lane really well. Like, he put the pressure exactly when it's needed, dodged the gank. Now, on the top lane, DM is level 6, so there is more kill potential. There is a catapult wave. Nico Baby needs to be careful. 3 + 2 + 1, easy 6. Will TP out, or will he?
Oh, Thunder God's Wrath was just enough with that last right click from DM. And now we're seeing the power of Zeus, my friend.
Yeah, this
global
is
presence.
When you have that level 6, you want to start playing aggressively on the side lanes. This should be the tower. No one can defend it. This time around, FNG realized mistakes were made in game number 1. But let's see it again. Bam! This is usually what happens. You don't see it, but someone dies. So FNG has a Scurry 1-2-1 build. I really like that. Finds a Keen Optic. Great item on Lina.
Oh, yeah.
But for now, Hoodwink just keeping. It's also a good item on a Hoodwink, but since you're a position 5,
see,
you're not going to get it. Well, maybe. Yeah, he sends it back.
I mean, speaking of Hoodwink, when I've found that it's had the most success in these pro games is obviously Bushwhack is like the most important spell, right?
Yes.
You're able to cast it from the trees with the Scurry, but I feel like having the extra break against certain lineups is really strong, like against a Tidehunter, for example, but it's not really a good... I mean, Timbersaw is kind of overrated. The break's not particularly good against him.
If he has reactive armor stacked,
Yeah.
they stay. You just don't get the new ones.
Yeah, GPK picks up the haste. Limp is in a lot of trouble. Lucent Beam to follow. Nightfall's even coming to the fray as Save gets another kill. He's in a killing streak now. As Handskin, Thunderbolt into the finger. Double kill for Save. He is quite far.
Like, he's just getting all the last hits. How much gold does he have? 1,000 gold, level 6, 8 minutes in. Save. Like, he's been on point. Whenever he plays, I feel like he doesn't have these bad games. He's always on point with the spell casting. This is what the Virtus.pro is really good at, not overlapping their abilities. We see Luna on the bottom lane. Seems like it's just going to be a Dragonlance build. No need to get that mask, even though I like the mask. You disassemble it anyway. Butterfly, Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, he's off to a really good start, too. It's not like you need to go into the triangle and get this... S4, he's going to get the Gush into the Ravage. He's actually going to connect on 2. Limp, though, gets impaled in the meantime. Laguna Blade from so far away. Not going to be enough to actually get the kill. Now Kingslayer comes into the fray. He's going to get impaled by Handskin. More TPs now, and Alliance just has to run. Looks like Save might be the sacrifice. This actually would be a pretty big kill, but they just don't have enough damage.
I just praise Save. Usually it goes the other way around where he makes a big mistake. Caster's Curse this time around. Hexes Lina instantly. They blow up 2 big ultis. They don't get the kill. Luna had that Dragonlance delivered, plus the Power Treads and the Magic Wand. That's 1,500 plus HP. Also,
I think we just saw the Keen Optic range, too, with that Laguna Blade. That was quite far.
Yeah, it was. And as I said, GPK farming the big camp. Or is he? Nightfall attacks it once, gets the...
That's the travel tax, I think. The toll fee, if you will. As, yeah, Nightfall is having a very good start to this game as compared to TB. About 1,000 net worth discrepancy between the two. And, of course, I mean, Luna just farms faster than this hero.
At this point, she does. Like Terrorblade, once you have those Conjure images maxed out, you don't deal well with the stacks unless you have a meta. There are a couple of stacks being made in the triangle, so he will clear it up. Also, Tidehunter can be the one, but it seems like it's just going to be a TB for now. Also found the Possessed Mask, so you have extra damage, a bit of a lifesteal.
Yeah, that is also in consideration for top 3 neutrals, at the tier 1s, that is. And what's the purple one? Fairy Trinket?
Fairy Trinket.
Depends on the hero.
Optic, Arcane Ring. You said in the previous game
the
budget blade mail, yeah.
Yeah, the budget blade, yeah. True. This would actually be an unironically pretty big kill onto Save if they're able to clean him up, because he is super farmed right now on a killing spree.
5-0-0.
300 away from Blink himself.
Let's see how fast he is. Oh, he knows. He actually knows something is up. Look at this. They have no sentries whatsoever. And he pinged them. He exactly pinged him where he's standing.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I mean, he is super close to a Blink. I mean, imagine him getting like a 13, 14-minute Blink dagger.
On a position 4 Lion, it also allows you to play like that damage from the Thunder God's Wrath. It's sometimes all you need. So TB is going to be very burstable this game.
We didn't mention the Ironwood tree picked up on
Not as good.
Timbersaw.
Not as good as it was before.
That's
right
true.
now,
That's
it's
true.
15-second cooldown. Before it was 4, I believe.
They just added an extra digit, essentially. That was a huge nerf. You're right. I mean, it's not that good on anybody else, really. It's just Timbersaw, right?
Yeah. Maybe on a Wind Ranger for a Shackle.
Oh, true.
Could be
Nobody
very
picks
good
that
for
hero, though.
Hoodwink.
You know? We saw it mid a couple times, but
yeah,
it's kind of inconsistent as a core. We see the Luna just out farming everybody right now. And there's the Ancient Stack, so this is just going to amplify her farm even more.
She
has the
also
Dragon Lance.
Found the perfect item, what you want to have, the Test Mask.
What are your thoughts on the same items being dropped for each respective team as a concept in terms of neutrals? Because then it's less RNG as DM, takes heavy damage here. They're not able to finish them off, though, but then it's RNG in terms of what your lineup is, right? Because some are stronger depending on the heroes.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I don't think it, like, when it comes down to tier 4 items, I think it makes much more difference, but...
yeah, that's true.
Sometimes, like, Spider Legs make a big difference. When you keep it, you're 6-slotted, and you do not want to have Power Treads.
I think Lifesteal and Boots are the 2 biggest ones to get later in the game.
Yes.
Because you can just open up a slot, essentially, for a lot of heroes. All right, we have a 3-man smoke here from VP. GPK, we promised that we talk about Zeus all game. It's actually not come true.
We are talking right now. Fairy's Trinket, the best item. Sometimes
and Aether Lens as well. Yeah, this is a lot of the burst damage save again. Another kill for this young man as GPK takes the gush from S4. Thunderbolt to follow though. Save, trying to save his teammate. Pun not intended there. And S4, he's already at half HP. Look at this, just from so far range here. He doesn't have any backup, but S4 will get out.
They got the perfect target, pretty much perfect smoke without the vision. They go inside a triangle, kill the TB. He's going to need to buy BKB after finishing off the SNY. On TB needs to be able to protect himself. They have no ways.
Yeah, GPK is going for the Blink Dagger next. And I would be beyond shocked if it's not an Ags after that.
Might still swap things around. We'll see how it goes. Like, Blink Dagger is really good. Can get himself out of the trouble. Tidehunter will definitely go for a Blink Dagger next item to be able to surprise them. So if he thinks he's fast enough, might be able to blink out.
What do you think of the Mario shard for Zeus?
Mario shard?
It's like the mini Force Staff for the static field.
I was like, well, what's going on? Yeah, it's a decent one. Like, you don't want to spend the gold because there's always going to be like a bigger item that you want to buy. So you might pick it up from Roche. Even though in this game, I think Luna gets the priority if Virtus.pro kills the Roshan.
Yeah, as we can see, Laguna Blade applied here onto DM. He's very tanky, but this looks like it might be enough damage. He pops that hood. Now into the trees he goes, has the casual plate mail as well, doing a nice job of juking into the Timber Chain across the other side of the lane, and he will live as a result. And they might be able to turn this around now. VP save with another Hex, Thunderbolt to follow, and the Earth Spike will help finish off that pesky Nyx Assassin, and somehow DM survives.
Unfortunately, Save did not manage the kill steal this one.
Yeah.
He has 6 out of 8. Not too bad, but great play there from DM. I think Nyx Assassin misused the Carapace. Like, you need to time it correctly on the Timber Chain to stop it, but we'll try to go on him one more time.
Bushwhack with that Sharpshooter, but it's not going to be enough here. I mean, they do have decent setup for that Sharpshooter at some point with the Cold Embrace, I suppose, on the other side. That can help try to counter. As we can see DM survive again here. I mean, that plate mail, pretty value. 24 charges as well in his passive. As we're going to see, oh my god, the Winter Scarce into the Impale. And it looks like Hoodwink will fall. Nyx Assassin is next as well. And Alliance, it's 10-0 again. Is this game one?
I didn't even notice that they have 0 kills.
Yeah.
It seems like every single time they pick Hoodwink, they just can't get a kill early on.
Yeah.
Zeus is great against Hoodwink. You scout Hoodwink inside the trees and going for the Aghanim Scepter. I like Aghanim Scepter a bit more this time around. It's just a good setup. Let's say Lion with the Blink Initiation. He can pretty much kill anyone. He holds them in place for a long period of time. Hex 2.5, 2.6 on the stun duration. So there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from the Nimby.
I mean, he did go for a different build on this Hoodwink this time, so he went for what you wanted, right?
Yes.
But still not finding the success that they were looking for. As we see, the scouting out with the Thunder God's Wrath is what gave them the vision there. That was that a Vendetta?
That was a Vendetta.
That was actually a
pure
Vendetta.
damage hit from Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that was a good curse. Holy jeez. Yeah, 12-0 advantage for VP, and this is looking potentially like a Mega Stomp coming. But Alliance, it's only, I mean, it's 4K, which is a lot at this stage. We're going to see another pickoff here onto Handskin. But what are the recoverability options here for Alliance this time around, Lacoste?
Well, I want to see Terrorblade, BKB, Lina BKB to be able to take the fights. Once again, Limp going for Boots of Travel. I think in a game where you're losing, you can't afford to do that. You need to be, like, maybe if you play with the Hoodwink from the trees, Nyx Assassin, so you have 3 heroes showing. But in this scenario, I think having a BKB, especially against the Zeus, against the Lion, you needed it earlier. It's half your BKB.
Yeah, that is true. He did the exact same thing. Let's see if it works out this time around. I mean, that might indicate that
so
they want
far
to kind of split push a bit
really
more.
working well for them, 13-0.
Well, if you're down, and I mean, split pushing is important in games like this, right? So
It
is that
is.
perhaps the line of thinking?
It's a lot of investment. Like, I would not go for it. I see more downsides of it rather than the positives.
But if you were to focus on the positive.
If I could focus, yes, you are out there trying to, as I already said, maybe play with the Nyx Assassin, Glyph, you see a hero, instant initiation, Bushwhack coming out from the Hoodwink. But, yeah. Sometimes, I think I've said it during the first game, where you have Boots of Travel, you stay for that one extra wave.
Yeah, you get greedy.
And then you get greedy, you get punished, especially against Lion. This is the big thing. He's probably the best hero to punish the split push.
Yeah, that's true. And once Zeus has Ags as well, Nimbus is another great way to punish that.
He will have it. And he also finds Philosopher's Stone on Zeus, the 2 best items.
Man.
I'm surprised that he's not keeping the Fairy's Trinket on top of it, just to swap it during the team fight.
Radiant's
Yeah, that's
top
true.
tower is under attack.
Either way, Nimbus is available, so you get the global little
Nimby.
Thunderbolt. It takes quite a bit of hits, too. It's a little bit deceiving. Of course, they do have Lina, who can... Obviously, attack speed with the fire is still pretty important, but that's basically the only hero, other than the TB at some point in the game. But yeah, the BKBs are going to be pretty crucial for Alliance to try to get back into this game. I mean, the one upside for Alliance at the very least is that VP does not have a particularly good Roche team until Luna gets a good amount of farm.
She has a BKB, so big timing. I expect Luna to... I expect Virtus.pro to take a fight. There is Ravage available. On Tidehunter, he showed his Blink Dagger already, so they know something is up.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, and there's the BKB, like you said. It's into the smoke for VP. Nightfall ready to fight. Has the Eclipse good to go. DM with the Lotus Orb on top of all this.
Great item against Lina, against the Terrorblade Sunder, and as expected, TB finishes off SNY. Dragonlance needs a BKB to protect himself, so right now Luna staying 3,000 gold ahead of TB, and this is their big timing. They know, they actually know where he is.
Ooh,
it's
Nico,
being pinged
baby.
out. Nico.
Yep, he's running to the side. Of course, they have the Thunder God's Wrath.
There
That'll
we
scout
go.
him out. Attempting to TP out. The Lucent Beam. Nope, not even going to need it. The Earth Spike is there into the Eclipse and the Hex, so no Sunder play. Nimbus was used to try to KS that Lacoste. It wasn't to be for GPK.
As expected, Luna, let's see where she TPs. She
Handskin. The Thunderbolt just in time. Another kill going the way of VP. 15-0.
I think they can take down Roche. There's still a BKB available. Level 19 Luna. Time to go inside. 25 seconds. Without it, we will see the impact move. Zeus ulti on top of it.
That's
Lion.
the timing here.
That was very close.
6 seconds left. Yeah. Very close in.
That Nimby needed to come in a bit earlier.
Well, he didn't have vision, I don't think, right?
He used ulti.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Zeus with the regeneration. It's just not really high level in this game. He's level 14. Same goes for Timbersaw. And Luna is about to hit level 20. She will be picking up that Aegis as expected.
Yeah, actually has the shard queued up. Wants to purchase that herself, it looks like. That's interesting. I'll give you the vision and the more vision in the trees, I guess, with the Lucent Beam. GPK. You can see Handskin. That is the sentry from Alliance, but GPK in the trees will be spotted out by Handskin. Has to be pretty careful. If the Thunderbolt comes out here, they will certainly kill him. But it looks like Alliance is going to give up this tier 2.
Oh, he needs to get out of here.
Oh, there's the... Oh, not quite in
close.
range. Yep, so it'll be a freebie.
They will continue. They have this Aegis, no Eclipse for another 35, but if they glyph, potentially they could have it after the Aegis respawn. You need to defend the tower. There's no one from Alliance trying to defend this. Your tier 3 tower falls against Luna, you lose the barracks.
Yep, absolutely. Moonglave's
still
going to do absolute
respecting the damage. You know, they did not want to go full force. There's no need for it. Usually we see, like, first Roshan is just to take the enemy outpost, pretty much control the whole map, the area where they can farm, and then try to close out the game with the second Rosh. Second Rosh, too valuable. I think maybe we need to take away the
Don't
cheat.
delete the shard.
No, Shard is fine. No,
please.
Shard is really fun to watch, so maybe remove the cheese.
Yes.
I think Aegis plus Shard is more than enough.
Yeah, totally agree. And, yeah, I mean, even with just the shard, it's still a pretty powerful Rosh in the future if they go down that road. But either way, Nightfall and company are in the driver's seat, to say the least. Butterfly looks to be next for him. Already has the Eagle song. And Alliance are just trying to delay this. I don't think there's any way they want to fight into this Aegis.
BKB on Lina, BKB on TB. I think they could potentially take a fight. Like, not necessarily overextend, since tier 2 tower is already very low. They will just let it go. Oh, look at this. This is perfect. Creeps came in.
All right, now we have a smoke. 5-man smoke, in fact, for VP. They're heading towards the top lane, pushing it out with the Arc Lightning. Arcane Rune on Zeus. That is very scary.
Does not get better than that.
Yeah, that's one of the best heroes in the game. Easily to have that rune. Nightfall right here. S4 jumps in with the Ravage. Going to connect onto 3. Hoodwink.
But the Nimby
gets the stun off onto Luna. They have a lot of burst damage, but he's still getting healed through it. And there's the curse on the BKB Terror Blade. And this is going to mean VP trying to reset. The right click's not quite enough to take out Nightfall.
Oh, they should just wait. Like, this tier 3 tower is super low. They should wait, reset with Winter Wyvern heal. They know there will be no BKB and no meta. Meta should be gone in about, like, 30, 35 seconds.
Yeah, the heal's not as strong right now without having the fully done Holy Locket
no
and the
talent, no Holy Locket.
Still pretty solid, though. You see the reflection made. Nightfall pretty healthy. So this tower definitely going to go down. The Gush into the LSA, into the Anchor Smash. All right, this is going to be Aegis going down. But like you said, they've expended a lot of spells on the side of Alliance.
Oh,
there's
good Nimby.
the Nimbus into the Lucent Beam. Not quite enough to take out Limp. He has to BKB retreat. And finally, the tier 3 tower will fall with the BKB activated from Nightfall. Not sure if they want to fight now. All right, respect from the other side into the finger of that save with yet another kill. And now the Lucent Beam, or the Eclipse, I should say, to follow. S4 trying to get away, but that Lucent Beam finally finds him. So 2 dead. This turns it into a 5 versus 3. And now you see the Glaives doing their job. This is where Luna becomes extremely hard to counteract.
Yeah, this is what they came for. They came for this set of barracks. 30 seconds without Tide, no Ravage. They should try to poke, take some damage. They know there's no meta. This is a big part of the damage coming out from Alliance. So right now they're just poking. Curse available in a second.
Oh,
good
initiation.
initiation.
The Hex into the burst damage. GPK gets the last hit. And there is why you see Zeus is so good against Terrorblade. Bushwhack comes out, but the heals.
On the board for Alliance. Do you think they get
a kill? I actually forgot about that. I'm going to say yes, they'll get 1 kill. Is this actually another top hat game? This is insane. This is actually insane. This is going to be a second rack to the very least. There's the buyback now into TB.
You get mana drained while he's BKB'd with the Ether Lens. It's just too much. And the Nimbus also protecting them. I don't know if they want to go in and try to end the game right now. Next Roche may respawn in 3 minutes. Luna also, as you mentioned, has that shard queued up. Just needs 50 gold. If they want a big timing, like this could potentially be it, she buys it.
And this is the highest damage we've seen in terms of building damage at this stage of the game for this tournament, Nightfall.
I think they need to play super defensive. Try to end this game with 0 kills on Alliance.
Oh, Nico baby in the trees. This might be their first kill. They finally get save. 1 kill for Alliance.
Oh, he dodged it.
Yeah, and they get the Winter Wyvern as well. So 5 versus 3, but Nightfall wants to fight. Gets off the Lucent Beam. Elsei is going to connect on the Timber. Buyback onto the Winter Wyvern now as S4 trying to apply a little bit of pressure, but it's just going to cost him his life. A double kill for Nightfall now as Nico baby is quite low in that meta. Has to retreat. And VP not really scared, despite losing a couple heroes here.
In this situation, like, it was a good try from Alliance. They set up a Tinker Ward on the high ground. This will get devorted. The Wyvern will fly over it. Buyback used from the Kingslayer. They know that there is no meta. Nice dodge from Nightfall on that Laguna Blade. And, like, TB, it's a tough game for him. Like, he gets easily bursted. They jump him. They can... take him down from 100 to a 0 pretty easily. And we see the Ravage being popped immediately. Connects on multiple heroes. Not bad, but... and the dodge.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a good attempt from the tree line. They had the vision with the Tinker Ward like we talked about. But Nico baby is just... it's such a discrepancy right now in farm. It's hard to withstand what VP has to offer right now as they attempt to go high ground again. Bushwhack 3, the Vendetta coming out into the Impale and the Laguna Blade. Will this be enough? The Cold Embrace save the heals again out of control. They were so close to taking down Nightfall as the Sunder comes out into the Eclipse though. All right, some damage mitigated here, but S4 will drop regardless. All right. They're going to get the Impale. LSA to follow, but again, the Cold Embrace. Back to full HP you go, young man. Nico baby getting pressured in the meantime. They don't have quite enough to take him out quite yet here. DM, no trees available.
That was so close. Like, Wyvern even used the Holy Locket, 20 charges on Luna just to be able to give her some extra HP. This is the last left for Alliance. Roche may respawn in 40.
LSA, Cold Embrace, full HP. Congratulations.
Well done.
Well done. You hit one button. Oh, he doesn't have it for the Luna, though. Sharpshooter's there as well as Nico baby trying to fight within the Nimbus, but he will fall. It'll be a likely trade here. I would think Nightfall's living. Cold Embrace. Back to full HP you go. Laguna Blade can't even withstand the Cold Embrace. Are you serious?
It's just too much healing.
What
he
is
pops
this?
the Holy Locket on him, and S4 will call it.
Whoever picks Winter Wyvern
wins. The hero is too powerful. Like, once you get to those to that level 10 talent, and we can see the smiles from the boys. They're very happy considering their performance. They should be.
Yep, absolutely. They absolutely. I mean, again, not to beat a dead horse here, Lacoste, but I believe this was yet another Gaben's top hat shellacking. Which
it was.
We've only had 3 of ever, by the way, and 2 in this series.
Alliance, they got their first kill, I believe, 27 minutes into the game. So maybe they should stay away from the Hoodwink or just draft differently. Hoodwink doesn't do anything to normal heroes. Hoodwink also doesn't do anything to Timbersaw. Like, he has so much armor.
It's true.
Hoodwink with the tickles, pretty much.
That didn't tickle very much, I'm not going to lie. But neither does Hoodwink, I guess. So, point taken, Lacoste. All right, that is the end of this series. Alliance goes to the lower bracket. Let's see what the panel has to say about this series overall.
It's one tickling after another, except in VP's victories, they were pretty ruthless ticklings. I don't know, it's like you're laughing, you're like, oh, I can't take it. And then you die 2 times. Alliance just look outclassed. Gonna go to a break, and when we return, break down the entire series.
When you're by my side, I love it. Nothing in this world can hurt me.
have that kind of answer to it. And yeah, it's rough from Alliance. They've now game 1, game 3, same story of this Timbersaw threat. They didn't have an answer to it, be it a support that can soak the wave and farm up, an offlane that can come in and drag the wave away to protect the tower. And because you're losing these towers so quickly and so efficiently from VP, the game state just feels like it's snowballing before you're even like kind of grouping up.
I also think Zeus versus DK is a bit different than Zeus versus the heroes that Alliance had. DK has some counterplay to Zeus because you're a jump hero. Alliance legitimately had 0 ways to jump to Zeus. Like, you can argue that Nyx can sort of get in there in a bit, like sneak around on him, but it's pretty impossible to kill Zeus. He's not that squishy. He has pretty high strength gain, and you have like curse to disengage. You can see like there's even a time where Hanskin, he was following the Zeus in the top trees, but it didn't matter that he found Zeus. He just couldn't engage.
Yeah, and you were even theorizing that maybe Zeus could find some value in a BKB, but it wasn't even necessary.
He didn't even need it this game.
Yeah, like you can see on Nika Baby's face here, like 7 minutes, he's already dying on the tower, he's out, and then at that point, VP. Just look at the mini-map, right? Minute 17, the most important towers are falling on the dire side. And the Zeus ult into then Earth. Oof. Yeah, just VP plays so quick. Like, I keep harping on about it, but losing these early towers, it just simplifies the game. It just, your supports can play behind this big off lane. They can play with this Luna joining in the fights. And when there's like Zeus, right? He's not in the meta, unpicked at the major. But when you do get a Zeus pick at this position, Terrorblade, he went SMY, he went Dragonlance, then he feels like he has to go BKB. He isn't able to scale in damage compared to the Luna. The Luna, all she has to do is go BKB Butterfly. She's gonna have a great time.
Did you guys see that clip at the end where DM, he managed to use his first spell to cut the tree before the Hoodwink second spell came in to finish Luna? That was very sick reactive play there.
Yeah, just VP game 1 and 3. It's like this drafting construct into then game plan. Alliance, I thought after game 1, I thought they'd learned a little bit from it. Game 2, they looked like they changed. But going into game 3, they do the exact same thing. Pick Hoodwink, give away the Timbersaw, and they just didn't really cover themselves from the Timbersaw. Like, sure, you could talk about Zeus here, but I think, simply put, Virtus.pro with Timbersaw is a scary beast, and you have to have an actual full game plan on not just the laning phase, but who rotates in, who does that. Because if you don't, you are just going to get absolutely walked over. That VP did in both 1 and 3.
And I don't really know why they kept prioritizing Hoodwink so highly as well. Like, first phase, first pick, we saw even at the Animajor, I guess like Quincy first phased it like once.
Again, most of their games have been on the B stream. So they did play against Unique with the first pick Hoodwink, they beat them there. They played against Secret as well with the first pick Hoodwink, they beat them there as well. So it is something that they were 2-0 with coming into this series. So I feel like it was maybe one of the comfort strats that they had ready. It's just VP was able to just Timbersaw and then play on.
Yeah, more than that, with openings, generally it's something that you've practiced in scrims or you just feel really strongly in pubs. So we don't have that context.
No.
I would think that Alliance have very good reason for first picking it. I mean, I don't quite understand it either, but, it happens.
It happens, and we'll get a chance to speak to Save from Virtus.pro after such a dominant victory. Save, I gotta say, how do you feel about being the first one to feed in Game 1 and Game 3? You guys had 0 deaths, and then you were the first to die both times. What do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad that I died in these games. I mean, I was the one that was saying in the game like that, let's make 0 deaths, and then I like die in 2 minutes first. So
it's okay, at least on the Lion performance, you were getting kills like you were a core. You were getting a lot of kills in that last game. You were on a streak as well. I guess, how did you feel about being able to get your hands on the Timbersaw against Hoodwink every single time?
I mean, I think we had a really good draft, especially in game 3. I think they did a mistake. I'm pretty sure they had to first pick some Wyvern or Timbersaw, but they first pick Hoodwink, and we get like our best draft even, and it's really good for us. So,
do you think that Winter Wyvern is going to get a big nerf when the next patch comes out? Like in the last fight alone, I think you did like not you, but this Wyvern itself did about 5,000 healing. So, you think some nerfs are needed here?
Yeah, for sure. I think for sure this heal or Holy Lock is going to be nerfed for sure.
And then also kind of follow-up question, at the major you were unable to really play against many teams, of course, but you're going to be able to play up against T1 or Quincy crew in the next round of ESL Summer. Do you have a team that you prefer to play, SCA or NA?
I think I would like to play against T1. I think when we were in the Kiev, we had pretty good scrims against them, like 50-50. So yeah, I would say I would like to play T1. They are a good team.
Okay, thank you.
Did you read Zhao's interview where he talked about you guys?
Not really.
Okay, so in his interview, he talked about how you guys sort of went to scrims and you picked your best strategies. Picked this first pick TA, you destroyed people, and then when it came to matches, you picked the same thing.
Yeah,
I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that, if you're going to change that up in preparation for TI, or just any thoughts in general on that.
I mean, it wasn't like really that, as he said in the interview. I mean, yeah, we were first picking TA on the scrims, but it wasn't like everything like he said in his interview, like on his stream. So, I mean, I don't know. It's really hard sometimes to really know like what you should pick on the official game, because of course, you play scrims and then you make some conclusions about the heroes, like what is strong, what is weak, and you have to choose like your best strat on the official game. So we chose our TA strat in a few games on the major, but I mean, I think those games weren't like about TA. We just played really bad in those games. We're doing a lot of critical mistakes. Pretty sure we could have won even with TA all those games on the major if we just play better.
Well, you're getting your mojo back in this tournament. Congratulations on now a top 3 finish in ESL One Summer 2021, and looking forward to seeing who your next opponent will be.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Cool. Thank you.
Bye.
Antonio, we have now crowned the online kings, although I guess we'll still have to conclude it at the end of this entire event. But right now, VP poised with their top 3 finish, taking it over Alliance. And we will now get to cover our next upper bracket game, Quincy Crew versus T1, after the break. just, how many days ago was this? June 11th. Oh, wow. It's literally the 1 week anniversary of Quincy Crew up against T1 at the Animajor, where T1 ended up getting a 2-1 victory. Quincy Crew won Game 1. T1 took Game 2 and Game 3. Ended up moving forward into winner bracket finals against LGD. Can they do it again? Can they replicate that performance, Jenkins, or is Quincy coming in with a vengeance?
Yes.
Okay.
I think T1 looks insanely good. They look a lot better in this tournament than they looked at the Animajor, and they did very well at the Animajor. These boys are looking scary. This is one of those lineups that I think we talk about for perhaps the online performance is slightly better than the pressured kind of environment performance. But then again, Quincy Crew's the same. Like, this is a team that did really well in the NADPC, and then in the Animajor, they did okay, but I think even they expected more from themselves out of that. And I think a lot of North American fans did as well.
Yeah, and we got to speak to Whitemon from T1. Let's see what he had to say.
Hi guys, I'm Whitemon. I'm playing position 5 and I'm playing from T1 Dota 2. I think I would draft more for the late game because we picked the Spectre and their draft is like kinda thick and like fast. It's like they got Luna and then they got Timber, Invoker. They just want to stick and take the objective. We kinda like drag to the late game. That's how we win the game.
Gets the double kill to start things off. Boom. Pretty tanky overall, but he's just getting controlled to a high degree. And this looks like a definite one fight for T1.
When I'm dying, I just think about myself and need to stop dying like that because I'm dying like stupid. Hanging up in Europe, I think the weather is good and then the food is good. Yeah, everything is good, I think, in Europe. Even the pubs. For the Quincy Crew, I think they're a good team. Yeah, their landing is so strong and we scream them a lot and we fight them already at any major. We know their gameplay and their game style. I think we kinda prepare for the Quincy Crew. Yeah, we are very ready to the upper bracket for the round 3 and good luck for us.
I don't know if I believe him. Whitemon's a sweet boy, but nearly every Southeast Asian player I've ever spoken to, their number one complaint about international travel is always the food. No one nails Southeast Asian food anywhere in the world, unless you're there.
Yeah, and I guess he also misses eating the breadsticks, eating the chocolate caramels that he's been munching on for the set throughout the first and second season. Every single time you see this player on camera, he's always eating something.
Dude, that was the go-to thing for Whitemon, because we had webcams during the DPC, and Whitemon was just...
He did say that he wanted to stop feeding, so maybe that's what he was referring to.
Will he be able to stop feeding against Quincy Crew? Because he said that they were prepared for it. They said that their laning is strong, but they actually scrimmed them, which I was actually not expecting. I guess maybe because they're both in Europe right now, it might be an opportunity, or maybe they feel that they're on similar skill levels.
Something that the Southeast Asian teams did throughout the first and second season. They didn't play any of the Southeast Asian teams and scrim them until they played them in the DPC. So I'm very surprised that they decided to scrim against Quincy.
Yeah, it's a change of pace for them, although I guess Southeast Asia is taking advantage of all the cross-regional scrims that they get their hands on, because they were also scrimming Chinese teams during the Southeast Asian DPC. But what has Quinn of Quincy Crew been up to?
Crew playing so aggressive with the Yamara Spectre and working to their favor.
I think our heroes are a bit hard to play with. We have to execute really well, and we didn't play quite well enough. Just a bit off. First game of the day memes or something. So it just gets like a bit hard eventually. The execution is really high, and we just didn't play well enough to win the game. I don't think we were worried, or I wasn't at least. I think it's just one game at a time, right? And I think we felt that game was annoying, and if we just got we just get some slightly different heroes the next game, or we're a bit more comfortable, just play a bit better, we'll win. We just need to clean it up a little bit, so I don't think I didn't feel bad at all. I think it's difficult to prepare for gameplay because you play according to your heroes and such, so it's not you shouldn't have a pattern or anything, you should just play according to your heroes. as far as drafts go, yeah, anybody can look at Dota buff and stuff, so I don't think they particularly had an advantage.
See, they will find Nixon for sure. Hex, Earth Spike on top of that. Snaking, in trouble. They see him with the infest for now. Spike Carpets, out comes the Lifestealer. They already lost Snaking, but they will be able to get a counter kill as a result on MSS. Skinner has been ruined, the hunt been used, and now Skinner is in trouble, dead immediately. Fata won't be able to survive this either. 3-3 has lasted forever, but done nothing. He's out of mana completely, so they're just going to take their time finishing him off. Quincy crew.
We obviously want to win. We lost last time in an unfortunate manner. I think we felt we should have won the third game. You always want to win. It always feels good to beat people that beat you in the past. So, it should be a good series, and, we hope to win. And we're just going to, do our prep. We're going to go in and try and win. I think if we play our best, then we have a very good shot. So.
The grudge match, you love to see it. I actually enjoy how all these interviews are done like literally the night before, which usually you'd think like, oh god, I gotta cram, but like we get the most fresh insight.
It's true.
So I wanna know what's going on, and I wanna know, what's going on with the DHL leaderboards right now? Are you on top? I hope you are, because it's already day number 3, and you better be getting ready for some exclamation point DHL drop. If this is your first time tuning in, if you're just an enthusiast of the Animator and you want to see the rematch, well, let me explain to you what's about to happen.
Do you think you know everything about Dota 2? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL Dota 2 Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Speed's the name of the game, so get ready. I want you to type in exclamation point DHL drop into your chat right now, and then a space. And then you're going to type one of these letters, depending on what the question is. What is the cooldown of the scan ability in seconds? Is it 150, A? Is it 180, B? Is it 210, C? Or is it 240, D? Enter your answers now.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I use this by accident. I have a bound to alt something, and I hold alt to see towers, and then I use this thing.
I know, but I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. I think...
you said that last time, and then you were
wrong.
wrong.
And I was incorrect, yeah, because it was a Grimstroke, and I thought that was Arc Warden. But in this one, I'm 100% sure that I know the answer. And I'm pretty sure the chat also knows.
Oh, of course.
They're always smart.
They're going to have to wait, though, because we're actually already into the draft. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, you'll get your answer after... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I lied. Well, let's go to the draft right now. Right now. No break. I need the draft.
What do we do? There's usually breaks right now.
It's time to panic. Just kidding. We're going to go to the draft. You'll get your answer after that. You can still type in exclamation point DHL drop A, B, C, D if you have the different answers. But yeah. Is the draft ready? Or is it about to be ready? Oh, it's ready. Are you ready?
I don't trust Lacoste when he says he knows something.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
It's fully... Wow, that is...
You mean ready? Like ready to play some Dota?
Like, put me in, coach. Okay, we got a draft going on right now, gentlemen. Quincy Crew versus T1. Game number 1. Quincy Crew banning out Enchantress and Viper, picking up Axe Phoenix. T1 banning out Broodmother, Invoker, Darkseer, picking up Lion, Terrorblade.
Invoker ban. That is surprising. Quincy Crew doesn't really pick that hero that much, and I would imagine that's some sort of scrim insight there. So it's interesting to see that maybe Quinn has been practicing the old Invoker.
I think he got cooled off on Void Spirit, and so he's trying to find a new signature. They were picking Viper all the time during NADPC, right? But that always gets first phase banned. This time, they're first phase banning it.
Yeah, they picked Viper against... who did they play against? Tundra. Yeah, game series.
3 games in a row.
All 3 games they picked Viper, and they'll also, like, one thing I noticed is they usually tend to last pick during the major, at least they tend to pick last pick hero for Quinn.
Yeah.
And this time around they're either first phasing it because he was playing Viper, like they also Ember or Void Spirit in the first phase or the second phase, so they're not keeping it for the last pick. So we can see a bit of a switcheroo coming out the way they're drafting.
It's interesting because during the first season of NADPC, we had the critique of Quincy Crew. Okay, these guys are going to go international, and they always first phase Quinn's hero. They were so heavily reliant on him being like Void Spirit or Ember Spirit every single game. and then they swapped it back, so they started last picking, and now they're kind of back to like, we don't know what Quincy Crew is doing. So it is good to see them keeping things fresh. But on the other side, T1 has an opportunity to pick up the Winter Wyvern, which they've heavily relied on. Whitemon, his positioning, I mean, I think he's been the best Winter Wyvern so far that I've seen, at least in this tournament.
Yeah, some clutch saves coming out from him. The positioning in the series against Viking, they were top-notch. And I feel T1 is one of the few teams here that are playing the meta heroes. They're like, they didn't change their style. They're picking what they've been picking throughout the whole major, and they played, decent amount of games. And here, the same thing. They just pick the strong heroes. They pick the strong lanes. So support duo can play even if you're playing from behind, the support duo can always do stuff on the map. They never play these position 4 and 5 passive heroes. There was one game, I believe it was Warlock plus Wyvern, if I'm not mistaken, or Warlock plus a Phoenix, where they couldn't really do too much, but then you can still salvage the draft with a hero like a Dragon Knight or an Axe that has a low cooldown initiation tool.
I love that T1 picked the Lion. I think this team, to me, is just one of the greatest teams in the world at selecting fights. They'll do this thing where they kind of linger on the side of fights, and they only go in when they see a really good opportunity, and they're really good at deciding when that is. And Lion is the best hero for doing that. You just wait until you see the right jump. You jump them, you kill them. All of these heals and holy lockets that come out, they don't do anything against the Lion Burst. So I feel like that fits perfectly into the T1 style.
Now, I know you're known to peruse the old pro tracker from time to time, Jenkins. Tell me, has Yawar been playing any Axe recently? Or is this a Leslau Axe?
I have no idea. I've not looked at his. I would imagine just knowing Yawar, it's going to take him a while to get to learn these heroes like Axe.
That's what I would think, but we saw ILTW whip it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true. And Yawar does play these like Nature's Prophets and Latrax. That's always kind of been in his forte because he was a mid player before. And so he can play these heroes, but Axe is much more of like an off-lane style hero, even when you're playing it as a carry. So it is something new, and I think a lot of these teams are, to a large degree, using this as like a practice grounds for TI, which doesn't mean they're not trying to win. That's an insane thing to argue. I think it's that they're trying out strategies. They're trying to play their absolute best right now, and so I could see them picking Axe for him just to see, okay, can we pick this at the International?
Hoodwink, one more time. It feels like Hoodwink stocks are on the rise.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It didn't look too good in the previous series.
It's all stocks are on the rise. It looked terrible.
No. There's always dips.
There's always
the
dips.
major was pretty high. It was like 87%, I believe. Lost only one game. And this time around, you have a break mechanic against the Timbersaw. You have ways of setting things up with either Puck Coil or Axe Call, which is going to be nice. So you have like a guaranteed spot where they're going to be standing. Puck into Lion, like it can go both ways, whoever gets a better initiation. We've seen Pucks getting third item Eon Disc. It's always pretty much the same item build. Witchblade into Blink Dagger, into Eon Disc just to be able to protect themselves, and they go with the Dragon Knight, something that T1, I mentioned, like they always pick the heroes that are meta, that are strong. These were their openers, either Lion plus a DK, DK plus Terrorblade, even very similar style to what EG has been doing throughout the major, and these are their comfort heroes. So T1, like they know what they're doing.
This seems to me like a really insane Phoenix game. You have really good combos. You have 3 heroes that can protect the egg, and then you have 3 heroes on the enemy team that all don't like taking that Sunray damage. Terrorblade, you can chew through his illusions. Timbersaw, you can kill him through his armor. Dragon Knight, exact same thing. So if I'm T1,
Spirit Vessel Carrier as well. Timber, Dragon Knight, like
even TB to some degree.
Yeah, he gets tanky.
If I'm T1, I want to pick some hero to deal with this egg because Phoenix is a problem right now, and I think just something that can solve it.
That they've been picking is the Snapfire. Snapfire line was their go-to combo during the season 2. Very effective, so gives them more like team fight potential. You can find Hoodwink in the trees. Let's see what they decide to ban out.
That sounds amazing. You have the DK setup stun as well. Even totally disregarding the egg, DK plus Snap is one of these like classic, well, I say classic, like month-old combos because you just have insane damage for the DK stun, and Snapfire needs that setup.
Yeah, generally Carl's hero pool has usually been as we mentioned during the animation, are offlaners that are played in the mid lane, like Sand Kings, Magnuses, Dooms, DKs.
I love that.
Yeah, but in this game, it's not really going to work out that much because, like you said, we need an egg hitter, and it may be DK mid, and so they may just opt to get. Well, actually, no, it has to be DK.
It's DK.
Yeah, so
I think it's Snapfire or Warlock for T1, where they can like split the fight, have a counter initiation tool, and secure a lane for TB, or the Snapfire that we mentioned.
Snap
the
just seems
egg
too
hitter.
insane. Let's see.
Cuckoo's thinking.
Mulling it over.
They've got plenty of reserve time.
Because Zephyr and Whitemon both have played Lion, so they can flex it a little bit.
Yeah, they have a minute and a half of reserve time, so they can really think about this pick because Quincy has last pick, so you know, there's considerations to be made. Are there any like real toxic cheese heroes left in the pool?
Position 5 Oracle is also good, like especially against Axe plus Phoenix. So you have a Dispel mechanic, and TB plus Oracle has always been a pretty strong combo. You can nullify the damage coming out from Puck, even Hoodwink. So that's also one of the heroes that they should consider.
That's true. Like, because I do think when you have TB versus some Axe Phoenix, you are really concerned about the lane because these heroes do a crap load of magic damage, and TB has the lowest HP in the game.
Zephyr did also play some Mirana earlier in this tournament. Another.
Yeah, they could run the five line.
I think in this case you need to like either pair line up with TB in lane or just get a like.
Okay, they do go for it.
Okay, so yeah, the initial thought egg hitter for Quincy crew, they lack possibly. An offlaner or a safe laner?
It's hard to say with the Axe.
I feel, you know, this is going to be a safe
Yawar
laner.
has actually not played Axe in pubs, so it would be a debut for him.
It would be just scrims, which I could see that happening.
For sure.
I know Yawar. I met him in the elevator at the animator, and he was complaining about the pubs. So maybe he just stopped pubbing so much and mostly just focusing on scrims. I could see that. But Lelis is a phenomenal Axe, so he's very good at this here. I could see him just taking it. Comfort. Oh, there's Jack.
Jack is there. Always nice to see my friend Jack in the background, not contributing much with the words, but he's there. He's there. Yeah, exactly.
Morphling. Okay. Yawar, I mean, this is probably Yawar's best hero, the Morphling. This is when Sumail and Yawar came into the NAC, and it was like all about Sumail Storm and Yawar Morphling.
A lot of magic damage against these high armor heroes of Terrorblade, Timbersaw, and DK, so I can see the shotgun potential.
Yeah, good against the TB in the game, too. The only thing with the TB versus Morphling matchup is TB farms so quickly.
Yeah. I think in this game, we will find out who has the real shotgun. Is it the Morphling? Is it the Snapfire? Real questions being asked.
Yeah, that's it for sure. I thought you were going to continue with that, but no, that's it.
That's it. That's all I got.
Let's see.
To be more serious, I like T1's draft. This Morphling, they have enough burst damage. They have the lockdown. Also, Timbersaw should have a relatively free lane. It's going to be, again, a Hoodwink, so it doesn't really do too much, as we've seen in the previous series. So, yeah, I'd say this is, in terms of numbers, 60-40 for T1.
I don't care about those numbers, Lacoste. I care about the cooldown of Scan. No, I didn't forget about you. You remember that DHL drop? Which one was it? Was it 150, 180, 210, 240?
Can we guess
Production. Yeah, what's your guess, Jenkins?
240.
You are correct.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey.
Just kidding. You got baited. How do you not know? You're an analyst on the panel.
He's never right. He's never right.
I'm just trolling.
We were going to a restaurant yesterday. He's like, I remember a bridge. There's 60 bridges. This country's filled with bridges.
I remember a bridge.
And we didn't cross one.
Did we find the place or did we
not?
not?
We did, but it was total luck. It was completely luck. Do not trust this man.
210 seconds, exclamation point, DHL drop C. If you're correct, be sure to visit the URL, see where you are on the leaderboard. Now, I don't trust you on cooldowns, but I trust you on predictions. Jenkins, which team are you going for?
I'm going to go with T1. I think the DK makes their draft really easy to play.
Lacoste?
Same. 60-40, in my opinion, for T1. There we go.
60-40 is your number. Jenkins going 1-17 is his number. And I want to know 2,000, specifically AUI and Sunsfan with the cast.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would just like to say that Jenkins has no idea what he's talking about. Lacoste and I knew exactly where we were going the entire time. He just has no faith in human beings because he is, in fact, not one. Sunsfan here with AUI 2000. Greetings.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome, Curtis, to this beautiful cast. This is a best of 3 between Quincy Crew and T1, a rematch of the Animajor. A lot of Quincy Crew fans, myself included, AUI, thought that they should have won that game 3. They were up by a decent margin,
I think,
and then lost.
Honestly, I think T1 thought Quincy Crew was going to win that game 3, but they managed to claw it back as they do with so many games.
Yeah,
I mean, there's like supposed to win and there's actually winning, right? If you can't close it out, then that's it.
LOA.
Oh, he took Spirit.
He is dead. First blood, T1. Just right on cue. Praising Quincy Crew. And T1 gets it.
That was such a casual death, though, you know? He just sort of walked in there.
I feel like that's SVG's classic, though. Usually it's on Abaddon, so he doesn't really care.
Yeah, but usually not like this early, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I didn't know that. When you respawn, you keep your fire spirits. Because usually your respawn time's long, right? It's level 1. So you actually had 2 fire spirits respawn. Found it. Completely worthless info, but...
That's a cool trivia
I guess
question.
if you buy back, then it probably still has it. You can TP in a fight with them still up.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Doesn't matter at all. That's my favorite part of Dota.
You're saying that ironically, I think, but that actually is my favorite part of Dota, is that these little like intricacies that make no sense sometimes.
No, that is my favorite part of Dota.
Yeah, I think it's cool too. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Okay, so talk about the lineups. Who do you like?
I think it depends a lot on this bot lane, but since Kuku got first blood, I'm gonna go with I like T1. The last time I saw this matchup was in Kazu was playing Timbersaw versus Nigma, I believe, and they 2-0'd them. He managed to kill IoTW in the matchup at level 1, and Morphling is susceptible. I also like what they're doing here. They're actually going aggro. Okay, I thought they were just blocking the wave so that Timbersaw could come down here, but an aggro trialing coming out.
Yeah. Talk to me about this. Does this, will you work hair? I mean, it's Phoenix position 5.
It's an aggro trialing, but he immediately lost control of the equilibrium. So that means that MSS on the Hoodwink should have to come down here very early. Phoenix and Morphling are very bad trialing heroes. You can see, like, they're just getting zoned out. MSS needs to TP now. Axe does out-farm Timbersaw in a 1v1, so they should just do it.
Yeah, and of course we were just casting, well, me and Lacoste were just casting a couple Hoodwink matches for Alliance. They lost both in horrendous fashion. And I know you and I watch a lot of NA Dota. MSS, he is, I'm going to call him the guy that is trying to, he's the one that's popularized this hero, I feel like. He's the first one to pick it, basically, and he's had great success with it.
Yeah, we saw even Kret picking it up from his NA brethren at the Animajor. I think he went like 7-0 in that game.
Yeah.
Hero looks good, but I don't know what's happening. I feel like the comm should have told MSS to come to bottom already. The camp's blocked, the lane's pushed. Your carry's getting free zone out of the lane.
Yeah, Leslau still level 1, but this will give him level 2 at the very least. MSS probably going to be out of XP range there, but it's not an aggro try anymore for T1. As who is that? That's Whitemon that came to the top.
Lion TV's top. I guess their idea was that they were gonna get the lane back against Timbersaw and zone him, but I don't feel like the impact is the same. No matter what you do to the Timbersaw this lane, when he gets level 3 and 5, he's still sitting in lane and farming. I do not think it's the same for Morphling. Shero's heavily reliant on getting a good start. Oh, and they get the worst small camp spawn. I think they need to remove the small camp. Every other camp can like deny creeps if you sort of half pull, but this camp in particular, like even if you only pull the range creep, it won't kill the range creep. It's really dumb.
You're not a big fan of Kobold, huh?
No.
What if they give him a little bit more damage?
Yeah, I mean, they could rebalance it.
Sure. I mean, it's the coolest model of all the small camps. I mean, he's holding a cup. We
can sort of compare, like, at top lane, Whitemon. I mean, he does a very good connection here, but the small camp would have gotten 2 creeps into deny range, and then you look at this one bottom, and this melee creep's taking almost 100 damage, and the other one's taking 50 damage.
Yep, that is true. We see the meta into the cookie. LOA. This might be his second death of the game. Yep, that last right click from Zephyr. As meanwhile, top lane, Whitemon takes a tumble, so trades across the map on respective position 5s. And this is a lane we haven't really talked about. We've seen a lot of this at the Animajor, the Puck versus the Dragon Knight. Because, like, for the most part, it's just, you know, the DK will survive, both will farm. Do you see it the same way?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, DK has some potential to take Puck's tower if Puck tries to rotate too much. I think we'll see Quinn steal his bounce and TP to take his own here, though, so that's pretty good for him. I think T1, how they set up their lanes with the aggro has just been fantastic. This Morphling, he's just getting completely shut down, whereas I think if you lane it versus Timbersaw, usually Morphling has a pretty good lane and some timings at level 6.
Well, Leslaw's getting pretty close at the very least to getting his Ring of Health, which will allow him to sustain a bit in lane.
He opted for the boots before Ring of Health, which I think is a good aggressive choice. They used that to kill Whitemon once, and it's already paid itself off in that. It's not like you can really sustain versus Timbersaw anyways.
Yeah, but kind of what you're talking about here, the TB 19 and 11 CS versus the counterpart in Yuar 9 and 2.
Yeah, and
so
the
obviously
matchup,
not a good start.
The matchup used to be really more favored when you could ulti Terrorblade, and then you would use meta and go back into Morphling, and you would have meta while in Morphling form. It'd be super strong. But they actually changed that, fixed it, I don't know what you want to call it, and now you can't do that. So the matchup it's pretty even now, I think. Maybe slightly more favored, but not with this start.
So why can't you do that, though? Because if you have like Little Shredder, for example, that still applies when you turn back to Morphling, right?
How that
Or
worked
Shadow
was
Realm as well.
before you would change back from Terrorblade in the transformation time of meta, and that would make you keep it. I don't know why or how they fixed it, but they just changed it. Like a lot of Dota changes are just like that.
Yeah, for sure. MSS pressuring Whitemon off the lane. Will not die, but with that Battle Hunger, just has to waddle his way back to the base. Yeah, tell me about the Morphling this game then. Is there anything that is this just going to be like a right-click Morphling or E-Blade Morphling, something like that, or you actually go for Ags at some point?
I don't think there's a reason for him to go to Eggs.
You don't want to see the Axe with Shard? Double Axe Shard?
Oh.
I mean,
I do. Wait,
cool.
like I want to see that, but do I think it's good? Right? Like, they're different.
That's true. Well,
I really want him to go there. I want him to go Blink Manta and turn into Axe with Eggs.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to. You have Waveform. You don't need the blink.
No, you need the blink. You need to commit.
Okay, but I'm guessing the way it works is you get Shard on Morphling, and that means you get the whoever you copy Shard, right?
Yes,
okay.
that is how it works. It's very good. I saw Morphling. Oh,
see the Bushwhack onto Whitemon. And a double call, actually, but this is going to cost a couple lives. Quincy crew. Nice double kill there, essentially. MSS and both Leslau each take one for themselves.
Yeah, a little bit uncoordinated from T1. I feel like their tower's not under any pressure. I don't know if they should feel like they have to deal with this Axe. I mean, he's at his strongest point. He just got his Vanguard, and they're sort of committing on him. I mean, he didn't have Vanguard there, but that looked very far from death.
Right. Well, now that he has it, it's going to be cutting that wave, and...
because they put so many resources top, though, like, I feel Morphling is catching up now, right? Like, that feels a bit awkward. You shut down this hero really hard, and now Savage is on his own here.
Yeah, Carl's going to get the Dragon Tail. Whitemon with the Earth Spike. But here comes the coil from Quinn, first of the game, into the Bushwhack as well. Illusory Orb is enough to take out the Lion, but not enough to take out Carl. Another good kill there for Quincy crew.
Raindrops is a very good item, guys. Everyone buy it.
Yeah, I always forget it exists. I'm not going to lie.
Well, if you remembered, you gained 500 MMR.
500?
500 MMR. 5,000 MMR.
Okay, that's unreal.
50,000.
Leslie now taking out not only the wave, but some creeps as well. Cookie's going to be dodged from Quinn. Going to take the little Shredder, though. Oh, it's a lot of damage. And with this haste rune, Zephyr secures himself the kill on the mid laner, Quinn.
That's an amazing play. One thing that I noted, when the two supports from T1 went top, something that they did that was really good, actually, was they managed to keep their wagon alive. So if Axe is cutting your wave...
Oh, wow.
I missed
23 Savage. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they left it alone to do this way, but they kept their wagon top alive, which means Cuckoo can pressure this tower a little bit. They basically traded like 700 HP on the tower, though, for Terrorblade's full lane dominance, and it ends up with Terrorblade dying. So I don't think overall... Everyone's just dying. I'm not seeing it. I'm just bad at observing this.
That's fine.
Our obs are doing a
We're
better
catching
job.
enough to understand what's going on, but the thing I'm surprised by is that Cuckoo's level 6 versus the Axe level 7. Leslau, he was behind by a full level before he took out some of those stacks along with those 2 kills. So he's having himself a great game after a bit of a rough start.
Oh, they're going for the Timbersaw top here.
Yeah, Cuckoo has to worry here a bit. Fire Spirits are there. MSS looking for the Bushwhack. Actually, Cuckoo eats the tree with that Quelling Blade to try to prevent it, but oh, we're going to have a pot. What the horse happens here, AUI? We got a 3v1 surrounding Cuckoo.
He's going to walk away.
Okay.
Because he used the Quelling Blade to cut the Acorn shot from MSS. It was very fast there.
Oh, I didn't even know that was the Acorn shot.
You said that before he did it. Because I think I don't know, he tangled or something? A tree?
No, he Quelling Bladed a tree because I think he was trying to prevent the Bushwhack onto the tree.
And it came on cooldown.
I didn't see the second one, yeah.
Yeah, he just used his 4-second cooldown here. He shot it right as MSS was putting the Acorn shot down to stun him with Bushwhack, and I think that potentially was a kill. Now, what tree did he?
All right, he didn't kill it. I just made it up.
He used Timber Chain to cut it.
Yeah, I just had the premonition here.
Look at this.
That this was going to happen. Boom!
That's an Intel replay right there.
That's right. That is very true. This is not an Intel replay, though. This is a choppity chop for Leslau. So with the rotation from Quinn able to secure themselves. You were wrong, by the way. That's minus points on that one.
No, I have full vision, but I'm showing why we're not playing because I didn't know this puck was coming at all. And it's a very good rotation by Quinn.
Yeah.
And there's a reason we're casting, right? Like.
Yes, this is true. This is true. All right, well, Quincy Crew.
Wait, this puck, do you see this puck's net worth?
Yeah, Quinn
Puck is the
not having a
lowest
hot
score by
game.
far. What happened?
This is not normal for him, that's for sure.
This Dragon has 53 to 23 CS. He just dumped during Quinn mid.
Yeah, that's... Whew.
And Carl, his laning has been extremely impressive at the Animager.
We're gonna get the Waning Rift here into the Invis room, but Carl still pressuring the tower. And with that minus armor from the little Shredder, it's gonna be a lot of damage applied here. And with very little resistance from Quincy Crew.
Yeah, we can't see though. Lelis is, he's just sort of dragging the creep boys into the neutral camps, which is why he's so, and he has 77 CS at
Can you
9
stop
minutes.
saying Lelis? I kept calling him Lelis at the major.
What am I calling him?
Well, it's Leslau now. He changed his name. But it's just really hard for me to be on the same page.
I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to get myself off of saying Lelis.
They keep changing their names. It's very annoying.
SVG.
I'm just going to call him
LOA.
Avery.
Yeah, that's just too much for me.
MSS used to be Mojo Stormstar.
But that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but I still call him Mojo.
That's fine. I mean, that's what it stands for. I think that's
true.
still technically accurate, right?
It is very hot here, Suns fan.
Yeah. Leslau will be getting the Blink Dagger on the way. This is a 9-minute Vanguard Blink, my friend. That is pretty insane time.
That might be one of the fastest we've ever seen. He's 5.3k net worth in 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Crazy.
For sure.
I wonder who they want to kill with it, because DK is very tanky, and Timbersaul's hard to kill. I think their option probably wants to be 23 Savage, but you can Zephyr. He's already sort of set up here to save that Terrorblade. They know that something's coming.
And Carl now in the jungle here. We can see some Quincy Crew members
They need
on their
more
way
kills.
up there. Leslau joining that Blink now. We have some TP support from Mr. Timbersaw. Actually, we'll commit to it, but Quincy Crew already out.
It's a Blink reveal, but I think Quincy Crew aren't too sad with that. At least they forced out the TP. Now if they attack the bottom side of the map, Timbersaw won't be able to get there.
Yeah.
A good reaction from T1 though. Dodging a 9-minute Blink Dagger Vanguard on Max is a very important.
Yep, that's true.
Ooh,
You're right.
smoke, though.
The targets for them to go for are kind of difficult to kill for the most part.
Yeah, I like this though. They have their timing, so they're playing around their wagons, right? They just smoke to mid. I think the book should be coming for LOA here. Gets as low as 6, and now they have their full timing.
And looking for their opening here. Zephyr might be the target if they can see him. They'll take anything they can get at this point. But they don't see him, which is a major issue. So it looks like he will survive, and they're not going to get much out of it.
A
At
bit
least
of
not
an
yet.
awkward smoke. The ward was on Phoenix and not in the smoke, so they just sort of walked across the entire map into their jungle defensively and didn't find anything. However, one thing that's going for them is that does secure Morphling a lot of time to farm. He's basically caught up with Terrorblade, and when you consider their starts, like I think he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah. This is 6-4 start here for Quincy Crew. As you see a disconnect coming out. Yeah, who would you give the edge to based on what you've seen so far in the game? Is it tip the scales in your opinion at all, or are you still sticking with your original?
I think it's completely based on teamfight execution. Like if Quincy Crew get a good egg, they have the spells to protect it, both the bushwhack and the call. You can see them bait a really good fight.
Right.
However, like if T1 they're able to execute, sort of split up the fight a bit. They do have better lane shove with the Terrorblade and the Timbersaw. I think they can end up being very strong in these fights, especially since they do have that Snapfire with the low shredded Dakota egg. I think overall I'd slightly favor T1, but I don't think it's like 51-49 type of close, you know?
Oh,
I don't.
wow. Okay.
I'm not smart enough to have any real opinion on it.
Yeah, that's pretty typical from any analyst, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's
I'm used to
right.
working with Cinderin, so I get that all the time, obviously. Goes without saying. Yeah, MSS now level 6. And yeah, the biggest concern from Quincy Crew's side is Quinn himself in the farm. He has fallen quite behind, like you said. About
He's made some
made
good
up a
moves
little
to
bit of
catch
ground
up
now.
right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point, it looked really rough, but after that kill on the Timbersaw top,
Yep, initiation from Leslau. We see the Fire Spirits coming with the waveform as well. Zephyr will be chopped down by Leslau. Into the adaptive strike, Cuckoo. I don't think they have enough damage to work. Oh my god, that damage. Doesn't have enough to actually finish anybody off here yet, but will likely have enough to force Quincy Crew out.
look at Leslau. He's making this fast play to top. Instantly kills bottom, is already TPing top to make another play.
Okay, Quinn, he's gonna pop that coil to start things out. Leslau looking for the initiation, but the instant Dragon Tail. Breathe fire to follow, but here comes the egg. They don't have any lockdown to secure this, so T1's just gonna casually run away. Carl TP's out successfully, but at the very least for Quincy Crew, it will be a tier 1 tower. Whitemon TP's out as well.
I don't know when those trees got cut, but whatever cut them, probably Timbersaw. Carl just with the precognition, you know, he knew that Axe was coming, he pre-clicks a stun, and that's a good gank dodge right there. They do end up getting into tower, so both sides, I think, like morally, I think you're pretty happy with it on the other side. They was going for the Lincolns. They do have a Dragon and a Lion, so that does make sense.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Cuckoo's going to run into Yawar here. So Yawar trying to defend this tower.
They can get him. They have Finger.
Yep, absolutely. He actually attribute shifted there, but it's not going to be enough. Finger of Death from the shadows. Whitemon. Nice pickup there for T1.
These teams have just been very fast at moving around the map. We saw like some, you know, they call bottom, they're already teaming top. The Lion's already setting up and DK's pre-killing, and instantly Lion gets to bottom after that top play. I don't know what path he took, or I didn't see if he smoked, but they do have a lane ward for Radiant, so I'm sort of, I should have seen it, but I didn't, unfortunately.
I'll give you a little tip as an analyst. Don't admit that you didn't see something. Just make something up and people will believe you.
That's true. I have watched Mr. Kylecast. Free is free,
Makes
you know.
a
You
career
gotta
out of that,
make
for
those.
Sure. Yep, Quinn bouncing back a bit here.
He has his Witch's Blade and he's caught up to DK in farm.
Yeah, pretty close. Only 300 off.
Oh, DK has a Midas. Augers?
Really? Okay. I like that. As we see the MSS initiation here into nothing, just pressuring a little bit here. It's 3 minutes faster than average on this patch out of only 10 matches, so a little bit of a small sample size. Leslau not able to get the Berserker's call off. Now they have to be careful. T1, Cookie actually will connect onto Quinn, and here comes the Phoenix. The coil is applied, but Quinn just takes too much damage. Roll's gonna get snapped here. MSS gonna get clipped by a couple of these kisses. We'll see if T1 can clean up anybody else here. Courier trying to get him baited here, but it looks like MSS might fall as well. Oh, he gets off the sharpshooter to get a little bit of a distance there, but it's not going to be enough.
And really good play by T1 here. They're just going for the mid tower when they forced all the Quincy Crew's heroes back.
Yeah. Yeah, T1 looking really good. 2K net worth lead at 14 minutes now for them.
I saw this a lot from Miracle, where he would go like 4-4-0, take the talent at 10. And I'm actually sort of glad that Quinn got punished there for that, because I don't think Puck should be allowed to do this. If he had Space Shift there, he 100% dodges that stun and lives.
Yeah, it does seem like a pretty greedy build. And, I mean, Miracle, the game that I saw, it worked out for him, but then I saw it another game afterwards, and they got punished pretty hard.
Yeah, it's very risky, and I mean, I don't mind 4-4-0, but taking the 10 talent as well seems... Like, do you really need 25 damage? You're clearing creep waves in 2 spells anyways, sort of my idea.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of regret there. Does have the level of phase shift now, though.
Leslau's going for that Manta build. So he's identified that perhaps because Yawar and Quinn have both not had that good games, they need a little bit more damage to come out. The pure damage is very good against all 3 of the cores on T1, right? They're typically very tanky, high armor heroes.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. But as we talk, the league continues to grow in favor of T1 just slightly. And Cuckoo extremely tanky at this point of the game. And from Quincy Crew's perspective, are you waiting for something specific? Do you actually want to wait for the full Manta shard on Leslau?
I'm not
like,
too
what are your
sure.
pickoff potentials here?
So they just finished their Lincolns on Morphling. So that should
First
give them...
item Lincolns, wow.
Yeah, it's against Lion and DK, so I think it does make a bit of sense. Ooh, Lion, he's setting up on Yawar again.
Yeah, well, that's going to show that the Lincolns is there, and Whitemon now will attempt to run away. But LOA in the vicinity, no stun, of course. Adaptive Strike is there into the bushwhack. So Whitemon will fall.
Honestly, that was a really small play from Quincy Crew, but that was pretty sick synergy. Like, MSS predicted that Yawar was going to cast the push, and he aimed his bushwhack based on that push. So I don't think it was hitting on the TP. I think Quincy Crew right now, they need to find a way to push lanes a bit further so they can see their move options. Or if they get a pick off like this, then they can pressure a tower. The Lincolns on Morphling helps with that a lot, because he can push lanes further than he otherwise would have been able to.
Yeah, Quinn and company take out that tier 1 mid. But yeah, this Lincoln's pickup, that is an old school build on Morphling, I have to say.
It is.
As Whitemon, we can see the impact move here. The double stun, essentially.
That was a big impact move.
Indeed. Man, MSS looks so good.
He does. He's worked a lot on his image, I think.
Yeah,
it's
I
very
need to do the
sexy.
same. I can take some inspiration from him. But yeah, talk more about this Linken's, because this is super old school. This used to be like the first item you pick up on Morphling literally every game for like 5, 6, maybe even more years.
Yeah, I think from like Dota 1 days
Dota
all
1.
the way to like 2015, 2016, you would just go Linken's and Morphling. The idea was that you needed a lot of mana regen back then because attribute shift costs a lot more mana back then. With them increasing how much mana it costs, maybe that's part of what's bringing it back.
Wait, have you seen it more than this game?
What? Linken's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Linken's.
First item?
Yeah.
Really?
Against single target disable. Like right now, if you look at the map, like what does he have to fear, right? It's just Lion and DK. I mean, DK went Midas. He's probably expected him to go Blink and try to go for him. But it sort of makes sense in that sense. You saw that even though Lion procced it with the Hex into stun, like Yawer still got his Morph off. So even if there are more heroes, he would have lived. Just gives you a little bit of a window.
Yeah, even if there's a way for them to pop it easily, it just gives him that extra split second.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Blink Hex that's the fastest initiation in the game.
Yeah, it's
Can't
instant
really
cast.
counteract.
I mean, Whitemon can probably, like, if he impales from Fog into a Hex.
Oh, we have a coil to start things out here on Zephyr. He's on the outskirts here. Looks like he's going to get taken out with that Sunray from LOA. Yawar was TPing, canceled it though. Okay. Now he's getting pinged by somebody, but
they know exactly where he is, and they know that he canceled his TP. So I expect T1 to bring a lot of heroes here.
Okay. They
do have Lesla already set up in the area. He's sort of acting as a barrier. But Lion from behind.
Yeah, Whitemon is actually by himself. And here come the TP, Carl. And that Dragon from Lesla with a nice Berserker's Call onto 2. And they're just going to blow up Whitemon as a result. It looks like Quincy crew ready for that, like you said.
Yeah, Lesla, he played that fantastically. He knew that Morph was a little bit vulnerable, especially since he expended his TP, and he was just ready there. That was like perfect execution from the Lion, right? You come from an unexpected angle, you pop the Linken's, and you instantly hex, but it still wasn't quite enough.
Vambrace picked up on the TB. That's a pretty good one. What are you hoping for tier 2s?
For Terrorblade?
Yeah.
Vambrace is good. Let me take a look. I really like Aquila because I like mana regen.
Okay.
And I think Pupil's Gift is very solid. Like any of the Essence Ring, Pupil Gift, and Nethershaw, they're like very solid defensive options. But I think Vambrace and Quicksilver are probably your best farming ones. Aquila, Vambrace, and Quicksilver. Imclaw's fine too. Honestly, all the tier 2 items are pretty solid right now in Dota.
Yeah, I think they're quite balanced actually. Fairy Trinket on the other hand.
That is a good one. Possess Mask as well.
Lesla has the Yasha. Of course, not 20 minutes yet. See if he goes for the shard before actually finishing the Manta.
Oh, Quincy, they want to go in here.
Yep, they sure do. Cuckoo puts himself potentially in harm's way. Berserker's Call is there with the Sunray to follow. And that is going to be a very easy kill onto Cuckoo. And even the Mortimer's Kiss is coming out from afar. Yeah, and they know that that's down, so that's yet another spell that they don't have to worry about for this potential Roche take. Even Quinn is going for Linken's.
Yeah, it's just a really good item this game. It's hard to initiate onto these. Like, if you give Puck enough time to phase shift, he'll get that off. You give Morphling enough time to morph or live, right?
Yeah.
You just need a little bit of time. Also, I really like the Morphling versus Timbersaw matchup. I saw this once. I think it was Ame versus Beast Coast at the Major. I can't quite remember. But he was Morphling against the Timbersaw, and at level 6, he just solo killed him. Because the Whirling Death is so good against these strength heroes, like Timbersaw. And this Aegis has really swung the momentum of this map. Aegis means that you can push lanes further than you otherwise would. You can sort of take areas that normally you wouldn't deserve. And if you get map control with Quincy Crew's lineup, I think it's very easy for them to find kills.
Yeah. Aegis online, like you said. E-Blade is almost done for Yawar, about 800 away from that bad boy.
He is so farmed now, considering his start. I mean, Terrorblade is 2,000 above him, which blows my mind. But considering Morphling's start, I thought he wouldn't be able to get into this Dota game.
Does that really blow your mind, though? I feel like we've seen Terrorblade literally every game throughout the Major until now.
That's true.
And he always farms
It doesn't
well.
really blow my mind, but I just saw Morphling's items like, wow, that's really farmed, and I didn't see Terrorblade's network after.
That's true. Okay. Well, Lesla has the Manta. Now just needs that shard for this huge power spike. I'm not sure if they're actually going to wait for it because he's still pretty strong right now.
I think you have the Aegis. You should push forward on the map. Try to get your line as forward as possible. They do have the BKB on Carl, but it feels a bit awkward. Like these last, like maybe 12 minutes for T1, because you don't have a blink on your initiator, your Dragon Knight. It doesn't feel like they've been able to do anything but sort of react to what Quincy Crew is doing. As a result, they sort of lost that lead that they built up early. Also, I have not been liking the Midas pickups at this tournament.
Really? The Invoker or Midases have felt pretty good.
Invoker makes sense. Like, I mean, some of them are good, but I saw like Tundra, they bought 3 Midases. I did not like that.
I mean, that game was that was a weird one.
That was not
to be
good.
fair. Yeah. So tier 2 tower is down. MSS, by the way, position 4 Hoodwink has a Maelstrom coming. Obviously synergizes really well with Acorn Shot, but it's more that he's position 4. Talk to me about why he picks this one up. That's awesome.
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't think I've seen him pick that up once in the NADPC.
Yeah, they need more damage, I guess, and he's building it. Maelstrom's very good against, again, there's 3 high armor cores on T1, and they're all sort of tanky. I mean, Terribly's a tanky hero with Dragonlance, SMY, and Tiscati, right?
Right.
So maybe they just feel like they lack damage. A little bit more, and then you can E-Blade people, sort of deal.
And we see the double TP out here from T1 into their base, so Quincy crew won't find anybody initially, but now into the enemy triangle.
Yaowa's really far from this fight, though. I don't know if Quincy crew can take a fight here. They should hold a hill and just push waves from this area.
Yeah, now there's a Blink Dagger on the DK, so some initiation coming the way of T1 as this game, again, very even game so far, and kind of to be expected considering that the 3-game series for them in the Animajor went all 3 games.
Actually, I'm trying to think about this Maelstrom, because it's not for lane shove. Wait, one smoke in here?
Yeah, MSS going to get clipped by the Chakram. We can see the DK ult is popped. Carl does get the stun out, and MSS will be the sacrifice for Quincy crew. And if they just get out with that, they'll take that, I believe, any day of the week. But a lot of chase potential. Cuckoo with the Timber Chain Chakram. They're going to find Leslau potentially. Actually misses the Timber Chain, but still lots of damage to come on top of this.
They got
They blow up the Terrorblade instantly. What? Holy Jesus. The egg pops on the sideline. They're going to find yet another kill, this time on Leslau. So it's a 2-for-1. 23 Savage. I can't believe that he dropped that fast. Yawar turns into Mr. Timbersaw himself. They're going to find Zephyr in the trees. And with that Sunray, will ensure that they get their 3rd kill of this engagement.
Look at Quinn. He's getting his revenge tips in. He's been being tipped all game.
At first, when I saw Terrorblade die, I thought it was an illusion. It died.
Yeah, he didn't get wand off.
Had to do a double take.
Agitreads and Agi Vanbrace. Maybe he should go onto that Strength Vanbrace. They just did so much magic damage to him. I think potentially that 10% magic resist could have taken him a lot.
In meta here, as we can see. Let's see how fast he goes down here. Boom! E-Blade with the Sunray. Yeah, that is, whew. That's rough stuff.
Yeah, but why is Mojo getting Maelstrom to do so much damage? Maybe it's some like foresight that I don't quite see right now, I guess.
Well, you can ask him, I mean, you're friends with him. You can text him later and ask.
Usually I only message him that I'm reporting him, so we'll see.
Okay, yeah. You're very mean to him indeed. We see the E-Blade, Sharpshooter to follow. Not enough damage to take out Cuckoo on the Timbersaw. And the tier 2 tower now taking heavy, heavy damage, but the fortification will be popped by T1.
I've been seeing a lot of this Yo Scepter versus Hoodwinked, just so you can self-purge it. I saw it on the Tide Hunter earlier on this tournament. But we should note that because of that, you don't have a Lotus Orb to sort of get that Ethereal and Silence off your Terrorblade. That's part of the reason why he died in that bottom fight.
Well, Carl is actually forced to pop his BKB and TP out. Will be successful.
That's how almost as a shard too. 200 gold, and that's a strong axe timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so he's going to have that aggressive counter helix, essentially. It's basically like having 2 separate counter helixes because they don't share cooldowns as well. That's Quinn. It's going to be spotted out here. Reflection on him. They're not going to be able to hit the Earth Spike. Quinn, wow, he's just dancing with T1. Actually has to pop the coil just to ensure he gets out.
Oh, I thought he was dead there because I thought he was going to have to turn to Blink in the Timbersaw team. But Quinn with the 3,000 IQ play, he just goes forward, pushes past them, and silences and coils to get out.
Really? You need 3,000 IQ to do that?
Yeah, I've seen your puck.
That's not true. I haven't played puck in years.
Seen your puck, but I can imagine it.
That's true. Yeah, I can only imagine as well.
I've seen my puck, so, but that's like a 40 IQ one, so.
Yeah, makes sense.
So 23 Savage, he's going for the BKB, but I feel like his items, I mean, Scotty is really good against Morphling, but they feel a bit defensive. Like, I don't know if they have damage if they're having to fight into Quincy Crew's lineup. Like, Quincy Crew are going to group up around, like, some coil egg, and normally you need a lot of damage to push through that.
So what would you go for here? Because, I mean, in that last fight, if he had BKB, he still would have probably gotten initiated on pretty low, but the BKB ensures that he gets Sunder off there, probably, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's like an itemization problem or just like, this is just how the lineup goes. Maybe you have to wait for one more item after BKB. Because if I look at his items, like, you want each of these items, right? Like, they make sense. SMI, the Dragonlance, the Scotty, the BKB, they all make sense. It's just, he doesn't feel like he's a 16k net worth hero in this game.
Yep, not yet at least. We'll see in this next upcoming fight, but you are going for a BKB of his own. But here's the initiation from Carl. Dragon Tail, you can see the Sunray from afar, healing up Leza pretty nicely. Is the Finger of Death going to be enough? The Hex to follow, and indeed, he took literally every kiss there from Mortimer. Took a while, but Leza does die. Looks like it's going to be a trade, though. Able to take out Whitemon. Quinn, though, takes the Dragon Tail to follow. Oh, boy, that's not what he wanted. Was looking for a pick and run, but not able to run that time.
I feel like I've seen this so many times this tournament. Like the offlaners, they just think they're super tanky and they play in the middle of the map with not enough backup. Like with only a Phoenix behind you, he literally got hit by 5 heroes there. You're not going to survive.
Yeah. Especially not against a type of hero like Timbersaw, who can just eat right through you.
Yeah, for sure. And as you said, like they use Finger, they use every Mortimer's Kiss on him. And he doesn't have a cloak or anything, right? Like maybe if he has a cloak or a hood, but he doesn't really have a tanky build.
Oh, that's interesting. He actually got the Mindbreaker on Axe.
That's 25 attacks.
Does that apply to, does the silence apply to the illusions, do you know?
No, illusions do not get the active from it, but they do get the 25 attack speed, which is nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Mindbreaker's sort of a weird item.
What's that?
Mindbreaker feels like a weird item. I think it's like
that's
only...
a Pango item right there.
Yeah, it's good on Pango and Wind Ranger, right? But I don't know.
I mean, the silence can be pretty clutch, but yeah.
It can be, but it's awkward to use. Yeah. You compare it to like the Titan Sliver or a Paladin Sword or whatever you want.
Yeah, they're always good, basically. Yeah, Spider Leg is literally always good. That's the problem with that one. I mean, do you think that if it was literally just boots, wouldn't it still be good?
Like without the active?
Literally just regular boots, yeah. That would be still an item you use like in the tier 4 stage. For some heroes, right?
It would be, but I wouldn't be happy when I saw it because part of neutral items is like buffing up your current power spec, right? Like that's why Fairy's Drink is so good. It's because it's good for the time of the game it's at. That's another free Roshan.
Yeah.
They identified that they use metamorphosis.
Quinn takes the shard. Okay. So this will give 70 bonus damage to Waning Rift and knock people back 250 distance. So and it sounds cool in theory in terms of like synergizing with Dream Coil, but in practice, I haven't really seen it be too successful.
It used to get bought a lot when it was 100 damage because you would just buy it for the damage. But to be honest, Phoenix already bought his, Axe already bought his. Hoodwinks is like a negative, I think. Like it's not even a shard, and I don't think Yawar cared about
the decoy.
So. Yeah. He was just like the last one left to take one.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good point.
That decoy is actually awful. So
it could be game winning. You never know.
Yeah. If you cast a spell on it, it might stun you for 1 second.
Yes. Maybe if it was a regular bushwhack and not a lesser one. But yeah, it will be. I mean, with the Waning Rift also will reveal invisible units, including wards in the area, which is kind of cool. So kind of a Zeus treatment to some degree. But yeah, majority of Quincy crew do have the shard, like you said. So smoking up, 3K network lead now for them. Leslie looking for the initiation. Dragon Forms pop. That's the Aghanim Scepter on Carl. He is very hard to kill. He's actually going to jump and actually successfully get the Dragon Tail. Morphling gets blown up. That's just the Aegis, though. Leslie jumps in to try to save him, but that's not enough heal from Leslie. Yawar, in the meantime, pops his BKB, trying to kite 23 Savage, but the damage is just out of control now. The BKB's out of charges now as Yawar attempting to run away with that Scotty applied into the Chakram. And Yawar looks super dead. Gets the waveform off just in time. He's barely going to live with the attribute shift coming through, but Quincy crew still loses too. And Carl, full HP, beast mode, man. Man, he looks strong.
I think 2 times in that fight, Carl was able to pop a Lincoln to get the Dragon Tail stun off just because of this neutral item. Psychic Headband. Very clutch play by him.
Yeah, that's an instant Lincoln's breaker.
And this Midas, it's paying off, you know. I didn't like how it looked in the game, but at this point, once you have the Aghanims, he looks like a beast.
Yeah, now with this Scotty online, it's pretty good against a Morphling type hero.
That fight did feel a bit disjointed for Quincy crew, right? Like they had the Aegis, so Yawar was sort of positioning aggressively. But Leslie, he goes in to save him, and the egg is like out of range of the Morphling. He can't even stun rate him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, Leslie jumped in to try to save him as if there wasn't an Aegis, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's going in. I think maybe he could have benefited from baiting that Aegis a bit, but it's hard to say. I mean, he ends up calling a DK, so it looks a bit silly.
I mean, with that, it's still only a 1K network lead for T1, so the game isn't like completely in either team's favor. But that was definitely a nice power spike. Getting rid of that Aegis, pretty huge. Still the cheese available on Quinn right now, as he's going for a Desolator, it looks like. And in terms of T1 items, Cuckoo has the Sage Kaya with the Yule's Pipe, going for a Lotus Orb right now. And we talked, of course, already about Carl and his Aghanim Scepter. We'll be going for an Assault Cuirass on top of that. And the big boy, 23 Savage, is actually going for Satanic before the Daedalus. So we've talked about this build a lot, just kind of being cookie cutter. Typically, you'll see the Daedalus come before this. What are your thoughts on going for the tankiness?
Yeah, I think he has a different read on the game than I did initially. I think his read's actually correct. Because once I saw that fight, like Carl and Cuckoo are dealing a lot more damage than I thought they would. So his idea is like, they have these 3 tanky cores. If he gets to a point where the damage on Quincy Crew runs out, because Puck's damage will run out, right? It's very spell-based. Morphling is based on E-Blade, and Axe is based on like this one Manta Call. If they can survive through that, he thinks he can win any team fight. Like, I can completely see that happening.
All right, well, T1 all together now, basically, in this Quincy Crew jungle. Still 8-second BKB on 23 Savage. You can see the 20 strength talent taken for Carl. We've talked about that talent before. All right, do you actually have a preference on that talent versus the Elder Dragon or the attack range?
If you're buying Blink, I think you should always take the strength. Like, you're blinking on top of them to use your 400 range stun. I don't see why you would take attack range. It has to be like very specific.
We did see that talent a lot in the Animator, actually.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Like, maybe there's some reason I just don't understand. Maybe for sieging high ground is better. That would probably make sense.
And Leslau has a BKB of his own now. That is a pretty, in conjunction with the Desolator on Quinn, pretty nice timings here for Quincy Crew, but the game is dead even. Second Rosh already down, so waiting for this third Rosh potentially. It'll have either the Aghanim Scepter or the Refresher Shard, which both teams would be more than thrilled to take. Typically, the second Rosh decides the game. I want to say like 70% of the games. Not the case here.
Yeah, this game has been very even. I like how both teams are sort of identifying the status of team fights. Like, you can see Quinn, he's going for a Desolator. He needs more damage. And you can see 23 Savage going for Satanic, saying like, you don't have enough damage.
Right.
Now he has a DD rune, so it doesn't matter what items he has. He's going to smack.
All right, I need to hype this item up a bit, Mr. AUI. We got Mr. Leslau working towards an Aghanim Scepter, one of my favorite Ags in the game. Gives you lower cooldown of Berserker's Call. Anybody you Berserker's Call gets Battle Hungered, and anybody you Battle Hunger gets -7 armor stolen from them and given to Axe. So with the Desolator on top of that, they have a lot of minus armor.
That's some cool synergy.
Yeah, I absolutely love this item. It's not really an item you can get that early, but
it's a good item for sure. I don't really have much else to say about it other than that.
Just agree with me. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I think normally it is designed to be like synergized with Blade Mail because you would remove the armor and do more damage with Blade Mail. But no one's buying Blade Mail, so instead he's synergizing it with his allies, which I like to see.
All right, Carl in the trees. And 23 Savage beating on the tier 3 towers. Already at half HP, and Quincy Crew have to scurry back to defend.
And T1, they did a good job during that push of like cutting the mid wave with all the terrible illusions. We saw EG when they were playing against Nigma, like we saw a similar push with Nigma where they 5-man top, and EG did the same smoke as Quincy now. You get forced to the base, you have lane control in some other lanes, you smoke out. However, T1, they have a lot more information than Nigma did this game just because of how they're shoving lanes.
Yeah, we have many players smoked right now.
Ooh, they see a lot of T1 on their ward though.
Yeah, 23 Savage is so enormous right now. Carl, in the literal sense, is enormous, but goes back to his worthless human form. Cuckoo's going to show in lane. And again, kind of the issue for Quincy Crew this game is that T1's heroes are just so hard to jump because they're so ridiculously tanky in general. Both with Timber. I mean, even the Terrorblade at this point.
Terrorblade has 3.5k HP with a Paladin sword. And the stuns, I mean, you have a call, but your follow-up isn't really casual because T1 have ways to cut that Hoodwink Bushwhack tree. Just, you know, Timber Saw's ultimate. And yeah, top lane pushes in because T1 were able to like leave illusions around the map, and they know exactly where Quincy Crew are.
And you can see Zephyr on the Snapfire has his shard as well, so that's the Scatter Blast stun.
With a Blink Dagger too, so he's a good catch hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really powerful shard. Big power spike for him. But Scotty now in line for Yawar, so he's starting to get pretty beefy himself. As Carl back into that dragon form, forcing TPs back again from Quincy Crew's side. But again, the network, like we're not seeing either team kind of run away with this at all, which surprises me to a little bit, to a small degree here. I feel like T1 has, feels like at least, more map control, but apparently not the case.
They've just had to play really tight. I think the reason why we haven't seen Nasol get any pick-offs with this like Blink Manta with the Shard is just because T1 are playing very like solid. They're not really, I think they believe in their scale maybe, if you play like this. They're not really taking any risks. And I think if I was them, like they've won every late game I've seen them on. So they probably believe in that.
Leveler on Leslau. That is an awesome item for the right-clicking axe. Very cool. Let's see if it comes to... Oh, Leslie is going to jump in with that Manta style, and the burst damage coming through. It's not enough. We're going to get the Yule Scepter to come online here, but it looks like Cuckoo will fall eventually. Nope, Timber Chains with that Lotus Orb, so the Culling Blade, not nearly enough. They're trying to kite out 23 Savage. He gets the reflection up. Now Yawar's the one in trouble. Gets 4 steps to the safety. Waveforms to the high ground. Still getting right-click from afar. Carl with that Dragon Tail keeps him in place. Leslie with a counter initiation. Will it be enough to actually kill Yawar? Getting healed more from the Egg to follow with the Shard online on LOA. Some way, somehow, nobody has died in this fight. So much sustained from both sides. My God, that's crazy. And Roche is available.
And T1, they need to just Roche him right now. They use Metamorphosis, they need to go.
Ooh, Aghanim Scepter, so likely see that on 23 Savage with the Fear.
Yeah, I would
AoE
like
spell.
that. Him or Timbersaw. I think Timbersaw is pretty good.
Quinn, they pop the Lincolns into the Dragon Tail again, trying to get healed, but it's not going to be enough. Buys back into the game. Initiation now from Leslau. Looks like he's going to drop shortly after. A double kill for Cuckoo, and now a double buyback on Quincy Crew. That all rhymed for some reason. Roshan at half HP. Need to reset here. Where's 23 Savage? No meta right now. He's going to jump in, though. They're going to try to burst down Puck. That's a dive back onto Quinn. Oh, no. Quincy Crew crumbling here, but Leslie with a pretty big initiation. I don't know if they can fight without their position to Puck. And you can see all this damage and all this control just going to work. And this looks like the potential beginning of the end of game 1. 4 dead for Quincy Crew. Make it 6 if you want to count the buybacks. And they only get the Snapfire in turn.
Yeah, that was a rough fight. I mean, I think T1 pretty much have this game now, but this ward they placed on the high ground. Quincy Crew died. I think they lost 3 core heroes. Like, Puck died twice to the same ward, and Axe as well. Carlos, he's threatening to break his items in Quincy Crew's base.
Yeah, apparently. As we see the Intel replay here. And yeah, that dieback, that ended the fight pretty much. Leslie just a second too late. If he was just there a little bit earlier, maybe Quinn survives. But either way, T1 playing really disciplined here.
Yeah, their late game Dota is phenomenal. They're just really good with map control. I'm not too sure Quincy Crew are auto sentries or like what happened there, but you can't let a high ground ward be.
At least it's not the rage face from Quinn. Although that was a great look, honestly.
That was. You know, it's nice when Dota players show emotion.
Yeah, I prefer that. I'm sick of robots, man. All right, well, that's going to be the bottom racks, and the middle racks will be next in all likelihood. Still 30 seconds without any core hero. So an easy double here for T1. And they can reset if they really want. 23 Savage is the one that took the Aghanim Scepter, so that, like we talked about, gives you the Terror Wave, which provides that AoE fear and then gives you a few seconds of Metamorphosis to work with. But it's going to be Megas, it looks like. And Quincy Crew, I mean, they held on strong for quite a while. It was really even, and it was literally just that fight. That was the game.
It was the same at the bottom one where Quincy Crew had the Aegis on Morphling. Like 2 times now, they've taken big fights into T1's vision, or they've been baited into it.
All right, here's the initiation. Can they blow up the 23 Savage? Oh my God, the Satanic is bringing him alive. Leslau getting beat down in the meantime. The egg does pop successfully, but really not enough damage done from Quincy Crew's side. So 23 Savage continuing to focus on the towers as we see the fear come out. And that's going to be a double kill, taking out Yawar in turn. GG is called game 1 to T1, looking just as strong as they were in the Animajor.
Honestly, maybe even stronger. They played a really clean game this game. They just, every single time that there was a fight opportunity, they always played their percentages. They never like really ran in too far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we get to see the Terrorblade yet again, looking extremely strong, yet continuing to get through in these drafts throughout literally every game through the Animajor and now in this tournament. But yeah, I think T1, I feel like when we got to like the 25, 30-minute mark, both teams were super even. I'm expecting this to go 3 games. It could go either way, but who knows? Mr. AUI. Who knows? So I guess with that, we will go straight into the panel because they have some very important things to say about this game.
Yes, very important. Okay, let's go to a quick break, and when we return, very important things.
My name is
Quincy crew, it's a change of pace from their Animajor, where they actually lost the first game against Quincy crew and then came back in 2 and 3. but I gotta say, this was the textbook performance out of T1, my boys.
Yeah, this is what I meant when I said they're, oh God, Quinn, he's never looking. They never get pictures. It's never happy of him. But this is what I meant when I said T1 has been looking better on online Dota rather than on LAN Dota, even though they obviously did very well in the major. They just have looked insane in this tournament so far, and I think the major probably gave them a lot of confidence. And it's tough.
I think we can talk about the difference that Cuckoo brings to the team, because at the Singapore major, he was not there, and they looked pretty lost, like in terms of decision making, even some of the item choices, if you remember, like they were really not on point. And now with Cuckoo back on the board, he's ready to lead the boys into another victory. Stellar performance, I would say, in the game number 1. I liked some of the ideas that they had in this game, especially Dragon Knight with the Psychic Headband, removing the Lincolns on like either a puck or Morphling to be able to instantly stun him after with the Dragon Tail. Just some, top tier stuff. I love it.
Top tier stuff with some top tier heroes, including Terrorblade specifically, and how you're supposed to close out games with them. Let's go to Purge.
Thanks, guys. The moral of the story against TB is that defeating him and gaining advantage on him is really difficult, because even in games when you're winning and have map control from getting all these nice little pickoffs with help from your teammates, it's still so difficult to beat him because he's so great at delaying the game and keeping lanes pushed out. So even though they work so hard for these nice engagements and these great kills that they got, even poking their opponents to make mistakes and say, hey, come on, Cuckoo, come go on me. And his team shows up and they get all these great kills. It doesn't really matter that much as long as TB's playing relatively safe and he's pushing out lanes. He just spawns Conjure Images, he goes and cuts creep waves, and it's pretty early into the game. He doesn't even have to buy a Manta style. He can basically go ideal items to constantly push out these lanes, so that it just leaves Quincy crew running around the map looking for engagements. And because you can push the creep waves out with your illusions instead, it allows your allies to basically play really safe, assuming that they do a good job putting sentry wards around, because then it's hard to know where the enemy team is, and you can continuously dodge fights, and your opponents are still getting net worth advantages. And occasionally what's going to happen is you're going to make mistakes yourself. You will eventually get picked off and grabbed, in this case MSS dying, which makes things a lot harder here. If we jump forward a little bit in this clip, they actually do end up killing the TB in a burst situation with the E-Blade and the puck silence. That all worked out great. And so you're thinking, okay, finally Quincy gets the grab that they want to have and are able to maybe get a tower out of this. But the problem is that still doesn't happen, because Cuckoo's able to defend this with his Timber Saw. He's super, super tanky. He gets pressure here. There's 4 heroes on the map jumping on him, and he's still able to defend himself with Euls and a pipe and all of this abundant net worth that he's holding. And then because the waves are always pushed out, they also have glyphs. So even though they lose that team fight, they've got glyphs saved up for the perfect moment. It forces them to back up. They lose their opportunity to get kills, even though they killed TB, and it just makes the game so difficult to collapse advantage in, even when you have Aegis advantage. So TB, when played right, very annoying to play against.
Probably high on the chopping block of heroes that might get hit with the nerf bet in, I don't know, is it 7.29E? Is it 7.30?
8.
That's not gonna happen.
No, we need bigger changes for 8. We need, maybe some extra slots, so we have 12 slots available.
Terraforming the map.
Bridges. I believe bridges should be added.
I already brought up bridges previously. No, it's going to be 7.30. You can't mess up the game that much before TI. You can't mess up the game that much before T1 managed to visit that Stockholm Avicii Arena, as it is now called. Yes, thank you, Jenkins. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue the series. Welcome, everybody, to game number 2, T1 versus Quincy crew. Looking way more convincing for T1 than I remember looking at the Animator. I think they've got their groove. Playing on European servers, but on the internet, this is the best of both worlds. You know, you put them in a LAN, and maybe they're a little bit unfamiliar. You know, Cuckoo's the most experienced with them on LAN, but these are still online players. Southeast Asian culture lives and breathes the pubs. Then you put them on the internet in Europe with good latency, unmatched. What are you going to do about it?
Sounds like a game-winning formula. And, you know, pre-COVID, Southeast Asia, they love their LAN centers. They like, you know, they know how to play with some pressure on them. So, yeah, right now, they're in Ukraine. I believe they're in the same hotel, just chilling there for quite some time. And cameraman, he really loves Quinn, because Quinn face, you know, if he's angry, if he's sad, it becomes a meme real quickly.
Yeah,
he wears his heart on his shoulder.
He does. My girlfriend actually watches a lot of Quinn's stream. I probably shouldn't say that live on air. The one on Twitch. And that is because of his facial expressions. He's very emotional, very animated, and it is quite hilarious.
Oh, you gotta be careful about that Grimstroke pairing that they do with a Doom and also Lion double finger. You don't necessarily need to pick it, but you need to ban it in the second banning phase from Quincy, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I wonder actually why they go for the Lion first off. I guess respecting Quinn's spirit and puck capabilities.
Yeah, it just blocks a lot of the picks, like any illusion heroes. We've seen how potent he is against the Darkshire, against the Terrorblade, the burst damage, the control, even Spectre, you know, taking care of the illusion business. Lion just feels like one of the strongest heroes right now.
I agree. I think he counters the kind of disengage, slow fight meta that we saw evolve during the Animator, because there just aren't slow fights, as we can see. Speaking of slow, Jack is in the background there saying absolutely nothing, doing nothing. He might be asleep. Sometimes he does fall asleep standing up.
He is known to do that.
He's known to do that.
God, I miss Jack on the panels.
He was great in the green room in the Animator. He was not very animated though for the Animator.
No,
most of the time.
It was a sad time for Quincy, and they ended up going for an illusion hero anyway. They picked up the Terrorblade.
Into Lion.
Into Lion, into Doom.
Yeah.
So you need to have a good way to disengage a fight. I would maybe even cover possibly like a Centaur ban, maybe even a Darkshire, even though like illusions get countered once Aghanim Shard is online for Lion, easily done. But yeah, you want to like give someone X mark on his forehead, like give him that bullseye, focus me instead of focusing the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I agree. I think you think the Centaur should be like on the Quincy side, so they can like disengage.
Yes.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think some form of disengage. I think Wyvern is a fairly obvious choice as well, just to Winter's Curse and then get out, and then you can always save the Doom target. I would really imagine that it's not going to make it through, given how both of these teams have had tremendous success with, especially Whitemon on his Winter Wyvern. Once again, I think this guy just played the best Wyvern.
Another disengage. Leslau, he played a little bit of Tidehunter, a worthy Doom target.
Indeed. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Just take the Doom pressure off your carry. One ban still left. I'm pretty sure they will go for the Grimstroke combo if it does not get banned out.
They're going to ban out Timbersaw instead.
Okay, so they're expecting a Carl mid-Doom, which makes sense. This is one of T1's kind of classic strategies, and an off-lane Timber would do extremely well versus some Terrorblade Enchantress, or basically any hero that you can put as a 5 that's currently strong with the Terrorblade will get dumpstered by a Timbersaw. We've seen how much this hero does when he has a free game.
And we'll see if they will end up opting for the Grimstroke. I'm with you. I feel like double finger, double Doom is too hard to turn down. And even though Grimstroke hasn't been too popular these days, it's been a T1 specialty.
Yes, it's just the hero pairings, and right now it's not banned out, so I don't see the reasons why they should not use this opportunity. Just feels strong overall. Like,
unless
might
they
not
want the
be
Wyvern.
the strongest laner.
Maybe they could go for some like Zephyr Treant Protector too. Something like that might be decent, because these two heroes kind of want to run around and fight, and having a hero that is mitigating the tower damage that's going to come from the Enchantress and TB. I'm going to go for the puck.
So no real lockdown yet by Quincy. Enchantress, Terrorblade, they don't provide any. They need someone to be able to jump. They need someone to control the puck.
A beefy boy too would be good. Somebody to go in and get stuff started. So if you have any hero that can do both, I think the Tiny ban was a pretty solid ban.
Earth Spirit.
Knowing Quincy, it might be just like a hero like a Void Spirit, because Quinn loves to play it, and I've seen him play this Void Spirit into puck matchup. You
Puck
build...
line is hard, though.
It's hard. It really is. I mean, any of the Spirit is hard into Leash Mechanic and the Lion, but you gotta play it. And whenever he plays a Spirit, I'd say he pops off. He understands like his limits, sometimes even go beyond the limits.
Yeah, he's huge on... I think a huge reason that Quincy was able to constrict so many of these NA teams and make the entire region look, honestly, like trash is because of the Spirits.
Okay. This is not bad. I like the approach. A bit more damage, even like Roche taking potential, overall tower damage, and then you have AoE Silence against the Lion, against the Puck. Very underrated spells in terms of us talking on the panel about the spell.
Yeah, the Death Prophet Silence is actually one of the best spells in the game, I think. Just huge, long duration, really low cooldown. And
huge AoE.
Yeah, massive AoE. Both Lelis and Quinn play this, although I think more often than not these days, it's been Lelis taking the Death Prophet in the offlane. But it's not a bad mid-Death Prophet game, because I think against the Doom, you do very well. If he goes to the jungle and tries to be greedy, you take the tower, and he's a high-strength hero that you can Spirit Siphon down.
Yeah, since they pick Puck, it's an offlane Doom. Or
oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure. My bad.
They could even run a safe lane Doom, something that Ame ran, I believe, one game during the Major, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then a Death Prophet offlane would look really good there, but they still have this issue of stun, right? They on Quincy Crew, they have the Death Prophet, which is a little bit of disable, and it's better than nothing, but they definitely need something more. Like if they could have gotten a Puck right now, well, they need something tanky as well. They don't have anything that's tanky or stuns. Like a Mars would be really solid.
There's your Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, they opt for that as opposed to the Grimstroke. The heals are just too strong, especially against a hero like Death Prophet.
Exactly. You counter both TB, Death Prophet, even Enchantress. So they need some kind of damage that goes through Winter Wyvern's heal, which they don't have any. I'm really worried. Every single time I see that you have no damage for the heal, you kind of lose the game.
You just lose eventually, yeah. Because you can't. They just sit in front of your high ground. That would sustain you. But the Wyvern I really like, too, against the Death Prophet, because you Winter's Curse when DP ults, you run away, you wait for it to be down, and then you just re-engage. And
it's
win
a great pick. Makes a lot of sense. What else is there in the pool available?
Centaur.
And there's the Centaur that we mentioned.
Into Wyvern.
And Puck.
That's interesting. Yeah, these are two traditional counters to the Centaur, because you can't run away from Winter's Curse. You can't run away from the coil. I mean, unless you want to break it, which is not so good.
And of all the offlaners that were popular during the DPC that fell off during the Animajor, I think Centaur is probably the highest. Mars gained popularity, Timbersaw gained popularity, Doom gained popularity. Centaur, not so much.
Yeah, Vanguard nerfs hurt him, as well as just nerfs to his abilities. And
Stampede cooldown got nerfed again.
Yeah.
It's a good morph game, something that Quincy should consider banning out. One of the heroes that 23 Savage really shines playing on. Burst damage for Death Prophet, once you get that E-Blade for Enchantress, even a Centaur. Like, you might not be able to burst him down, but you should have an okay time in the laning stage.
Ban out the Monkey King. Still have Lifestealer available in the pool for 23 Savage.
Lifestealer, I was thinking like Lifestealer or Wraith King, but it's a little weird because these Terrorblade, Death Prophet type heroes, they want to take these long fights, and so any hero that wants to, you wouldn't want a Medusa either into this just because of those long engagements that Medusa would, or that these other heroes would favor on Quincy Crew's side.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lacoste. I think Morphling's looking real promising.
It's looking good. They banned out 2 illusion carriers. They don't have enough like AoE damage, and whenever there's Death Prophet, you want to ban it out. Otherwise, like that Exorcism is going to be a spread damage. You're not going to go on the correct targets.
You could still, if you want to be a little more on the ballsy side, you could still Axe carry against, I think it does extremely well versus Terrorblade, who just cannot deal with that pure damage. Satanic doesn't do anything. Sanjin Yasha doesn't feel like it does anything. You can't Sunder because of the Manta Illusions, but once again, it is a little on the ballsier side because I don't really see Puck or Doom as... They're kind of semi-carries. I mean, it really depends on the build that you go for, but it can be a bit risky. If these heroes are not having good games, they don't really feel like semi-carries. They can fall off.
And it also doesn't feel like too much of a 23 Savage pickup quite yet.
True. Yeah, that's
Carry X. They ban out the Silence of the Skywrath and I guess the kill combo with Centaur Stomp, and they ban out the Hoodwink. I still feel like Earth Spirit's pretty good for Quincy. The silences, being able to jump the backline, being able to draw a bunch of focus, make Doom feel distracted. And then maybe some magic damage to go through the Cold Embrace would be nice also.
They don't have it. Like, the only magic damage they got is Dead Prophet Crypt Form plus stun double edge coming out from the Centaur. I don't mind Earth Spirit. Like, it would check a lot of the boxes where you have a backline jumper, you have a stun, a silence, and possible Spirit Vessel Carrier against the Wyvern heal, because these heroes, they don't build into it.
I think it's a pretty good Rubik game, too. Just look at MSS. It looks like he probably wants to play Rubik. He's very bored.
I mean, fours love playing Rubik, but I think only GH found success with it at the Animajor.
Every one of these heroes has something great to steal.
That's true.
And I'm just worried about the lane if they pick an Earth Spirit, either Earth Spirit Centaur.
Yeah, you might be right. Even though I'm not a big fan of it, but
Witch
they
Doctor.
go with the Doctor, another hero that Maledict against the heal doesn't do too much. You have ulti that is physical damage, so you don't get the value from it.
And the stun doesn't seem that reliable either against a Puck.
We've seen this Witch Doctor into Wyvern matchup before too. It doesn't look so good. It's like a double-edged sword because you do get, of course, a double edge from Centaur as well as. Thank you very much. We'll be here all week, and they do go with the Lifestealer. Okay.
More focusing on the lane, I guess, against the Centaur, has a built-in BKB. Attack speed against the Enchantress, again, free BKB, so looks decent. I would prefer maybe if this was a Morphling, because the carry-to-carry matchup is a bit better.
Yeah. It's a really... If 23 starts losing his advantage, it's a really horrible... hard Lifestealer game.
Yeah, you have this like TB, he gets to a Scotty. If he loses the momentum with the Lifestealer, playing into Dead Prophet is always going to be a bit tricky. Damage that goes through spell immunity.
Yep.
But I've seen 23 play so many Lifestealer games, and he always heavily focuses on being able to buff up his teammates, make them survivable with the Infest during the team fight, something that he has done extremely well during the second season. So I'm putting my trust into 23 Savage Lifestealer.
Yeah, because they also don't have very much burst damage to finish people off on the side of Quincy Crew. They've got plenty of like sustained damage. You've got Death Prophet Exorcism, you've got TB, and Maledict, I guess, is the most bursty source of damage. What is the point of the Witch Doctor here, Jenkins? Why'd they pick a 5 position at the very end?
You know, like I was saying, it is a double-edged sword versus the Winter Wyvern. Getting a Maledict off, if you have any sort of other damage that goes through the Cold Embrace, is pretty good. So, you know, I think it's just that. You should get a big Maledict and kill the target who's Cold Embraced.
Well, let's see how it works out. Again, this is upper division, upper bracket, and so it doesn't really matter too much if Quincy Crew lose here. They will just fall down to the lower bracket, but I'm sure they want to at least push it to a 3-game series. Let's see if it's possible with our casters, AUI and Sunsfan.
Hello, Sunsfan here with AUI 2000. High five. Good. That was the... Okay, we're going to... Thank you. That was the literal worst high five I've ever had in my entire life. I appreciate that. We have a Lifestealer. We have a Centaur War Runner, a Doom, a Death Prophet. Heroes that aren't... Well, Doom was picked a lot of the Animajor, but the other three not so much, Mr. AUI 2000. What are your thoughts on these two beautiful drafts?
I think Quincy Crew's a bit favored in this one. I'm not too sure. They might
what
have
did I say about saying you're not sure? Confidence, young
I don't
man.
know.
Just fake it till you make it.
I just have less info on them, you know?
On Quincy Crew?
Because the matchups too, right?
Oh,
like these
okay.
pro players, they play the same heroes over and over in pubs, they're roll. And in my head, I don't think this is a good Lifestealer pick. Like, I don't think it's good versus DP Terrorblade. And I don't even know if it wins the lane versus Centaur Enchantress. I feel like Centaur Enchantress should be completely fine in that. However, if it does win the lane, this hero will be extremely hard to kick out, and he should be able to defend his tower. So maybe that's what T1 were going for. They may have a read on the hero that I don't.
Maybe going for a hero that can fight a little bit earlier and potentially pressure the Terrorblade, who has to, you know, get that base level of farm.
I could see that.
And we have the Infest Bomb potential, which, you know, into Puck.
Oh, you see
into Doom.
Cuckoo, he already ate the range creep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sort of cool. Make sure that the lane pushes into Terrorblade, so LA won't be able to do this pose. Oh, they don't find him. Is that worth? No, he spends 100 gold for a TP scroll in order to get the Devour earlier, which gives you 60 extra gold. No, it's not bad. You get solo XP as well.
Yeah,
I was thinking this game,
nice.
I would like to see the DP shard, because we were just talking about it. I was theory crafting it in my head. Like, maybe it's good versus the Winter Wyvern save, because that makes him stand still for 4 seconds. So you use it right when he saves one, they get feared for 2 seconds. That might be pretty cool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They probably won't get it.
Probably not. The shard before that, which Carl taking a lot of damage really early on in this mid lane, as his courier will be sniped out by Zephyr on the Winter Wyvern. But yeah, it used to be the minus armor Spirit Siphon, but now that you get that extra charge, it seems like even if you don't get the fear, still pretty value overall. But we don't really get to see it still. I think it's kind of in its infancy.
Yeah, it's probably underrated, but that's the thing. There's so many shards and stuff that changes in Dota. Sometimes you don't get to play them enough to figure out when it's the best time to get these things.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's Zephyr, he's pulled the wave around, but this means generally that Terriblade's going to deny a wave in free farm.
Oh, MSS. Fairy Fire has to be popped there. You see the Spirit Siphon from Quinn. Wants to bounce back from that last game, of course. Yeah, let's talk about the Lifesteal a little bit more. This is one of my favorite heroes in the game. Against Terriblade, it's kind of weird, though, right? Like, we talked about how it could maybe have its aggression come online a little bit faster, but against TB late game, it's definitely not good. Sometimes you see a Maelstrom pick up for the illusion-type heroes, but Terriblade's, I don't know, feels like that would be kind of a... I mean, it's decent with the magic damage, I suppose, but it looks like he is going for the typical armlet build.
It's not as bad as, like, 4 years ago where you could just thunder him through rage.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
There's the tips. I knew that tip was coming.
Wow.
Quinn has been tipped 18 times this series. He's ready to exact some vengeance.
Crypt Swarm, I think Phase Shift was still on cooldown, so not able to get it off as LOA in the meantime. And taking some Wyvern damage. They will be able to clean him up at the very least, so let's get another kill on the board here. But yeah, back to Lifesteal. Talk to me about this hero.
It's not as bad as when you could Thunder through Rage, but typically Lifesteal is predominantly physical damage. You can see he's going to go for the phase boots into Armlet. And Terriblade's very high armor versus that. Also, once you get items like Scotty, he becomes really easy to kite. However, if you can get to like some Mjolnir MKB build, you can man fight Terriblade. You lifesteal a lot on this hero.
So would you go for a Mjolnir after an Armlet? Or because it feels like Maelstrom is, when you go for that, is typically in place of the Armlet.
Probably Armlet into Maelstrom this game, I would say.
Wow,
honestly, I wouldn't itemize to deal with Terriblade. I would let my allies deal with it. I'd go like some Armlet Maelstrom into Sanj Satanic and like try to tank and frontline for my team. You need a Satanic to remove the DP silence.
And Leslau taking some right-click damage, but he doesn't care because he's a Centaur War Runner. Whitemon taking some pressure from MSS on the other side. Leslau, got to be careful with that Ghoul Frenzy AUI. You can't, I mean, the hero has 2 passives, and anytime there's a hero with 2 passives, that means they're strong, historically speaking.
Yeah, I don't know. I play ability draft with my friends. They take 3 passives. Literally useless. Top lane though, they're going on to Yower.
Maledict is applied to Cuckoo. You are getting quite low to the Arctic Burn. LOA is going to take some damage as well as he attempts to run away here. And then with that Splinter Blast, dealing even more damage, Yawar pops the Metamorphosis from the trees, and that's going to force everybody from T1 back for now. And Carl, again, getting pressure from Quinn. In terms of the CS, Quinn a little bit ahead in terms of just the numbers here. 18 and 5 versus the 13 and 5, but obviously that kill being the big difference here.
Yeah, it wasn't just a kill because of the timing when he killed him, he managed to get his bottle and both water runes. So he got a kill and then he fully recovered on resources, which is a big deal. And you can see MSS, he knows his boy Quinn is snowballing, so he comes over and just snags that water rune. And now Carl, he has no sustain. He has a solve, but he has no mana sustain, you know.
Yeah, that costs money. That's not a free rune. Definitely makes a difference. It's Quick Storm clips.
Cancels the solve, and Carl, he still doesn't have bottle. This is the complete opposite of last game. Quinn's at 2,200 net worth versus Carl's 1,300.
Yep, Quinn definitely having a good start to this game. I mean, what are your thoughts on Death Prophet overall for a game like this?
It's a good DP game. I think it's not good versus Lion in theory, but it's not that bad as long as you have Stampede to counteract the Hex, right? So you can always find your spacing. It should be good versus Doom. I mean, if he dooms you before you get Siphons and OT off, it's bad, of course, but DP's one of the better ones versus Doom generally.
Yeah, and what about Centaur, though? Because this is a hero that was first pick, first banned during the earlier stages of this patch, and then in the Animator kind of just fell off a cliff.
He's definitely undervalued a bit. I think part of the reason why he dropped off was he's very low damage. I think, like, even compared to a hero like Mars, he does less damage. But Quincy, I think they have very high damage heroes on their other ones, right? DP, Terrorblade, and even Enchantress have high damage. Even Witch Doctor, honestly.
Yeah, of course. With the Centaur builds, we've been seeing a lot of the max or at least 2 to 3 levels of the return. And obviously with the Vanguard being a big reason for that because that's kind of the item of the patch as well. But, I mean, if you could go back to the original max double edge AO, that's when you have damage on Centaur, you see? What's happened to my boy?
More like mid-game lack of damage, to be honest. Because even if you have that double edge, I don't know, it's weird damage. I don't know how to say it. Like, you have to be beside them. It's not casual.
Weird damage?
Yeah.
Is that a new mechanic that I don't know?
No, it's like, it's how I classify stuff in my head, you know? Like,
oh, yeah, I want to see more inside your head, please.
No, you don't. It's very messy.
I see a Maledict into the cask to follow here, but just a little chip damage overall. But yeah. I'm appreciating that we're seeing some new heroes. I know that there's going to be a patch probably after this tournament, I would assume, that's going to shake things up a little. I don't know how big it will be, but it feels like I wouldn't say the meta has been solved by any means. I don't think that's literally almost ever the case. Maybe TI4 is the one example that it is, but we've been seeing a lot of the same heroes just repeated over and over, and the same heroes getting through the Terrorblades, the Wyverns, and we're seeing that again, but at least we get a little bit mixed up.
It's sort of weird because if the same heroes are getting through, that means the meta's not really solved in that sense. Because teams believe that they can still beat these heroes, right?
True.
So there's like, if you have differing opinions, it means the meta definitely isn't solved. But I could see, like, it is a bit stale seeing Metamorphosis every game. You know?
Metamorphosis popped. Cold Embrace fully healed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it because I think the strategy behind these heroes is not as boring as some of the other ones we've seen. Like you mentioned TI4. That was a boring strategy, you know?
Yeah, but that was only the tail end of that tournament. It was actually
That's true. That tournament was very good.
Just everybody remembers the last few matches, which were quite bad, for sure.
That's true.
No, but I like this patch quite a bit, as we're going to see Maledict into the Metamorphosis to follow. Cuckoo on the run, but he's taking heavy damage. LOA in the meantime, taking some from Zephyr in turn, but the Maledict will be enough to finish off Cuckoo. As you are trying to pressure out Zephyr, but has to be careful here. He's going to get healed up a bit from LOA.
23 Savage is dumpstering this lane bottom, though. I think a little bit as Enchantress had to leave to go get that water in. They start hanging around mid. But I guess that's the read on Lifesteal. If he does win this lane, like, I don't know who kicks him out. Maybe some rotation from DP and Terrorblade even. Oh, they pop Exo mid.
Yeah, indeed. With that Stampede used, but the coil onto 2. Carl, will he get out? Just barely. The ghosts are chasing, and he's going to live with the Waning Rift. So very clutch coil there, saving his life. MSS getting extremely low. Arctic Burn is there from the sideline. Zephyr not able to actually find the kill, though. So in the end, nobody dies. This Quinn was really low as well. He's chasing Cuckoo now. Yeah, he's going to get healed by these ghosts in a moment. This Cuckoo's still not quite level 6. You see the orb come out. Carl, LOA, gets off the Maledict. Quinn gets a decent amount of healing. Now the Spirit Siphon will help quite a bit as well. Earth Spike, going to prevent any more aggression from coming out.
He won't have phase shift.
He has phase shift, and bottle charges are coming too. But yep, the Maledict. Man, Carl, another death for him. So he evaded death and then died shortly after, as we're seeing a stack taken out by MSS's Wild Wing Ripper here.
And pretty unlucky for him there, because after the first death, he TP's into mid, right? And now he just died without a TP scroll. So that, oh, here's the tip.
That's a very delayed.
That was a very delayed tip.
Quinn, you need to be more, like, he needs to have his mind in the game here.
Yeah.
The mind games don't work if it's delayed.
I will say the mental game in this series has been on point, you know?
Yeah, that's true, for the most part.
T1 have identified that the NA teams have a weak mental support structure.
Is that true?
I mean, EG lost of question mark, so I don't know what to say.
That's a good point. But they're technically an EU team, if you think of it.
Yeah,
well, we'll take them in NA, I guess. But finally, level 6 now with Cuckoo, so Doom available. Zephyr slowing down a bit here. Devour used on the Enchantress creep. Now, MSS, if he takes a Doom here, he is almost certainly dead. He's going to take a Hadouken instead, and the chase with the Scorched Earth is actually just going to be enough. Nice casual run down there for Cuckoo. So 3-2 advantage for Quincy Crew now.
23 Savage is just sort of standing in front of his tower. But Leslau, he has his Vanguard. I don't think like either of these are that unhappy. He is going for the Hood, which personally I don't like. I think having Vanguard and Hood, unless you're like stomping your lane and taking towers with it, doesn't make much sense with. I would rather see him disassemble the Vanguard and buy a faster Hood and then get Blink. But we'll see how it works out for him. Like, there's like not much.
Means you would go Heart later with that Vit booster?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe not versus Lifesteal, but I think you can get Aeon Disc. Like, Vit booster builds into pretty stable items.
I mean, to be fair, the Feast from Lifesteal, the the damage that it deals is not like it used to be, right?
Yeah,
you still
it
get
is
the
a lot
max
less.
HP, but it's a lot less percentage.
For sure.
So I don't know how much you care. Because hard on Centaur does
It
feel
is sick. Like
very
the heart
good.
with the shard, you have like 8k HP.
Oh, God, it feels so good. We have 3 people here for Quincy crew. If they can find this kill on 23 Savage, it would be pretty big, but also quite difficult to actually find it in the end.
This is sort of funny, though. They picked this Leicester to sort of maintain control of this bot lane, but Lezal, he's just going to tank the tower, and the tower's going to kill itself.
Yep. Stop hitting yourself, tower. 23 Savage trying to defend here. We got some reinforcements, though, for T1. And 23 Savage already at half HP. Whitemon is invisible right now as the Rage is popped a little bit prematurely, going to take over the enemy siege. So that push will come to an end for now, although, again, he could just tank it up with that return. And he will do just that, but fortifications pop. They see that Zephyr's in the trees. Quinn looking for potential siphon here. Doesn't have a point in silence. Is that pretty typical on the mid DPs?
I thought he would have one, to be honest. There's a lot of good silence targets. Top lane does have 3 range creeps. I'm surprised Quincy crew are a bit slow on coming up here.
Yeah, this tower took heavy damage. Might actually fall if they're not careful. And yeah, Kuko on the other side gets the Hadouken off. I actually have literally no idea what that spell is called. Should probably learn that at some point.
Shockwave.
Oh, that's very boring. It's actually called Shockwave still? Yeah, that's a Dota 1 thing. Oh, that looked like lag.
That looked like server lag, right?
Yeah.
'Cause we were lagging as well.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we'll pause for now as Doom is working towards a Hand of Midas. This is kind of the typical build that we saw throughout the Animajor. And I mean, we saw a lot of farm Dooms and pretty decent success, I would say, overall as a hero.
Yeah, I think the heroes look good. And I'm honestly surprised that Quincy crew gave up the safe lane tower. I watched it a couple times in DPC, and I feel like they did give up their safe lane tower a lot. There might be some like read that they have on it that I'm not aware of. Because in my head, like, there's no way you should lose that tower after you've taken bottom.
Nope. Yeah, that is true. That is a pretty early tower to give up for... I mean, there's almost no resistance whatsoever.
I will say, like, on Dire side, I don't think your safe lane tower matters that much. I think Dire's mid tower is really important. And I think, like, Radiant's safe lane tower is more important. Like, even more than Radiant's mid tower, in my personal opinion. So, maybe they have something on that.
Rage is popped already for 23 Savage. He has the armlet now. So his build that he's going for is Casual Sange into Scotty.
Scotty, okay. Good versus DP, I guess. Good versus the heal coming out for Enchantress and Witch Doctor. I guess it's just like the anti-heal meta item, right? If everyone's going for heals.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't be surprised if he switches something up to go for a Satanic because of the Dispel aspect.
Yeah, that's
to
why I
take
thought
off
he was going to
silence.
go as well. I mean, I like the Maelstrom just to push out lanes because the pubs I play, you don't have these teammates on your team where you have Carl just pushing every lane for you.
Leslie tanking up the tower. Now he has to tank up a lot of spells. The Doom is there. Coil onto 2 to follow with the Finger of Death. Leslie takes a tumble, and LOA follows suit. So 2 quick
Just
kills
tip
for
Quinn.
T1.
Quinn's team just feeds and he just gets tipped. I do feel like, I saw this last game too though, from Leslie. Like, he feels really strong. He just sits in middle, and T1 just bring all their heroes because you're in the middle of the map. Like, you need to bring more resources than that if you want to make this type of play. It costs them both games pretty heavily.
Yep, he has the hood like you talked about on top of the Vanguard, so we'll be going for Blink next. Of course, maybe feels a little bit safe because he has the disengage with Stampede, but the problem with that, and it is good against these heroes, like it's good against Lifesteal, it's good against Doom, but if you get coiled, it's not really of much use.
Even Wyvern as well. I
Wyvern
think
curses.
Wyvern was a traditional centaur counter. You just have the Arctic Burn versus that high HP pool, and you have the Curse to lock down that Stampede.
Leslie back in mid, he gets the tower. Actually, it was denied. Nicely done from Zephyr. It might cost him his life. The silence into the hoof stomp, double edge, and the Crypt Swarm. Quinn takes him out. But the deny pretty big.
To be honest, I don't think tier 1 denies are worth it anymore versus dying. It's like 45 gold for each member on your team, and you deny 45 to them.
The mental damage.
The mental damage is good.
Yeah.
That is true. It's an underrated aspect of Dota, just doing mental damage to your opponents.
I agree. All right, since we have a small amount of downtime, I want to talk about something that will literally never happen until the item gets buffed. Can we talk a bit about Aghanim Scepter on Lifesteal?
I thought you were going to say Mage Slayer. I was going to report you.
No. Okay, this is one of the coolest acts.
There's something happening.
It's not. Oh no.
Just
Something's
kidding. Juked you.
Why are you debating me right now? You can infest enemies. You heal super fast. The cast range on infest is really long. You get like 4 attacks, I think.
I think the cooldown is the most important part. It goes to 20-second cooldown.
It does everything.
It's underrated right now, but it's pretty shit.
Yeah, it's like a 6th item. It's something you get off of Roche.
It's good
for
with
sure.
Razor. Like you can jump away from the link.
Hoof Stomp on the other side of the cliff. Do they have the vision? MSS finds them. The silence. Do they have a cancel? Yep, the Yules from Quinn.
He has Curse.
So Zephyr, does he actually want to use it here?
He tried.
Actually tried to, yeah.
Did you see the Lysio? He was chasing that Witch Doctor. If he had a 14-minute Aghanim's, he could have infested him and caught him. That would have been really impressive.
Hell yeah. One of these days, man, it's going to happen. 23 Savage. Looks like Doom actually just TP's out to safety, so he's going to rage up and TP himself out as well.
The Metamorphosis.
Yeah, he forces out the meta.
I feel like he was dead if LOA used his Death Ward there. A little bit of miscommunication from Yawa and LOA. Maybe not. I didn't see if his armlet was on or off, because you actually can toggle that while TPing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very little known fact, actually. And it makes no sense why that's possible.
You don't deserve to understand Dota.
I mean, Invis as well. Invis, well, as we see here, the replay. Let's see. So let's say he pops Death Ward now. Armlet was toggled already.
I feel like Death Ward does more than 170 DPS to him. Like if he channels it right away, I think he's dead.
Yeah, possibly. But it's not to be. LOA still level 8 right now. But 2K net worth advantage for Quincy crew.
MSS doesn't have his ultimate. He's 3-3-1 at level 7, and he just hit level 8. I wonder what his plan is with that. I've seen a lot of enchantresses do this where you're not dying to right clicks anyways.
Yeah, like what are you worried? Like if Lifestealer goes on you, you rage anyway, so you're not affected.
No, Untouchable works through.
Oh, it works through it now?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Was that always the case?
No, they changed it a while back.
Okay. Yeah, when they switched the ult with the impetus, I guess.
Yeah, there's just a lot that does damage or affects you through BKB that you wouldn't expect it to now. Like, for example, if you BKB when a Lion or a Lina uses Laguna on you, you BKB during the magic damage delay, like you will still get damaged.
Right.
Sort of awkward.
So can we talk about why this ability is called Shockwave when Magnus is still in the game? You have 2 abilities called the same thing.
You don't deserve to have abilities named different things either.
I see. Okay. I mean, what if you become a Morphling that takes over... How would you get both spells?
This is why they don't care, Suns fan.
No. There has to be a way. There has to be a way for it to happen.
If Doom eats it, I think Rubik can steal it.
Okay.
And then
what? You can only steal one and then the other.
he uses it and he steals it from Magnus and then he uses high APM to use both.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with the Aghanim Scepter. Sure. All right, we have a smoke here from Quincy crew. 2K lead still. No Roche attempt as of yet. I mean, that's the biggest value for the Untouchable at this point is for the Roshan, I suppose. But looks like T1 are reading this. And 23 Savage, like we said, it went that Sage. Scotty is next, and he is super happy just to farm right now.
And another Shaw coming out for Terrorblade. Probably one of the best tier 2 items for him.
Yeah, the armor loss does not matter for him.
It does not matter at all.
And Zephyr. Leslie's going to pop the Stampede. We have the Maledict, everything online. Still silence. Cass is going to be there, though. They don't give him any space. So freebie for Quincy crew.
I think both this game and game 1, Quincy crew have done a pretty good job of defending their side of the map. Like every time T1 have pushed past the river, and they sort of find punishes. But I haven't seen that many aggressive moves from them successfully. I think T1 have been pretty good at holding down the fort. The difference, however, is that last time T1 had the Terrorblade, who was 2,000 net worth ahead of the Morphling. In this game, Quincy crew's Terrorblade is pulling ahead of 23 Savage and a Lifestealer.
I mean, the other thing we didn't even talk about is that this is a Doom game where typically you will have the net worth advantage just in an even game.
That is true.
And they're down 2K, which, I mean, I don't know how you would extrapolate that exactly. Maybe like 4K down right now, would you say?
I have no idea. Doom's not like Alchemist, where a lot of your net worth is fake, but to a degree, the hero is balanced around that gold mechanism, right? They're just doing Roshan. They have the Witch Doctor heal, level 2, and Centaur with Vanguard Hood. Quinn's not listening to me because I've told him you need to go beside Roshan for Exa to do full damage.
Yeah, that's what you do with DP, right? You get close to a tower just to get the extra ghost damage. We're going to see the pick off here onto MSS, but creating space for the Roshan. He'll take this.
It's actually like double damage, Exo beside something. Like within like 200 range compared to at 600 range. So it's a big deal.
I mean, there must be a reason he's doing it. He
Yeah,
obviously
he's a noob.
knows it. Right?
No. You don't understand pro players. Like sometimes, I mean, here's the thing. So I know you know this because I did the experiment with you. There's a psych experiment where you have to count people bouncing a basketball and passing it to each other.
Yeah.
And I had
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. There's going to see the silence into the hoof stomp. Double edge to follow. Will 23 Savage get off? Oh, he doesn't even get the infest off. There were creeps there, but
I think he was dead anyways, to be honest. But yeah, that's a good pick off from them. Really good punish on, 23 Savage. He extends over the river. Quincy Crew punish him.
Yeah, true.
Seems to be the theme of this game.
But anyway, back to your point about pro players.
Yes, if everyone's ever wondering why pro players tend to miss small things when they're hyper focused on the ultra complex game of Dota, go Google a video about what should I Google? Like counting.
You're the one that told me about
I don't know. Counting basketballs past psych experiment.
Okay.
And just watch that video on YouTube.
It's actually really good.
It's really funny
as well. But to make this more Dota related, I will also say on top of that, after owning a team for a while, and I mean you were on that team, pro players actually don't know every mechanic in the game as well.
And it's not even about knowing the mechanics, right? Sometimes it's just about like you have to specifically know such a specific mechanic and apply it.
Net, they actually see Whitemon attempting to TP out now. Do they have a cancel? The Yules again from Quinn. And this will be a Spirit Siphon into a death, so Quincy Crew again with another kill. But like, I'm not saying Quinn doesn't know that mechanic, but I'm saying I think there's this understanding right now in the community that pro players just know literally every mechanic. That's definitely not the case.
No, pro players are very stupid. They play Dota all game.
Yeah, they're very good at other things. A Zephyr, okay, Curse onto Yawar, but there's a hoof stomp to follow, and with the Maledict and a double edge, Zephyr takes a tumble. Oh, Stampede is there. Carl not able to finish off Witch Doctor for the time being. Gets the coil off only onto Yawar though. And with a lot of these spells expended and still the Aegis online, Quincy Crew have free reign to go on this tier 2.
Yeah, I think they should look to get a tier 2 tower. I would like Yawar to just walk down to bottom. I don't think this mid tier 2 is easy to take. Just take the free one so you can take map control with the outpulse. Yeah, but anyways, the original point, if you look at that psych experiment, is that when you hyper-focus on some stuff, it's really easy to miss very blatantly obvious details.
Right.
Even if Quinn does know that he should go close at Roshan, maybe he's thinking about how he can take the engage. Maybe he's making some calls about something like that. It's really easy to make simple mistakes like that when it's hyper-complex and hyper-focused.
So anytime I'm wrong about something, I'm just going to blame it on being too hyper-focused on something else. Okay?
That applies very well to your gameplay.
Man, a lot of flame with me today.
That was
23 Savage able to get that tier 1 tower, pops the rage, looking for the infest on Carl potentially here. He'll do so successfully. Remember, the range on that is abysmally low. I think it's 50 range, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, ultra melee.
On infest?
Yeah.
Is there a way to make it higher?
Yeah, with Aghanim Scepter.
That's really good.
I am okay, there's a few heroes I'm a master with, AOI, and this is one of them, all right? Real life
Lightstealer.
I love him. Yeah, I love
All right, we can play when we get home.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't want.
You are chasing 23 Savage, the reflection is off.
Okay, so 23 Savage, he's changed up his build a bit. Because he's a bit behind, he's going for the MKB instead of the Scotty. I think that's completely the right choice. If you are behind, you cannot itemize defensively. You will literally never come back into the game. You have to be able to surprise your opponents and clutch out a kill with like some single target line disable doom, blah, blah, blah damage in order to come back into Dota.
All right, still only a 2K net worth lead for Quincy Crew. Carl takes out the wave, phase shift, blink. Looks like he's fine. Nicely done from him. Oh, Lesla actually gets the blind hoof stomp, but there's the cold embrace. Stampede to follow. Looks like they'll just give up Whitemon now. Still, Aegis online for another less than a minute here. Can Quincy Crew get something else? They got the tier 2 bot. Still tier 2s in the top and middle.
I do like, I mean, it's super small, but there's not too much here. So when they got that pick online, you saw Yawar, he had the Aegis, and how he positioned, he sort of like positioned more to the left of everyone, just to give that extra vision. See, that's the thing that pro players, they do naturally, but they might forget about the Roshan thing, you know? Dota's weird.
I think it's the mind that's more weird.
That's true.
Human beings are weird. We're going to see some mass TPs into the bottom lane. Silence, but 23 Savage able to get off the rage beforehand, so just a tad late from Quinn's side.
Very clutch from 23 Savage. Like, he calculated DP's been off the map for like, 3.2 seconds. I need to rage soon.
Yeah, very true. And this tier 2 tower. I mean, for something like that, is this deny worthy? Do you just leave it up?
I think you should just deny it.
Yeah.
I don't really think tier 2 mid really gives you that much map control, but honestly, it's not a big deal. Killing towers isn't so much about the gold nowadays as it is about map control.
Right, we have a scan into their own jungle, I believe. Yeah, and the follow scan now into the triangle from Quincy crew. Nobody's going to be spotted. Smoke still online for T1. Double damage on Puck. And Carl and company looking for an opening. Of course, with Cuckoo's Blink and BKB, this gives them a lot of options. But the Infest Bomb not going to happen this time. And MKB is basically done. Just needs to finish the recipe, about 300 gold away for the Lifestealer. All right, not to bring up Aghanim Scepter again,
oh, no.
AUI, but if you go for the pure right click, it becomes legitimately good. The reason it's not good is because a lot of the items you go for are attack speed based, which doesn't do anything with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I have a friend who rushes eggs on Lifestealer every game.
Oh, no.
We just lose the game.
He's not doing it right.
He puts like armlet Daedalus, eggs.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction for TI, okay?
You're
this
muted.
Aghanim Scepter will get micro buffed.
It's going to get Omega buffed.
And then it's going to get very strong, okay? We're going to see it.
I think the buffs it's going to get are pretty significant.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully they don't redesign it, because I actually do like the idea of infesting an enemy.
Too. If I could have at 14 minutes when chasing the enemy 5 position, it'd be really good.
So now that the Lifestealer has the MKB, what's the plan here for T1? Go for an Infest Bomb play? It feels like that's pretty straightforward what they want to do. They have a lot of jump, and they have counter initiation with Wyvern ult from the
I would say they have a lot of single target with Doom and Lion, so they can surprise Quincy Crew's heroes on the side lanes. I think they should play around that. Maybe if they get a really good jump, they can play around the middle of the map, but I think most likely you're going to see smokes towards the sides.
Yeah, we're going to see a smoke already here, as Leslau was actually working on an Aghanim Scepter for himself. So the Centaur Ags, the Stampede 40% damage reduction is pretty huge, but still 500 or so away from actually finishing it. So I don't think Quincy Crew are looking for a fight quite yet, especially when he's that close to it. And what other items are we looking for? So Lincoln's looks to be next for Quinn. Just an ultimate orb away, so about 1,000 from finishing that. That's going to be pretty high impact.
MSS has his Holy Locket. Very strong item dispatch.
I like that it's such an afterthought in past patches, and now it's like, yeah, that's...
I've been building that item for a long time on Enchantress. It's really good. Gives you everything you want.
Yeah, for sure. Now, talk to me about this this team fight from Quincy Crew then. Because once you get this Ags online for Leslie, that gives you like a lot of great Roche capability as well. You just run right through the cliff. You can disengage with that. Obviously, the damage reduction is huge.
As long as Quincy Crew don't get like 3 to 4 man Wyvern cursed, if they initiate on T1, there's no way for them to lose a fight. Because all their heroes are sort of like, if you go first with the Exo, the meta, etc., then you sort of nullify the effects of Doom. Conversely, like T1, they need to find like pickles on side lanes where they get to jump them and get their spells off before Quincy Crew do.
Right, okay.
Like even if like T1 get the wrong jump, then Quincy Crew still win the fight. So the execution is easier for Quincy Crew. You also just have a Terrorblade to push out your lanes.
Leslau's ready to go. Got the Ags in tow. And he is quite beefy indeed. Farm slowed down a bit there after the beginning of the game in terms of his start, but I mean, Centaur's not really a hero that's going to be getting a ton of farm throughout the game anyway. And of course, the top net worth on the side of T1 is actually...
Lion breaks the smoke.
Oh, all right, Carl.
No one knows.
On the high ground. Yep, they see the phase shift. Stomp. Good attempt. MSS is going to get the slow with the enchant. The courier is actually be taken out by Carl. It looks like he'll get away with it. He's providing quite a good vision here. As you can see, 23 Savage actually rages, then goes inside of a creep. Question is, can they counter-initiate here? That is a very fast creep indeed. As Cuckoo jumps in with the Finger of Death from Whitemon. That's enough to take LOA out of the fight to start this out. Still has buyback, though, so Roche, if they go for it, can still be... Well, actually, the Stampede was used there, wasn't it? Yeah, so 70 seconds, no Stampede. That's pretty big.
This is a really cool ward from T1. He just gave them complete control just above the Roshan there. Sort of a sneaky one. Gives them complete control of the fight. And you know, T1, they're just out-positioning Quincy Crew. Like, Center, he took such an awkward path. His smoke breaks, and he's still sort of running forward. it ends up like he's okay because he can always stampede out, but his Witch Doctor ends up dying for his sins.
His sins? Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
You deserve punishment. You expose your backline. The dumb core is always exposing the supports.
And we'll see Spider Legs picked up. In all of 152 semi-pro and pro matches with the lifesteal, this patch, Ags hasn't been purchased a single time. That means we don't have any stats on it, so nobody knows.
That is what it means. You are really good with statistics.
Okay, for the record, I do think it's a bad item right now.
Thank you.
But it's close to being very good, okay?
Like Mage Slayer.
And the concept is really cool. Same with Mage Slayer, yeah. You are. Metamorphosis, 23 Savage, already at half health. Doesn't have Infest for another 5 seconds, continuing to get chased. Whitemon is in the vicinity, so Yawar can't really go any further. Gets off the Conjure image. Carl, it's like he's TPing out. So nothing will come of that other than the Metamorphosis pop. So I think with this, T1 probably want to try to fight here.
They're forced to do Roshan on these timers.
Exactly.
On
All right, well, Roche starting to get pounded into, already at half health himself. Cuckoo taking a lot of damage just from an illusion.
Quiver.
Yeah,
it's a
but
quiver
of
on
course,
Enchantress.
23 Savage is inside Carl right now. The Exorcism, here we go. He's going to get silenced to start things out. Looks like Quincy Crew are going to secure the second Roshan. That is pretty big, and out comes 23 Savage, but there's the Stampede. He's forced to rage, TP out, will be successful. And Quincy Crew reinitiate here. Do they even want to? The Exorcism's down. Yeah, they will get out with murder here. So Aegis online. That'll be for Yawar. There was a cheese that's going to be on Quinn.
And DP did take the shard.
Oh, baby.
I like that.
Hell yeah.
I don't think it works through BKB. I actually don't know this mechanic.
I highly doubt it works through BKB.
Siphon stays on even if you BKB after it's casted.
Yeah, but fear, there's no fear in the game that goes through BKB, right? Like what fear goes through BKB? I don't think there's anything.
No, it's only like taunts, right? Like Legion, OT, Axe OT.
Yeah. So yeah.
But I think it's a good concept versus the Winter Raven here, right? Like they both last 4 seconds, and then you get a stun right after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one that I haven't yet gotten to see yet actually work. But again, even if you don't get the fear, you get the extra Spirit Siphon anyway.
Yeah,
so
that is nice.
That's, I think, good enough, honestly. You are getting jumped. Doom actually uses his ultimate with the Finger of Death on top. This is just the Aegis, though. Quincy Crew now starting to form up. Trying to respond to this, but not here in time. So Doom down for another couple minutes. Exorcism up in 40.
I think that was really good by T1. I think Aegis is like your win condition for breaking high ground against so many single target spells. This means that if they can stall the game out until the Finger and Doom again, like you've completely reset all that you would have gained with Aegis. I think teams, like your Aegis should be with your team. It shouldn't be off alone. You should use it to gain map control. I think a pretty big mistake from Quincy Crew there.
And Carl being very annoying, taking out multiple waves here to ensure that Quincy Crew can't push. And in the meantime, 23 Savage takes out the tier 2 top. Yeah, T1 feels like, despite losing that second Roche, just outplayed Quincy Crew in the last couple minutes.
Exactly. I think T1's their understanding of how to play the map is just better than Quincy Crew's. Like Quincy Crew, they definitely have their strengths, but I think T1 has a beat on that front.
Oh my God. Leslau going for a refresher. So the double Stampede potential. Sadly, it doesn't stack, so you don't get 80% damage reduction AUI, in case you're wondering. But
thank you.
You can. I've actually forgot the Ags gives you an extra second now to Stampede. That's a new addition, I believe.
So. Also, like at level 20, you have the Stampede cooldown, so it's a pretty low cooldown Aghanim's.
Yep, that is definitely a good one.
Refresher is a cool item in Centaur, not only for the Stampede, but Hoof Stomp is a pretty good spell. As you get to 25, sometimes you just stun someone for 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good item pick up this game, I think.
Yep, Quinn's going to pop the Exorcism. They really want to fight here. Cuckoo jumps in with the Hoof Stomp, gets off the Infernal Blade, and Quinn takes heavy damage as a result. You can see LOA healing from the low ground as the Lincolns is already popped and the Fortification as well. Wave is completely taken out, and Meta already used as well. It feels like Quincy Crew... I mean, they have to defend this top lane, it looks like. Carl, well, they're going to try to initiate onto him. Hoof Stomp will not connect. Phase Shift with the Orb. Enchant. Looks like the Cask will connect, but he gets Force-Staffed onto the high ground.
Now, T1, they completely have a timing here. They have all their spells. They're going to smoke up. There's no meta. There's no Exo. Quincy Crew are looking a bit in trouble here. Despite taking that second Roshan, they lost 2,000 HP on their top tower compared to only 800 from the bottom tower, T1.
Yeah.
I think a little bit indecisive. They probably didn't take the Doom timer. They didn't know it was down for like 25 seconds. But regardless, like it's hard to push into these heroes.
I mean, this is kind of the issue with lineups where 2 cores have really long cooldowns that you rely on.
For sure.
As we see the coil, it will be used to get the easy kill here for T1.
Say easy.
Okay, I should never say that when there's an Enchantress in play. MSS getting Stampeded with that damage reduction applied as well. And okay, I mean, they trade coil for Stampede there, but of course they know that meta is still down and Exorcism as well. Now the TP's top.
And you see MSS, he's identified a problem. They cannot deal with this puck at all. We saw him like into 5 heroes at the bottom tier 3, just going around. So he's opting to build for a Hex. They do need one, so I like that. I'm just not sure if he'll get it before this game ends.
And the problem is they don't have like a blink on. It's not like a blink Hex. You have to walk up casually and...
But how the puck's playing, he's sort of blinking into you, right? So if you pre-click him, he goes in, he blinks silence, he's just Hexing dead.
Okay.
He will die in like half a second to the Terrorblade.
Yeah, Carl doing a really good job of this game. Just pushing out these waves and just being an overall nuisance. Has a Dagon, so we've seen this a few times in the Animajor as well. Kind of just depends on the game, but bursting down these illusions. And like you said, they just don't have a response to them right now.
Single target burst this patch. It's very heal oriented, as we've seen from these like Wyverns, the double Holy Lock and Quincy crew. If you manage to kill heroes before they're healed, then you know the heals don't do anything. Very high analysis coming. You're welcome.
Yeah. So heals are strong, is what you're saying. As Yawar jumps in, Cold Embrace not going to be enough, as the damage will go through. So
I like this
takes a tumble.
Itemization from Yawar. He was originally going for the Swift Blink, but Leicester has been such a menace on the map. He just goes back for the Basher just so Leicester can't push into these side lanes.
No, okay. I mean, is there any way? Is he actually upgrading? He actually is going for Abyssal Blade right away on top of that. So.
I think that's correct. Swift Blink, it used to be an item, but ever since they removed the move speed, I think it lowered a lot in priority.
I mean, do you think at some point he just gets rid of the Dragonlance and... Oh, I guess he already has the Blink, doesn't he? So probably go for Swift Blink anyway at some point.
At some point he will, for sure. And Leslie, he's also going for the Hex. So they had a full team talk. Like, guys, someone deal with this puck, please. Quinn is molding.
He actually has the best facial expression.
He does. I love Quinn.
It's so awesome.
He wears his heart on his sleeve in a good way most of the time.
Yeah, usually that's not a good thing, actually. But for him, I think I would agree.
Is it bad?
Yeah, if you're a real piece of garbage, it's bad. I'm not going to name names. There's a couple people in the community probably not for the best. Huh?
Nothing.
Nothing. I am not saying anything else. But, yeah, T1. And the longer this game goes, who do you favor here in the late game?
And for sure, for a while, I think it's Quincy crew. Because you just have Terrorblade Death Prophet. It's a very strong dual core.
Oh, Cuckoo with the Shivas jumps in. They want to take out Enchantress, and they will do so. The burst damage is there. Finger of Death.
I was going to say, like, for a while, it has to be them. But Cuckoo already has Refresher Shivas. So he's going to get double Doom off. If he can, like, it's very initiation favored. Like, if he dooms them before they get meta or Exo or Spirit Siphons off, then T1 will win the fights now.
Right. Yeah, Doom is always that wild card, it feels like, in these late game situations. Oh, see the rage. Actually, that is a shard for 23 Savage, if I'm not mistaken. That's an open wounds indeed. Stampede is used, so mitigating a ton of damage here, but will it be enough to actually get away? Not with the Infernal Blade and the Infest. Leslau is donezo. Yawar has the spider legs, already popped the meta and BKB, and will have to retreat. And again, the timing, T1. All they have to do is wait for this meta now. And they can, I would assume, try to go high ground.
I feel like it doesn't matter to heroes. T1's idea of how to play the map is just better than Quincy Crew's. And Quincy Crew, they can pull off clutch fights because they're really high skill players. But constantly, when they step to a position, they just gone too far to mid lane. T1 just punished them. I don't see Quincy Crew really setting up for the same type of ganks, like pushing into side lanes and getting plays this game.
Yeah, but really cool to see Lifestealer, Mr. 23 Savage getting the shard. So
almost
open wounds. What's that?
Almost an egg.
Yeah, almost halfway there. But yeah, open wounds a little bit different than it used to be. First of all, it has good range where you had to level it up last, like the original incarnation, and the fact that you get max HP percentage damage per person that hits the target is actually really strong at taking out super tanky targets like the Centaur. But it is easily dispellable if you have anything like that, which, you know, we can see Leslau does not because
he's going for Hex, so there's no Lotus Orbs anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, 23 Savage has to rage. LOA taking heavy damage, and he is going to get bursted down again from Whitemon. And they're going to apply the coil only for the Enchantress alone, but it'll be worth it for them. 5 versus 3 advantage now.
No meta.
Yeah, still no meta. Exorcism is up, but there's no way they're going to pop that without their full force behind them.
I feel like the last 4 metamorphoses haven't really led to any kills. I don't know if it's like a lineup issue or a comms issue. Maybe T1 just outplaying them with vision. But it's looked hard for Quincy Crew to get picks onto any of the T1 cores.
Yeah, for sure. Leslau gets off the hoof stomp. Yawar with the Abyssal Blade. They will be able to get the support here. But there's the Doom from Cuckoo onto Centaur himself. Yawar pops the BKB, but Cuckoo pops his own as well. Shiva's, along with the Refresher Orb, activated. Looks like they'll be able to clean up Leslau pretty easily here. Quinn already gets off the Exorcism in fear of getting that double Doom, which is still available here. 23 Savage in that rage form. Does have Infest up, as he is taunting away. One of the best taunts in the game, by the way.
You have a taunt tier list?
I literally do, actually. Okay. And it's top 5.
Nice. Everything's top 5.
It's literally top 5.
All right.
What do you think the best taunt in the game is? I'm trying to remember what I actually picked. I know the top 3. I just don't remember what the order is.
The Shadow Fiend one's really annoying.
Nope. I agree, though.
Sorry.
It is annoying.
So another Exo, like these big spells from Quincy Crew, they just haven't been able to secure any kills. You have Enchantress, Witch Doctor supports. Your mid doesn't really go in. It's pretty much all on Leslau, and they've been kiting him really well.
Sadly, we won't be seeing the Aghanim Scepter on lifesteal this game because there is a Refresher Shard.
Yeah, he would have taken it for sure.
Yeah, there's no way he would have taken it either. That's the sad part, the sad reality for my life. 12K net worth lead for T1, and this might be the last-ditch effort for Quincy Crew. They have to deny this, buy it back onto Leslau. Remember, has the Stampede available, can walk through terrain here.
Around. They might find a Wyvern
Smoke
first.
is actually going to be popped, but Zephyr doesn't realize it's been popped. We get the silence coming out. There's the Abyssal Blade from Yawar jumping in onto Whitemon. Will it be enough? The heal with the Infest is enough to keep Whitemon alive for now. And you see the coil onto 2. The first to die is LOA. Buys back into the game, though. Doom applied to Yawar already, but all he can do is right-click and try to run away. It finally will end. He has his Sunder available. Might have to use it on a teammate if he's not careful here, but MSS in the meantime just getting beat down by 23 Savage. Silence applied to Yawar. Still can't get that Sunder off. He's getting very low. Finally does so. Now gets full HP as we see 23 Savage beating upon Quinn with that open wound. Just so much damage. Double kill for him. Now Yawar with the spider legs onto the low ground. Feels like he is just going to drop one way or the other. The initiation from Whitemon. Just too much for Quincy Crew to handle. And this will be the 3rd Roche for T1.
I think they're just getting outplayed in team fights. It might be a lineup thing. You can never really tell. But the high cooldown ultis just didn't do anything for Quincy Crew this game. They played a really solid early game, and it didn't really transition into anything this game, it felt like.
And that was a pretty good silence there, too, because Yawar was definitely looking for the Blink Thunder.
Yeah, it was a bit weird because Witch Doctor walked up, and again, like they go for the smoke play, but he had no sentries, so Lion just gets Glimmer caped.
Look at this.
Enchantress isn't close enough.
He has Arcane Blink and 2 Refreshers.
Oh, man.
That is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. It's 23 Savage taking out that tier 4 successfully. We have the double buyback from Quincy Crew, but they know that there's no meta right now. There's not too much to fear. Oh, okay. Coil again onto MSS. He's just going to heal through it. That might provide a little bit of space, but here comes Cuckoo with the Doom again. But there's the Stampede to try to counteract this, but the Yules keeps him in place. And into the stun from the Lion. That means Quinn will take a tumble. 110 seconds, no buyback. And this looks like a 2-0 for T1 in very good fashion for them. They looked extremely strong here.
Yeah, just really smooth gameplay. They understood that even though you're against terribly DP, like I thought that would be a bit scary to go into late game with, but they just had confidence in their players, and once the Refreshers and Doom come out, like, can't contest them in team fights.
Yeah, this was extremely well executed from T1. I was expecting 3 games based on how close their original series at the Animator was, but T1 looks extremely good right now. And I actually forget, they're still in the hotel, I'm guessing, right? They both are.
Yeah, I think both teams are.
Yeah, so
they're just tipping each other. They're going to see each other at lunch, have a little fisticuffs.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Quincy Crew's practice room is in the food room as well.
It is.
It's the same room.
So they can wait for them.
Will. Yeah, they can wait for them. They can't go anywhere, for sure. But yeah, this was a very convincing win for T1 as they continue on in the upper bracket. In case you were wondering, by the way, AUI, the top 3 taunts in the game. Number 3 was Tidehunter.
That's a good one.
Number I actually can't remember 1 and 2 which
This is
order it
useless
is,
then?
but it's Leshrac and Undying.
Okay.
Thank you. With that expert analysis, we will go to the panel where they will analyze something other than this.
But with the same level of expertise, one would hope. Yes, indeed, Quincy crew are going to now fall to T1, but they're not eliminated. In fact, if they manage to stick around and OG beat Nigma in our next series, then we will see Hassan Bowl happen here at the ESL One Summer 2021. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we will break down the series.
That same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
Thanks for screwing me over, for taking the time just to tear me apart. Thanks for not being sober, and made it so easy to just turn and walk away. Away. Thanks for missing my phone calls, not reading my emails, and breaking my heart. Thanks for being a waste man. I found it.
Looking like T1 just has Quincy Crew's number now, turning a 3-game series into now just a 2-game series, and one that was not necessarily in their corner from the very beginning. That was quite the comeback that they mounted in this game number 2.
Absolutely. I think that, wasn't too in favor of either team right at the start, which to me, that's kind of right in T1's wheelhouse. They're the type of team that they are able to kind of just play one fight well in the late game and bring the whole thing back, even from a deficit, which is really cool to see. I think Quincy's the type of team that constricts the map, and they outplay you by just like having more people at a team fight. And so I think T1 was pretty comfortable that entire game, despite being at a deficit.
T1, I said it multiple times, the most improved team in the second season of Southeast Asia, and they seem like one of the strongest teams in the world right now. Just the general understanding what needs to be done, how to play from behind, so you can never say, you know, we won the game. They play until pretty much the throne falls, and they do it correctly. Like the big timing in this one was Doom. We've seen it so many times in Southeast Asia, even Chinese region, where Doom picks up that like Blink Dagger, BKB, Shiva's Guard into the refresher. This is the big timing because you have no real counterplay. My concern about this particular game is where is the Lotus Orb from Quincy?
Yeah, I know. Those against the Doom specifically.
Doom, Lion.
Centaur just kind of... So what did Centaur end up going for?
He had Aghanim Scepter and was trying to build a Hex.
It was ambitious, perhaps, but ultimately may have been one of the main reasons why they lost. But there was a whole bunch of factors, and the factor that intrigued me the most is always this showdown between Carl and Quinn, which I think Purge will expand more upon.
Thanks, guys. Quinn had a super good laning performance against Carl in the mid lane. It looked about even for the first 2 or so minutes. They traded a lot of right clicks with one another. They started the same item builds, but Death Prophet's first skill, Crypt Swarm, is pretty effective right now as a harassment tool. And the amount that he hit Carl took a little bit too much creep damage. He does have some armor disadvantages, but Quinn just out-regen him, and then once they hit 2, Carl picks up Phase Shift, and then Quinn kind of just abuses this consistently. Every time he throws an attack, if Carl Phase Shift dodges it, then he gets to throw a nuke afterwards. That one there was pretty significant. Carl ends up backing up temporarily. He gets a little Spirit Siphon harassment off, and eventually what ultimately kills Carl is he gets a little bit lowered on HP still, and Quinn kind of just like face checks him here. Says, okay, you have less HP than me. He saw the phase shift here, and now he just knows he gets another Crypt Swarm and it's a kill. So boom, he gets first blood. And the crazy thing, I think, or interesting thing, is that Carl ends up spending his gold. He was at about 650 or so. He almost had bottle money. Instead, because that was right before the double water rune, which Quinn picked up both of them, he instead goes for a null talisman with his gold instead of finishing bottle. Bottle before water runes gives you like what, effectively 6 bottle charges plus the water rune. Buying it afterwards is only 3, so it's a lot less effective. So instead what he ends up doing is spending a lot of money on salves while Quinn just kind of continues to fight him, and it's the same tempo. He goes for an attack. If phase shift is done, then he throws the nuke every single time, lowering Carl's HP and forcing Carl to then spend more money on salves. And then because of this regen disadvantage, Quinn is basically just zoning him from the lane by standing on the high ground and consistently playing the same game. Attack, if he phase shifts, you go for the nuke. And while Carl didn't necessarily die another time in lane, Quinn got a huge gold advantage because this plus Enchantress rotating over to secure the second water rune. Here's a healing salve that ended up getting interrupted by Quinn. He pops a salve, goes for the attack, he phase shift dodges, he throws the nuke back down to half HP. It was just so much net worth loss that he ended up putting towards Carl. He got a huge level advantage, and then ultimately what ends up happening is they go for this cool kill here with the Centaur ulti. When Centaur is level 6, he comes forward a little bit more. They pop ulti, they go for the chase here. Here's Enchantress as well. Great Dream Coil placement. If he places this
right now, I'm going to be talking to one of the winners of T1 as we welcome Zephyr for an interview. Zephyr, congratulations, and also, I don't think we've gotten a chance to talk all of Southeast Asia DPC. You had your teammates doing the interviews, so pleasure to finally speak to you.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win. Jenkins, you got any questions for our boy?
I do. Zephyr, first off, great to meet you. I'm also a Treant Protector spammer, and I really like this hero, and I'm wondering, what are your conditions for picking Treant Protector in a game of Dota 2? What makes it good for a game?
You can pick Treant Protector, especially if possible, if their carries don't have jumping skills like shock second spell, PL second spell, anti-mage, bring, or even you can pick Treant not against high move speed post 5 hero like Hoodwink and Enchantress. I think it's good already.
Of course, you want to dance around your opponents in the game, I see.
How do you guys manage to make a comeback into the games? Like, you guys never give up. Who's keeping you calm? Who says that, like, we can still win this game?
I I think we just understand like the more we wait game, the more we secure the win because our hero is better at game. I think they have like enchanters +4, and if they going to late game and the enchanters is the impact is becoming down. Yeah, enchanters only early winning.
Okay, I got a question about these pubs. You very famously on Reddit at this point said, how to win NA pubs. And I'm wondering, how do you win EU pubs?
This is hard because
oh no,
I keep losing also in here. It's like I only see Carl keep winning because he always play Morning Dots, and Morning Dots is like low FH. He abused it. But for me, it's so hard to win, especially when the FH is so low. It's so hard. It's like flip coin, head or tails. It's like sometimes like that.
Okay, so there's no winning. I see.
If you think that's bad, just hope that you don't experience North American pubs, because it's just like that, except a little bit worse. Congratulations on the win. I know of all the regions that you've gotten to play, you played North America, China. Have you scrimmed against Eastern European teams at all? Because your next opponent is VP.
Oh yeah, we scrim with VP a lot, I think, in major. And it's not really, the result is not really good. So maybe it's going to be hard against VP.
Showing them respect. I mean, it's going to be rock, paper, scissors no matter what, I'm sure. But congratulations on the win. I see you guys are in high spirits and looking forward to the winner bracket final with you and VP.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, yeah, brother.
Okay,
They're
guys,
awesome.
They continue
awesome.
to grow on me. I gotta say, initially when we did the, I won't bring it up too much, but we shared a little bit of karaoke from Whitemon, and I was initially like, oh, I don't know about these T1 guys now. They're kind of making me a little bit nervous. But then Cuckoo starts doing some more interviews. His English has been improving. Everyone seems to be having fun in the background. 23 Savage is just bursting with personality. I can't help but have a smile on my face.
Yeah, this is just a bunch of cool guys overall. Like, I think Southeast Asia in general, if you like remember Execration when they did qualify,
that's right.
To the major, like the pure joy on their faces. This is the same thing. These guys, they just breathe Dota. Like this is what they got inside, and I respect that.
Yeah, it's really important.
And they got a lot of happy things to be happy for. But our next teams, oh, they gotta be nervous. It's OG versus Nigma as our final series of the entire day, the banner series of possibly even the tournament. We'll be right back with that after the break.
the same thing, need the same love, with the same heart. We roll full of wonder, with the same song and the same heart. With the same heart, same heart. With the same heart, same heart. We were together like birds of a feather. When you hurt, my heart breaks too. We were together like birds of a feather. When you hurt, my heart breaks too.
Get ready, everybody. It's OG versus Nigma. That's the final series of today, ESL One Summer 2021, powered by Intel. That's right. It's another heartbreaker. I know we had earlier Nigma take on Secret, and they 2-1 Secret. Meanwhile, we had OG taking down Liquid. It was Liquid without Mickey. And now another showdown, another elimination. And let me remind you what the implications are. If OG manage to beat Nigma, then that means that they will play against Quincy crew. And the Hassan Bowl, the storied Hassan Bowl, will finally happen. The legends, we have ached for such a moment, and it might happen here at this tournament. Now, I can't do this alone, because I'm feeling parched. I need some beverages, especially in the form of my panelists. Gentlemen, if you may, join me, won't you please? Thank you. Yes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Yes. Welcome. Welcome.
This is the pineapple ice cream analysis for OG versus Nigma, as I sort myself out real quick.
Only the finest.
Only the finest.
Now, gentlemen, we have seen a fair amount of OG over the past few days. We've seen them with Sumail. What are your expectations now that you've seen the Liquid Sumail, you're seeing the OG Sumail? How has he assimilated into the team after his initial introduction in 2020?
You know, I think he assimilated quite okay. Let's see. We got some post-game analysis here. I think he assimilated fine. You know, he was looking pretty good on OG to start, and just due to some unfortunate situations going on in the world with, of course, COVID, he had to get out of there. They vetoed that very quickly, but I think he fit in quite nicely. And I think on the carry position, this is what Sumail's been playing for the last 2 to 3 years in NA anyway. Once again, because in NA you have to 1v5 and carry your pubs, so he got very bored of playing the mid lane. So this is his play style. This is where he fits, and it's just a matter of kind of getting into the groove, getting to that comfort zone once again.
And initially I was skeptical because they got pretty smashed by Virtus.pro in their upper bracket series, but it seems like upper bracket are just, I mean, VP are the online kings, as we have now seen them defeat Alliance.
I think the main thing is you learn a lot more from losing, right? You know, when you get smacked down, you have to readjust yourself. And I think that's exactly what OG needed after the Gambit series. They're very quick, they're very fast, and that alone just gave him like a lot of confidence. VP, they're methodical, they're slow paced, and of course, then you go down to low bracket when they beat Liquid. I think OG, it's all about fine tuning, and if they can find the balance, then they're a very scary team. But right now, they're always very much on the ends of the spectrum, just like us in our outfits.
Yeah, that's the thing with OG. No matter who they're playing against, it looks like there's a lot of mistakes being made on both sides. This was originally Aui's point. I thought it was a beautiful point that these guys play really well within a very chaotic environment, and they kind of make the enemies look chaotic as well. So I think this is going to be a pretty solid match, because Nigma I see as the polar opposite.
There's beauty in the chaos, especially now as Sumail is trying to find some synergy with the rest of the team, and Thompson is going to shed a little bit of light on that.
I mean, these are like our first games together as a team with Sumail, so we're basically just like, you know, taking these games as a practice and learning experience and, you know, preparing for the qualifiers basically. And yeah, I'm very happy how we played and how we are improving. I think we're improving a lot, so yeah, I'm very happy about it.
They just taking 2 cores out of the fight. It's only a big spider left. What is she going to do? First, they go for Insane and Taiga. They leave.
It's pretty warm, yeah. We haven't been outside too much, but I can see that it's warm outside. To me, it's like when it's so hot, then you feel like going to sauna because you feel like, you know, you're sweaty and stuff. So you're like wanna cleanse yourself in the sauna properly, you know. So yeah, in the sauna every day. That's my life.
Target first, the head of the Thompson, but there is Sumail to protect him. They kill the line, very important. That's your main source of catch. OG can chase after them with a stampede. They're going for Quincy. Sumail just fighting Boxy head on. There's a supernova, the high ground, they can't get to it. Taiga and Boxy will both fall. The supernova will end up stunning both the remaining cores. Electric's down for the count. Quincy will join him in the grave.
Nigma is a great team, and I expect nothing but to, you know, learn from them and getting a feel for the game again.
Like we said, all these experiences are teachable moments that you can learn from. And Nigma need to learn quite a bit as well. Both these teams are going to be grinding out the European TI qualifiers. What you're seeing here now might be one of the series that finally determines in a week? A week and a half?
Yeah.
Which of these teams are actually going to show up to TI? It's a terrifying thought, but it's a very real possibility. And of the two, I have a tough time determining a favorite. How have you felt about Nigma so far, too?
I think, you know, both teams are kind of calibrating their drafts a little bit. Of course, Nigma, I think they played the second most games at the major. It was like 30 plus or something, compared to other teams that, you know, bombed out with only 5 games. And I think, yeah, Nigma coming into ESL Summer at least, they tried running some IO strategies, and then against Secret, they played it. Phoenix was present in 2 of their drafts, but I think the key thing is the fact that, you know, game 2 was seeing the Vengeful Spirit come in with the Terrorblade, a new form of answer against both AA and DK, because you have that swap. So when you have that kind of single target initiation on hero, you disconnect them with the swap and then play from there. So I think Nigma, they're just kind of fine-tuning a little bit with their drafts, and I think that alone is very, you know, exciting, because you have 2 teams, OG and Nigma, both trying to find kind of their footing in how they want to approach the TI qualifiers.
Yeah, especially when you have Nigma, who is, I would largely blame for a lot of the meta, how it is right now. I think a lot of teams, because they were from the wild cards, a lot of teams were copying them, right? Because there isn't any other Dota to watch, and then also, they're the team that blasted through all of the stages of the major. So they've set the meta, and now they're kind of trying to beat the meta that they created themselves.
Yeah, and some of their instrumental heroes have kind of been figured out, like you said. The IO not really bringing them a lot of success in this tournament. And Mind Control is going to talk about some of their games earlier in this tournament.
Hello everyone, I'm Mind Control from Team Nigma, and I play the offlane, position 3. We didn't play so well, I didn't play very well. Viking, I think they did their homework against us, and they were just really ready for us, and they played beautiful too, so I think they deserve the win, to be honest. So against Secret, we played much better. I played a little bit better, and I think Secret was not in their best shape, so I mean, it was too hard. I'm not saying it was easy. So I think it's mainly connected to us playing a little bit better than the Viking series, so it helped us a lot. It felt good.
There's a big combo from Mind Control. The choppity chop on 2, make it 3. Yapsor will be the 4th. Big turnaround for Team Nigma.
I mean, now they have Sumail, so it's I mean, of course, I'm not worried, but they have this new thing going on. Like, they have this mid player on the carry role, so So they have 2 mid laners now, no carry player. So it's just new. We have to see, we have to play them to see how it feels against them. I think they're good right now, so it's gonna be even matchup for sure.
I mean, if any team should be familiar with that, it should be Nigma, with originally Weeha coming to mid and Miracle, a former mid laner, turning to carry.
True, yeah. I think a large part of these roles have kind of merged over the last few years. For whatever reason, I think people have just gotten a lot better at the game. And so, you know, other than like maybe the carry axe, which is more of a sort of off-lane hero, I think a lot of the time these mid laners can switch to the carry role, and maybe vice versa is a little bit harder because the mid requires a lot of high skill, like individual laning things. But definitely mid to carry, I think, is a decent transition.
I think of the Venn diagram of heroes, mid lane probably has the most overlap because we see in the previous series, we saw Carl playing a lot of off-laners in the mid lane. So a lot of Dooms, Sand Kings, DKs, or now DK's an off-laner, formerly a mid laner. It's a lot of versatility that comes out from that role.
But also mid laners, you know, everything always kind of evolves around them. You know, they're in the middle of the map, so they're going to know exactly like what fours need to bring to them, how they need to help the offlane. Like, I think from mid lane, you do need to know most of the aspects of kind of the first 20 minutes for all roles. So you kind of, if you do transition, you kind of have the hidden thoughts, but oh wait, if I play 3, I need to think of, do I need to force my mid to my lane? If I play off lane, can I actually play a more strong off lane so that I don't need to help my mid? I think mid lane does kind of just have a lot of parallels with these roles.
Let's see what parallels we can draw from these two drafts. One that immediately stands out to me is OG do not first phase ban the Invoker, which has been consistent since probably playoff brackets from Nigma in the Animajor. Everyone's always banning out the Invoker. OG decide that Phoenix and Lion are higher priorities, and Nigma will ban out the Puck TA, Invoker and Axe picked up, and OG pick up the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, an important thing to note with OG throughout like DPC, when they play up against teams that have their favorite heroes, they often wouldn't instantly ban them out. They'd look to try and ban out enabling factors that give that kind of hero its prominence. So for example, with Invoker, like banning out a Lion, Lion is a great support to always set up and join in the early fight. So they're just taking away things that they respect more than what everyone else is banning. You know, try and break the kind of trends that you have against teams.
And I think that makes a lot of sense because when you think about all of the Nigma heroes that you need to play against, there's like the Enchantress, Kuroki was going beyond godlike in every game. There's the Invoker, where other team, like literally Nigma themselves, got cited as saying, you know, this gets banned out, like they didn't know how to play. They were basing a lot of their matches off of this hero. The Axe, which does get picked up on mind control, so there's a lot to take out. So you may as well just take out the supporting cast.
Yeah, and the key thing here now is Nigma, because they go the Invoker, the Axe, they already demonstrated earlier that the Axe can be both offlane and carry. And I think the key thing is OG instantly lock in the Void Spirit. Currently, Thompson is riding the Echo Saber, you know, trend, and he will just happily most likely play into this Invoker in the mid lane. Will he go for the Echo Saber, then disassembling that into BKB Orchid?
He will.
Yep, he most likely
It's
will.
Thompson. I mean, I feel like OG is just this team that they're just like a testing grounds for new ideas. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if they are horrible or if they're god tier. Like they will literally like burn things to the ground to figure out whether or not something works.
I mean, Nasol, look at him. He's looking, you know, suave and sophisticated with the. Oof.
He's got his Sirius glasses on today against Nigma. He does not want to lose. Okay. We start talking about it. Of course, it's a caster curse in effect.
Oh well.
Right there. Looks like he didn't pick his nose.
Yeah, well, maybe Thompson will.
Okay, come on, Thompson. All right,
anyway,
there's a draft, right?
OG banned out the Wyvern again, just putting a lot of emphasis on supports. I think I like this because Nigma is a team that has demonstrated an immense amount of flexibility within the core roles. You know, if you think about Mind Control, you think about Miracle, RTW, these lads, they grind so many pubs, they aren't going to be scared to pick a hero that they haven't really, you know, played within a competitive scene. Compare that to the supports, though, I think there's a little bit more room to punish the hero pools that these lads present.
So last time Nigma picked this Axe, they prioritized banning out these strong lane counters to the Axe, or at the very least, heroes that really like to play against it. They banned out, you know, Monkey King, Ursa-esque heroes, Medusa, another hero that does really well versus the Axe in lane. So this is kind of making me think maybe it's a carry Axe. They seem to be protecting him in the safe lane.
Yeah, the key thing from these bans, it's very much the OG targeted bans. You know, the Darkseer paired with the Nyx Assassin. OG already in this tournament ran Nyx Assassin Darkseer. I think it was against Monaco Gambit in their first game, and the pace that they were able to set was, you know, unrivaled. And we haven't seen another team be able to hit that kind of stride. And
Nature's
Fury,
Prophet.
oof.
That's a Sumail ban.
Yep.
Of course, the North American Pride carry. Nature's Prophet hero. I wasn't talking about Sumail, but of course he is NA Pride as well.
Oh, okay, they do go for the Rubik. I would say it's like Willow or Rubik. Which one are you thinking they're going to go for GH? And they go for the Rubik.
Why did you not consider the IO as a possibility?
I think you just want more kind of area control when you have Nyx Assassin Void Spirit. The idea that these lads are going to be going into the fight, and we've seen already Nigma fall flat with IO because they don't have a way to stop that guy jumping on top of you. For example, Gambit, they tried to go for a Bane to grip Topson. Didn't work out. Didn't even see a grip in that game. But the idea of Rubik now is kind of cheap stuns. If Topson oversteps his mark, instantly kill him off, chain CC, go for the next kill.
Longer range than the Bane. That's one thing about that hero that feels really bad. The fact that like all of these supports lost their cast range talents, whereas Rubik has this from his ability. So Topson jumps in and you can actually grab him without being within the range where he can kill you.
And then of course OG is going into the second phase. They are able to quite cleanly pick up an Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, these three heroes pair so well together.
It's pick off.
Yeah,
left and right.
just hunters. Also, you have a hero in the Void Spirit that can clear out lanes. AA is not so good at that until he gets the shard. Nyx Assassin isn't good at that. Combos, of course, for damage.
Nigma might go for like a Disruptor or something. Just keep it a little bit more simple in regards to the control. Like when Nyx walks up the high ground, Voice walks up high ground, you want to just throw some spells onto the ground.
I think they should go Clockwork.
Okay, that too. That's also pretty okay, especially for the Nyx and the AA. Not so much against the Void Spirit,
No,
but of
kind of
course,
bad against the Void Spirit.
killing the supports is also pretty key. And they don't really have any jump outside of Axe, so yeah, I don't mind that.
Does Kuro play Clockwork 5? I mean, I'm sure he can. The guy's played everything.
Ooh.
Warlock instead.
Okay, so during DPC, right, when OG played, the analysis was coined, if you're playing against OG, just pick Warlock. What does OG want to do, Jenkins?
They want to run at you and fight you and cause you to make mistakes and look stupid.
And then what does Warlock have as his first spell, Jenkins?
I believe it's called Fatal Bond.
And what does that do, Jenkins?
I believe that causes damage to be spread across multiple units. It's 5 Tsunami. Back to you.
There we go. And that's the main point, Tsunami, as I take it back from you, back to me. It's the fact that you put a bonds on an over-aggressive team. If they ever misstep, you are going to be able to kill them straight away. Back to you, Tsunami.
Now, this Warlock hero's dog shit. Everything that T Governor said is just incorrect. I believe what OG is going to do is they're going to pick a Centaur.
Ooh.
Of course, Medusa, a very similar style hero.
Midas, Medusa, or nah?
Probably not. I don't think the hero needs Midas to speed up her farming. She literally just, cleaves things. You don't really need a Midas.
That's a Tundra thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, let's see though. I think honestly, I don't think we can discredit that build. I think just because Tundra has run it and they've had success with it and they've also lost with it. The key thing is I like the concept around it, where you go for the Midas Man to enter straight item play with your team, get the levels, enable your axe timing to be a little bit quicker. But we'll see in this game how OG's take is on Medusa.
I think some form of disengage on OG would be really good. Of course, this Medusa gives you some sort of disengage, as we can see Mind Control playing from a dungeon, as usual. And so the Dusa ulti does give you disengage, but it's only on the Dusa, at least in the first 20, 30 minutes of the game where she doesn't really want to get involved that much. So some sort of Centaur Mars type hero would look really good for OG.
It feels kind of atypical for what they've been picking for Sumail recently, though. It's been, like you said, the Nature's Prophet, the Leshrax, these Templar Assassins, he even played CK. This is a much more late game oriented carry.
It's calibrating, the idea Sumail enters, he's played some CK, like you said, and then now they're going to go, wait a second, we can't just play these semi-cores, we can't just play aggression, we need to have some win condition. But that's still what Nigma needs as well. They need their own potential, win condition here, because of course, if Axe is the carry, they need an offlane with a bit of pace. But you see from OG's bans, realistically, this Axe should just be offlane. Because of this Medusa pick, you don't really want to go Axe into Medusa. Pick yourself up a big boy carry.
I love GH. He was saying to, maybe this is insider information, but it's good insider information. He was saying to Kuro while he was drafting, doesn't matter what you pick, I believe in you.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Well, how did you hear that?
That was Moose, the joined Dota
right.
fellow.
During the major.
It really unravels.
He said he overheard that. I was like, you know what? That's awesome. That's awesome.
You would
to hear.
love to have a player like that.
But
on
that's
your team.
that's the point. We started this panel talking about the idea of players moving within these kind of tier 1 teams. It's the level of trust that these players have. Like, you can't have a player join a team and they have this bravado and this kind of arrogance of I'm the best. You know, they need to be able to subscribe to the team ethos.
And also, Dota's a game of constant learning and
exactly.
changing. And you could see even with OG, like you said, there's this calibration here. Like Sumail comes in, like they get their ass beat in some games. They try things out. Like you have to figure these things out in Dota.
But this is the main thing here is OG's calibrating, and Nigma this draft, they're not messing around. Like, they have run this style before during the DPC leagues, maybe not at the major, but the fact that they do get their Invoker finally through, they're going to have this casual Warlock to deal with the OG aggression. Like, this is a very confident Nigma draft, and it's OG. They still need one more pick here. Going to be Seb's hero.
Yeah, they get the Tidehunter and the Bat Rider banned out. You don't know what the carry matchup is going to be.
It would have been a good bat game. He just... Oh, then again, every time I say that, the team gets completely destroyed, so... Would have been a bad bat game.
He still has his ET available in the pool. If he wants to maybe whip that one out. I'm assuming something that needs to enable the Medusa.
How about just like the casual offlane monkey? Brute. Oh, okay.
Okay, wow, that's cool.
That's nice, because of course you can dispel the fatal bonds where we wasted about a minute of the segment talking
and
about.
And the heal, and the vessel, and the cold snap, as well as all of the axe spells. Like, this is a really cool pick, and it's disengaged too. You pop the Brewalt, even with Warlock. That's not... I actually think Brewmaster fights better than a Warlock does.
I guess the main thing here is... Isn't Drow just really good now, actually, for Nigma? Before I go on a tangent.
Well, first, what is your justification for making it an offlane axe now, as opposed to a carry axe?
I just feel like axe into Medusa, you never really kill him during the call, and they just go for an anti-mage. So, okay, Nigma did go for a anti-mage draft. Game 1 against Team Secret. They crumbled quite quickly, but it was an issue of they didn't really have much play to make, and also Secret did an aggressive tri-lane. I don't think that's really apparent here for OG, so the entry to this game will be a lot cleaner for Nigma, but... Ooh, this is...
I like this Nigma draft a lot.
Yeah.
You have the Anti-Mage versus Dusa, which is very game-winning in the mid to late game.
Yep.
And Anti-Mage versus Brewmaster. I mean, Brew's just not so great of a hero in the laning phase. Once you have Refresher and late game items, he feels really OP now, but nothing about his early game has been buffed in like 7 patches, so AM can completely destroy this hero in lane.
Yeah, the key thing here for Nigma, it's like the idea of Warlock and Invoker are the two anti-aggressors. You know, if you ever waste Golem, then that's when OG will ramp up the aggression, I think. Nyx Voice for AA, if they can find some of these kind of clinical pickoffs, the Vendetta into AAO, some Echo Saber Voice for it jumping in as well, then that kind of disparity in numbers might help OG. But yeah, Medusa looking to try and get a couple items and end the game before Anti-Mage eventually does that, you know, split push shenanigans and stuff we've seen a million times before. So yeah, no, an exciting series. These two teams should be so equally skilled.
I wouldn't be surprised if the anti-mage starts participating earlier, because you've got probably a Quaswex Invoker.
Just go fight.
EMPing the Medusa. Now you've got a huge mana void target.
2 kills per minute. That's what I hope this game has.
Right. I think he definitely needs to go Quaswex this game. Otherwise, there's not going to be space for the anti-mage. And the thing is, like with how aggressive an Axe can get with the Vanguard, I think this looks a lot different from the other anti-mage game where the early game just kind of went horribly. I think the early game will be in their favor.
Yeah, and again, every single time I see Rubik in any other team's hands, I'm like, what are you doing with this hero?
Yeah.
GH's Rubik, though, they see it second phase. There's not even that much stuff to steal. You got the Impale, I guess, Ether Remnant is somewhat nice, but these are not particularly like, oh man, game-winning ultimates, but somehow Nigma always manages to make it work. Let's see if they can make it work in this game 1 with our casters, Capitalist, and Kyle.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. I'm here with meme analyst Kyle, who is apparently taking no prisoners today. Kyle, how are you feeling about this matchup between OG and Nigma?
I'm excited. You know, this is a matchup I probably consider one of my favorite to watch. OG, Nigma, rerun of the TI finals, and possibly the only time we'll see these guys play before they have to risk it all. Of course, only one of them will have a chance to earn a repeat appearance in those finals. We'll probably see them play again in just a few short weeks.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of credence to the idea that they may run into each other. If they do, it'll be in the upper bracket semifinals of the TI qualifier. We're going to start off with an early first blood. It's looking like onto Captain Kuro, as Nigma is going to give that one away to Thompson. So apparently that's how we're going to be starting our matchup. But yeah, these two teams, they don't start off against each other, but in the second round of the upper bracket, they may face each other. And who knows, that may be the last time they face each other.
Yeah, because it was based on DPC points, right? And OG, I think, is fourth of the teams in the region. Oh, no, sorry, they're third. Yeah, fourth.
Yes, they are fourth. Nigma is number one.
Yeah.
In
That's wild.
DPC points. So,
well, either way, we've seen the meta shift, I think, in this tournament a little bit based off of what we expected from the major. This is the third Medusa game in a row that me and you are going to cast, again with a Brewmaster, but I am just hoping and praying that OG keep their number of Midases to one.
Midas.
No, definitely not. We will not see that. But
you don't believe in the Midas Dusa, huh, Kyle?
I do not. I checked because I got called out, and there was not a single game at the major. The hero already underperformed at the major. Was 4-8, but never bought a Midas. And you could argue maybe you should buy a Midas. Now I knew you know.
Yeah, exactly. If the hero is underperforming, you got to figure out a different item build to make it work, right?
Well, it's one of the games. The only thing I'd recommend is Force Staffs, Cap. If Medusa wants to buy a Pike for that reason, I think it's a great decision. In the match that Nigma destroyed VP with this combination, the Axe and the Invoker, VP had 0 Force Staffs, and that makes the initiation potential for Nigma just way too strong and uncounterable. You just taunt into Cataclysm and delete heroes from the map. A couple of Force Staffs, you'll be able to save your allies. So that's got to be rushed. Not rushed, but at a timing around the Aghanims for Miracle.
Meanwhile, another hero that we didn't get to see that much. I think Nigma was really one of the only teams. I think somebody else ran Rubik as well, but the GH Rubik going to make an appearance once again. Our mid lane matchup is going to be Thompson versus Miracle, Void Spirit versus the Invoker. And then our bottom lane matchup is where the Animage is looking to be trying to farm up. No Tail. He's going to comp a bit of aggression here. Always kind of awkward when you're caught between your tier 1 and tier 2 with Battle Hunger on you. GH is going to actually die first. Mind Control could not get the spins fast enough. Either way, though, with First Blood already claimed, it's just a trade off of supports.
Yeah, the Rubik pick is interesting because only GH at the major really made this hero look playable. But even then, he had to go absolutely out of his mind. And I got to figure this is just comfort for Team Nigma. I mean, end of the day, GH, one of the best 4s in the world, one of the best Rubiks. There are some interesting steals. The Brewmaster could be a great spell. I wonder, does he still have that bound even, the new brew? Like, let's say the Shard comes up. There's no way GH has pre-bound a key for the Void Spirit Panda.
Oh yeah, the Void Bruling, that thing. Yeah, that's a weird one for sure. Though we don't really get to see the Void Bruling come up very often in general. I was very surprised to see it in I don't remember what match that was. I think yesterday that somebody picked it up. That's a bold micromanagement player right there.
Yeah. We'll see. It's a very nice AM game for ILTW, so definitely can expect a more passive style. I think OG are actually the ones that are going to want to hit a pretty solid timing here. I would be very hesitant to go late game into Invoker AM, not just because of the Cataclysm, but Alacrity Animage is pretty ridiculous, especially once you have that 3rd, 4th item up.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see the AM was still in the pool when they picked up with the Medusa. And they had their bans available, especially since they were going to go Brewmaster. I feel like Brew would have been better against the TB, as an example.
Yeah,
that they banned away. AM is super good against Brewmaster throughout all stages of the game.
Yep, and they're gonna just play more of this rat style, shove lanes. And to your point, Brewmaster is great at team fighting, but Seb's gonna be hard pressed to ever actually find the Animage and secure kills.
Okay, so if we are going to be playing, as you say, kind of a rat game, very much pickoff oriented, Thompson a little bit low here, but Miracle got to be burned out of all of his mana. So I don't think anybody's dying in this situation. Is Mind Control going to go Manta in this game?
I think so, yeah. There's no need to really go for anything other than the ability to shove lanes and control the map. OG, they have the Dusa, but Void and Brewmaster, not the greatest at clearing creep waves. The two supports, I love AA Nyx as a combination, but the big weakness is you absolutely cannot kill creep waves. This is going to be a pretty big issue for OG if this game does really slow down. Nyx Assassin has to be able to play off map and aggressively, and I don't really see his kill partner. You know, I guess him and Thompson can get some work done, but you know, the burst isn't super high if they don't find a support. I don't think they're killing an AM.
Going in deep there for that courier. I'm not sure if you've been watching Mind Control's play here, but it's super interesting. He's been playing mostly in the jungle, farming up like the medium camp on the high ground here, and then occasionally will look to be able to cut creep waves. He's just basically not laning and giving it all to GH right now.
Yep. I like it. I mean, this is kind of the new way to play Axe. Anytime, well, Axe and Centaur, anytime you have a difficulty with the carry you're laning against, it's more efficient just to do as he's done. It's similar to watching, oh, hang on mid.
Oh, pick up from Thompson. Tornado into telekinesis. A good rotation.
Yeah.
Time
But that's
there, and they
activated.
can even set up for a 6-minute power run.
That's because of Mind Control, though, because he's shoving this lane. GH doesn't really need to be anywhere, so he's free to go look to gank and make rotations. And now with a Vanguard, he'll just be left alone top, and he'll pull every creep wave to this high ground jungle spawn.
Seb, is he actually going to die here? He does have a Fairy Fire, but he doesn't really have an easy escape out of this one. With Fatal Bonds put on him with the creep wave, I think he should be fine. Ring of Health and a Fairy Fire should keep him alive, no problem.
Thompson with an Arcane Ring, though, that's quite nice. And a big Ancient stack, most likely for Mind Control. I think he can take that pretty much now with that Vanguard. No reason to save it for the Battle Fury AM.
Smail coming over and just kind of poking at Mind Control, but again, between an Ancient Apparition and a Medusa, this feels like a very free Axe lane once he gets his Vanguard.
Yep.
Saxa setting up here, and they will manage to quickly burst him down. That was 2 levels of the Aether Remnant, so maximum burst damage there from the Void Spirit. Quickly gets the pick off on Kuro. Nothing, a huge consequence there, just because Kuro doesn't have anything else to do. ILTW is already winning the lane against Seb. He doesn't need the extra help.
I will say this is also a pretty cool combo, the Axe and the Rubik, because yes, you can still farm this hard camp, the Ancient camp pretty easily, but I thought they were going to just go for it. Instead, they're going to help mid. He's going to be okay, but
Thompson jumping back and forth, but it does kind of bait No-Tail into a bad position here as the 2 supports showing up from the side of Nigma, getting a 3-3 now.
So with a Vanguard, Axe can do Ancients, but it'll lose a lot of HP. The Fade Bolt damage reduction is really nice because then you effectively don't lose any HP if you're farming under that. And you see, no way.
He's really gunning for it here with the creep wave hitting him. He can keep on chasing after Sumail. These range creeps and tower hits coming in. Sumail's going to get blocked in. Oh no, Mind Control. Cold Feet is going to stun him very soon, but he needs a Culling Blade. No! Sumail gets out of vision just in time. The Culling Blade not able to come in. Mind Control misses out on a kill still, though. Maybe not. GH comes in, doesn't throw out the Fate Bolt onto the Medusa. Instead, hits Saxa with it. As Mind Control still trying to chase down heroes underneath this tower. Miracle is actually going to wrap in from behind with his earned pickup and find Sumail behind the tier 2 tower. Sumail knows he's dead, and No-Tail very likely to follow him as Mind Control continues to chase him down. Miracle, whiff on the tornado there. That's a little awkward. Okay, never mind.
No, that wasn't a whiff, Cap. He didn't miss. No-Tail made a nice juke.
Oh, right. Sorry. Great job, No-Tail.
We got to focus on the positives.
Jump forward, Kuro. Double damage. Void Spirit is not to be trifled with, but fortunately, the 2 supports. GH. Nice steal getting the Astral Step.
Yeah, I feel like Mind Control in this Axe is just consistently the breadwinner for his team. Top net worth now. You know, we haven't even mentioned LTW. We don't have to. He's farming bottom freely because he's against an enemy brew. And this means that the squad of Nigma can just rotate all around the map. Miracle just top now with his Axe. Warlock takes mid for free. MC clears every wave. He would have killed the Medusa himself if he just got 1 extra spin. None in like 10 seconds. Very unlucky.
Mind Control got a chipped vest, so he is very happy with this game now. Saxa is just going to soak up whatever experience he can. Miracle's waiting for someone to show and defend this tower, but I don't think anybody is. think Sox is just trying to get to his level 6 so he can be a bit more useful. Meanwhile, ILTW has kind of left the bottom lane to go running around farming. Go to watch that.
Look, see how he stopped there?
True, yes. He stopped for literally a quarter of a second.
Great play from No Tail.
Amazing.
Just so close. Unlucky. Miracle. Unlucky.
Dive in mid lane, Kuro. Oh, Thompson not going to make the commitment there. Use the dissimulate to jump backwards. Does have another astral step, so he should be fine. Not a big deal. As oh, never mind. Chases after him. Double astral step forward. Pulls Thompson back in. Thompson is just going to have to turn and try and hit a good enough resonant pulse to stay alive, but that's not good enough against ILTW. The big burst of magic damage from the Mana Void.
Yeah, so far so good, really, for OG, though. Seb's doing a lot better than I expected in terms of the net worth, and because Nigma have made so many movements, they haven't really been able to dominate the lanes as well as you might have expected, although towers should start to fall. MC will clear up top, and the big concern for OG is going to be how do they handle the Axe blink timing? It's going to be coming out pretty soon.
They're going to push back Miracle here in the mid lane to make sure that the siege creep does die. Oh, Resonant Pulse tried to catch the Void Spear and keep him inside of that EMP. They're actually going to go for this kill. Miracle, underneath the effects of the Ice Blast, may end up ticking out here. Is that going to be enough? God, it's going to be so close, but I think he's just going to be a bit shy. Oh, the last tick. Oh, no. Meanwhile, Mind Control trying to run down Soxa here. Soxa does have a stick and Vendetta, so it's not like he's in any real danger here.
Very chill game so far. A lot more action actually out of the carries than I think we would expect. I like that move from LTW securing the kill. Now back to farming. MC has his blink, and that's going to be a pretty interesting movement because, you know, Team Nigma, they're not really the strongest in the team fight department right now. They have to play for picks, but at the same time, the support duo, you know, Warlock isn't really going to be able to contribute much. You can even see he went for the maxed out Shadow Word, so just healing his allies more than anything at the moment.
This time around, he won't manage to dodge the tornado. Miracle on point with the placement, and GH following that up with the Resonant Pulse that he had stolen earlier, or excuse me, Void Remnant. Ether Remnant. Jesus Christ, I can't get any of the names right.
It's all good.
So if this is going to be a chill game, as you were saying, does that benefit one side more than the other?
I would have kind of hard to say, really. I feel like OG are a bit more on the clock, but realistically, I think there's enough balance in both drafts to scale pretty effectively. Nigma kind of need that map control, and they've got to ride this Axe Blink Dagger to success. They didn't really go for the idea that we were expecting. Great scout by Thompson.
Kuro, oh, jump forward. They do manage to get the call onto the Nyx Assassin, but still, Thompson already killing Kuro here and setting up to be able to get the kill onto Mind Control as well. Never mind. This guy's too tanky. So they just take the two supports and call it a day.
Yeah, that's how you want to start every single fight for OG. Find the supports, immediately kill them. They didn't have Miracle. He'll be going Midas. Seb, I think, already has his. Yep, it's up. So I can agree always with the Brew Midas. It's the Deuce and the Void Spirit that I think should stick to real items. Miracle will be grabbing one as well shortly, but yeah, it'll be the Manta Rush after Dragonlance for Sumail. I'm wondering if OG are going to venture across the river, maybe look to take any towers. You can look at the 3 wards they have placed right now. It's all just securing their side of the river.
Okay, well that courier certainly tells Mind Control what's about to happen, but he may not be able to dodge it. Spike Carapace hits the counter helix and does a good amount of damage combined with Thompson, and they are able to get the kill on a Mind Control Axe, who has been mostly free farming. That was the #1 net worth on the side of Nigma.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them kill Seb. Mind Control, I understand his desire to play top, but Seb is just getting way too much space down here. Yes, the AM lanes well, but left in a 1-on-1 situation, you can see Seb also going for the maxed out W build, spamming it on his enemy.
EMP burning out Soxa, but at the same time, Miracle's going to cop a lot of damage, drop the goal, but Thompson actually dodging it with the Dissimulate, won't be able to dodge the call, but still, Miracle should be dying here to Sumail. Yeah, sure enough, the burst damage comes from Thompson. And Mind Control trying to chase down No Tail. Really wants to be able to get this Culling Blade hit so he can get the movement speed, but he won't find it. Instead, he's going to be controlled on by the Brewmaster, and he's not going anywhere. Slowed down to a crawl with the maxed out Ice Vortex from No Tail that not only saved his life, but assists in killing the Axe.
Yeah, shout out to Sumail. He has been just farming near flawlessly. Like, check out the CS, 164 in 14 and a half minutes. And it's just wild how well this hero can do when you invest in these early stat items. It's probably the best use of early game 6 slotting. Obviously not the perfect 6 slot, but Wraithband, Dragonlance, Treads, and a Quelling Blade. You can go start clearing every single camp. And there's really no hero faster. Maybe Luna can compare. And this, yeah, I was about to comment on that. Thank you, Observer. We check out this fight, but there's been a huge Ancient stack for Team Nigma for almost 10 minutes, and they haven't taken it. And I question if they've been perhaps a bit too bloodthirsty, because there was a lot of gold just waiting there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, you were praising Sumail and his farm, but I'm pretty sure the last time we pulled up the camp stack that OG hadn't done a whole lot of stacks for him compared to what Nigma has clearly done with this Ancient stack. Finally, ILTW is going to start burning through it. They're not going to give it to the Axe. It seems like our just general read of this strategy. I think we both agreed we wanted to see like a Manta build from the Axe, so he would be the one farming the Ancients to get closer to that. And we just wanted to see a map control game, right? Yeah. Of just like maximizing to try and get to the Cataclysm plus AM late game, but that's not been the case at all.
I mean, my thinking is just Nigma, especially with the Midas Invoker build, they could have been a lot slower and a lot more focused on their team's macro. Yes, you'd prefer Animage to take the stacks, but Mind Control could have cleared him in 8 minutes, and they could have had a fresh stack for IL2W. So perhaps his Battle Fury, just a bit off timing, and he'll sweep up all that gold from the jungle, but they're still behind, and I don't know if they really have the late game advantage they think they have.
They really want to be able to catch Seb here. Oh, Mind Control really off with the blink there. I'm not sure if they would have killed Seb anyway, but still. Bit of a missed initiation for Nigma, and now OG looking to be able to finish off this mid tower. If they go on Sumail, they're ready to be able to respond. Mind Control's going to jump forward immediately. The Manta is going to be popped. Ice Blast going out. Doesn't really hit onto much here. Mind Control is going to be frozen down. Meanwhile, Thompson's trying to go for the backline heroes, but GH stealing the Astral Step is going to be able to get away from Thompson. Thompson overcommitting himself now is going to be left behind as this assimilates, but it's not good enough. The damage over time is going to lead him to die. Meanwhile, Mind Control is creating a bunch of space, leading into a 1-for-1 trade-off ultimately.
Gotta say, I think I've seen this out of him in a couple of pubs, but this is my first match where I get to witness the Thompson Echo Saber Deso Void Spirit in all of its glory. Treads. Is it good?
I think so. I've seen, I've watched Thompson do it once or twice, and it does mean that Void Spirit actually scales into the game, which was something that we were, I think, a little bit worried about for OG just because of the carry-to-carry matchup. But if this Void Spirit is actually going to get big enough that he can be on even footing with what Invoker does late game, then this is going to look really nice.
Yeah. It's Witchblade versus Echo Saber. Those are, I think, the items that you're comparing in this spot. Witchblade, no strength and arm, but has armor. Whereas the Echo Saber with the passive mana regen, I think is the direction he's going for. It's also technically more burst, or at least comparable burst to the Witchblade. We'll see.
OG.
I don't know about the Deso, but I'm with you on the Echo.
OG doing a good job of just re-pushing down the mid lane. There's no reason to slow things down. They are going to be able to get the call pick off onto No Tail, looks like. Takes a little bit longer than expected, but ultimately the Culling Blade is there. OG. You could see Sumail. He is not scared at all of Nigma.
I love Sumail's item build here. The Crystallis is still one of the most damage efficient items in terms of what you get for the gold spent. And he's already level 15. I mean, this is what I expected Nigma to be doing to OG's map, but instead it's OG just getting super active behind their very fat Medusa. And I don't see a point where ILTW is going to be able to get involved here. Like even Manta is not going to be enough. He'll need like that next item, whether it's Abyssal or Scotty. And OG, they're just going to push with a Bruce Split ready. How do you stop them?
GH. See if he can jump away with the Astral Step. Another one? No. Thompson comes in with a huge amount of damage. Soxa also managed to get a Spike Carapace on that Astral Step hit.
Yep.
So
that was a double step.
Oh, jumping forward. They're going to try and blow up Thompson as quick as possible. It is not quite enough, but the Golem is there. They finally get him. The Culling Blade still in the back pocket of Mind Control if they can bring somebody else a little bit low, but Samael is forcing them all back with the Stone Gaze. The two supports hitting inside. ILTW gets an opportunity to blow up Samael. Bye-bye mana, bye-bye carry. OG just not expecting this resilient of Enigma underneath their tier 2 towers. Overstepping themselves a bit and losing a very, very bad team fight. I mean, they were up by a good amount of net worth and experience, and that all just goes away off of one team.
Yeah, they had a great ward behind tower too, but just get caught sleeping. Great initiation there from Mind Control and excellent usage. So you're going to see the Manta had just been delivered and ILTW needs it to be able to finish off that kill. The Golem near flawlessly preventing the Dissimulate escape from Thompson. But I mean, Sumail's just like chasing against GH, but that is no man's land. He 100% should have gotten out of dodge. You're going to see an enormous mana void. There's the AM versus Deuce counter. But just a very odd team fight from OG. The banking too much on the Echo Saber for Thompson's survivability.
And it's amazing how apparently Dota Plus, the win probability, it was down to 75%. At around 15 minutes, and just that one team fight has even out the game. So apparently, that bit of gold and experience gained and lost is apparently a huge factor when it comes to these two matchups. Like, is that about the Animage versus Medusa matchup? Like, why does that fluctuate so heavily?
Oh, it's the map control, I think, primarily. But yeah, AM suddenly taking top net worth.
Jumping onto the Nyx. He managed to get off Spike Carapace, though, so that actually stops the damage of the Sunstrike. He's still very likely to die unless Soxa, okay, he's not afraid at all, runs back in with the Vendetta. EMP, another round of Spike Carapace. They managed to catch Miracle here with Thompson, but he doesn't really have the backup of the rest of OG, so doesn't overcommit whatsoever. Nigma just equally going to back away. Looks like Kuro already, by the way, very farmed. Fully Locket and has a shard. So look for Nigma to be constantly full HP.
That is a very nice combination. You know what? He must have been watching Siraction Slacks. He posted recently, Warlock is free MMR until the new patch. So Kuro definitely learning from that second place TI runner-up back at TI 6. The thing about the big switch after that fight, if you look at the map, OG invested so many sentries into enemy jungle, and that lost fight means they lose map control, and their Deuce is no longer strong enough to just kind of sit in front line for them. If they don't take that fight, they're going to just control this area indefinitely until they can inevitably move into Roche. Instead, it's Team Nigma now, with Golem back up, that have total control of the necessary area. Very tough now for OG.
They've got the combo that we've been kind of waiting for. They've got Aghanim Scepter. They don't have maxed out Exort, but it's still going to do a metric shit ton of damage.
No force staffs on OG.
Oh, the call misses. Seb able to back away fast enough, and he can get off his ultimate Mind Control. His life is going to be forfeit here. Nigma, they're going to try and retreat, but Thompson's already taking advantage of this, trying to catch some of these heroes. Animage is hunting Thompson right now, but ILTW unable to spot him just yet. Miracle's going to get pulled back. ILTW trying to find a way into this one. The Cataclysm going out, not really doing a whole lot of damage here. Miracle dies to the Vendetta hit, and ILTW's realizing that he cannot fight into this OG 5-man. A whiffed initiation from Mind Control. We set that all up, Kyle. We're talking about, there it is, the call Cataclysm, what this lineup's all about, and they just whiffed it.
Really, really unlucky on that initiation from Mind Control. He was going for the Brewmaster, and very unfortunately, he missed the call. If he lands that, they're likely going to all in and just explode him because, as stated, no force staffs, but you'll see here, the Blink, just, again, unlucky. Off to the side, and at that point, you're just dead on your axe. The split is going to be popped because all Seb needs is a team fight, and he's ready to go brew form. Now has the Aghanims up, so they'll always have one ready.
Oh, and this could
Good call,
snowball.
MC.
Mind control getting caught again. Saxa managed to find the opening here onto Nigma. They spot mind control trying to play around the... Oh, ILTW jumping in and immediately blowing up Thompson. Now the supports are low as well. Fortunately, the Storm Panda will get ILTW out of this fight, but the rest of Nigma can still catch up. The EMP Tornado catching Saxa here, but the turnaround, this Brewmaster's doing a lot of damage, but at the same time, Sumail is losing much of his mana here on his first life. Still, though, the damage being pumped out by him. The turnaround stolen from GH, managed to get the Brewmaster split, keeping himself alive and throwing some nice disables out. Saxa looks to be able to kill GH, though. 3 more seconds. Can he get away? He's going to turn back into Rubik form, though, and I think he's likely dead. He's not going to be able to find any sort of escape mechanism out of that one. OG off of that Roshan pit. Force a team fight. I think it went relatively okay for them. It kind of an even
could have been
split.
much worse. Shout out to GH. He went for the big brain play. He threw up the stun on the Earth Panda as he was coming back. I think a Fade Bolt may have been able to kill off Saxa, but he did a nice job of juking him and getting the fog off. ILTW just controlled completely by Seb in that last team fight. Cyclone twice. And if the primary damage dealer, to compare the net worths, ILTW up in the air, that's like 50% or more of his team's damage. So really nice job by the Panda.
Man, does that talent just suck? He went for the Mana Void stun plus 1 seconds rather than the damage multiplier. Maybe 0.1 is just pretty garbage.
Yeah, and if we check out our advanced stats, looks like you're onto something.
Yeah, win rate a little bit higher for the stun time. That's just so weird because like Medusa is just a mana hog. She's just 1,700 mana on her. If you manage to burn through that, pop the Mana Void, it's going to be just this gigantic nuke that goes off.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta watch for mind control here. Oh, no tail.
No tail. Yeah, he was trying to get a really nice deep ward out, but sadly, getting spotted in the act is the worst thing. You know, if you get spotted 2 seconds before, you're like, oh, that's fine. But you threw the ward down. That just feels bad.
Yeah, very unlucky that he wandered off by himself there. Will die and lose the ward. They can get the tier 2, though. That would be very hype.
Aghanim Scepter, Nyx Assassin. Do they actually know about this Aghanim Scepter? I'm not sure if they do. The call goes out from Mind Control, initiating onto Sumail, but he's got an Aegis. This is not a good jump for them, especially with the Nyx Assassin sitting forward like this. The Sunstrike Cataclysm doing a lot of damage, and that is going to be enough to manage to get the kill onto Saxa. Miracle's going to be up next, but Seb giving up on that chase. ILTW is able to blink away. The upheaval is slowing down most of OGs. They're not able to retreat quite as quickly as they would like to. And there is the Golem available if they want to keep going. At the same time, Seb does have another round of the Primal Split in just 10 seconds. You can see ILTW doesn't want to let them get away from this one. But at the same time, GH gets a little bit too far forward, caught by a nice ward placed by No Tail. Ice Blast coming in. The Animage is going to be caught by that one. Another blink away, though, and he should be just fine. They're going to retake this outpost to make sure that Saxa can rejoin him in just 5 seconds.
Yep, always nice to get outpost control as soon as you possibly can. Definitely looking good for OG, just considering that their brew is going to continue to scale thanks to the passive income of the Midas. Aghanim's Earth Panda will carry the Vlad's Aura into the battle. Solar Crest next item. I'm a big fan. I think you might want to reconsider for an Assault Cuirass just because you can't activate Solar, and with the Aghanims, he'll almost always be in Panda form.
Yeah.
Sumail's just going to push. Minute on Aegis, why not? Already with a butterfly and no MKB in sight for the AM. MC, what?
Mind Control,
what?
blinking. Oh dear, what is going on with MC today? These blinks are not good at all. Thompson trying to go for the kill on a GHA. Stolen Dissimulate. Will manage to get him out. A nice Fatal Bonds. Golem drop. Thompson's low. Can they get a little bit more damage onto him? ILTW blinks into the back line, spots him. One hit, and that's all it takes. ILTW is going to have to pop his Manta here. He can still go for No Tail if he wants to, but he's got to be careful of getting chain stumped up here. 1 more second until the blink. He's out. With Thompson down and the Aegis soon to expire, I think Nigma would like to be able to catch OG as they start backing away.
Mind Control has got to, I don't know, grab a glass of water or something before he respawns. Maybe Quick
I mean,
cold
they just
shower.
left Sumail. Ancient Apparition TP'd out, and nobody's really sticking by his side. The Nyx Assassin's going to go down. Beautiful Impale. And
Still
Miracle,
Stonegate.
he's actually going to die to this one. The Ice Blast coming in. ILTW blinks away just in time. One more second of disable, and ILTW would have also died. I thought OG was not actually ready for that, but I was totally wrong. OG with just a beautiful turnaround, all thanks to Soxa and his Aghanim Scepter.
Oh yeah, it's the dream for OG. If you pursue them into Stonegaze with Nyx Assassin prepared, I mean, how many games we've been watching StarCraft since 1990? Lurkers are very troubling, and Soxa plays his role perfectly. Great stun, and now OG. Oh, taunt.
Okay, this time to go, but the stun immediately coming out onto ILTW. That's going to save Sumail so much damage here. ILTW stone gazed up. He's hit by the Aghanim Scepter Mystic Snake, and that keeps him from being able to blink away. Mind Control survives, but without a carry for 80 seconds, OG should be able to take most of this. Unfortunately, tier 2s are still up. So if they want to go for Throne, they're going to have to kill more of the Nigma members here. Nice steal from the Primal Split once again from GH, though.
Can't believe he's getting all these spells. He stole Stone Gaze earlier too, just died before it could give the effect. That really shouldn't be something that happens either. And now a Daedalus finished on Sumail. He is enormous. Is level 23, so he's got the talent to go with his Aghanims and Solar now for Seb. So they're just going to follow Sumail all the way to victory if this keeps up. A blink on MC, but more importantly, he's got to start landing some calls. OG basically just playing with them. Still no Force Staffs. Any big axe initiation still will guaranteed land 2 Sunstrikes on top of the target. You can see they get the lift, but ILTW is not there, so he doesn't get any of those hits off. And then Sox is going to come through with an enormous Impale stun on everybody, and that gives Sumail time to get the Stone Gaze off. Otherwise, this fight maybe doesn't go so well, but it did. And OG, huge lead.
Soxa just been an amazing player for OG throughout the season and shines once again in this elimination match. OG up 11,000 net worth and looking to be able to close out the game. They do have Roshan to worry about, so they're certainly not going to be going high ground just yet. Is there anything that Nigma can pick up that would turn this game around a little bit more for them? I see BKB for Mind Control and BKB for ILTW. I guess those would help, but just feels like much of this is not going to be enough, Kyle.
No, it does not. And it kind of just goes back to the game plan. Our expectations were totally off, and feels like Team Nigma, even though they came ahead in the laning phase, I really like their earlier rotations. They were content to just give OG their side of the map. Sumail felt absolutely zero pressure outside of the one movement up to his top lane. But once he just went woods, it was easy street. And I point again to that Ancient camp being reserved for 15 minutes until the AM was ready to take it.
I want to point out the build from Thompson. He actually got the right neutral item too.
Oh wow, yeah.
So he's got the Orb of Destruction, so he's doing like minus 13 armor or something like that between all 3 of those minus armor things. Plus he's slowing them down with both the Echo Saber and the Orb of Corrosion. So all of this is just lining up so the Medusa can output even more damage.
I'm just going to push high ground. This is an unkillable Deuce at this point, unless they can get an incredible combination off. I like what Thompson did there. He actually, on the last fight, he Astral forward to share stun strike damage with Sumail, who had got called. You really just can't lose this if you just don't let your Deuce die.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
First
I'll pop the Primal Split, just to kind of ensure that Nigma does not feel good about taking this fight. The Ice Blast did hit the axe, so he's not going to be able to blink and initiate. GH is going to do it for him as he turns into the Primal Split. ILTW trying to burn out the mana of Sumail, does manage to do so and pulls him up with the Anima Void. You have to remember that this combination, this counter is available throughout the game, and they have to protect Sumail at all costs. And as soon as he's gone, the team fight's just done and dusted. ILTW and the rest of Nigma are just going to grab whatever heroes they can here. Seb, I think he got the Storm Panda. As long as one of the pandas gets out, he should be okay. It looks like it's going to be the Fire Panda.
Team Nigma. I think it must be Team Jacob because these guys are the most feaster
what?
fan.
He didn't hit the button. I told you, Kyle. I told you. I've seen so many people do this. They don't hit the button. You have to hit the button. Otherwise, you're going back to the other panda.
What? And then Roche is up. Except, okay, how is it they go 4 or 5 straight team fights with suboptimal initiation, and then when it counts, Nigma just press all of their buttons perfectly and 100-0 Sumail? Like, when they're on, this team is insane. And when they're off, sometimes they're just lost. But somehow they've now clawed their way back in, a little bit of equalization with the Aegis and the Shard. Who took Shard? You give it to AM?
The Animage did. And
my, yeah,
so now
so
he's
good.
got that the cooldown reduction on Blink. And then on top of that, he's going to have level 25 soon. So look for... I'm not actually sure. Which one do you go for here? Either way, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, as he's going to have level 25 in a second here. Level 20 also picked up on the Invoker, so the Alacrity Animate is huge. OG, let's see if they can now perform, as they've lost the map control and look to be able to defend.
Well, you've seen the strategy for Team Nigma. It's going to be blow up Sumail, and maybe, yeah, okay, we got one. Saksa has a Force Staff, so they shouldn't allow that to happen again. But they may need to do a better job of just ensuring they don't get the perfect initiation off, because you can play confident if the axe is off the map. They don't really have any hard catch without MC landing a big call, but they need to ensure he's either cycloned or AA debuffed, something to prevent that picture perfect initiation. But it is
what I
getting
kind of
scary.
want to see is Saksa use that Force Staff. The next time they go for a siege on high ground, have him burrow and then Force Staff on top of the Medusa. So they have both Impale as well as Spike Carapace to be able to use if they jump onto Sumail.
An interesting idea, Cap.
Seriously.
It could
AoE
work.
Spike Carapace is really legit.
No, I agree. They're not in base, so Nigma, they're going to just pressure a little bit. You can see the Lincoln's coming out on Sumail, but there's so many methods of canceling it. I'm not sure if it's really the move here.
Tornado through, doesn't hit anything. Saksa continuing to find burrow opportunities, and Nigma apparently not feeling the greatest about going for this one. They do have a number of items coming in soon. They just finished up the MKB for the Animage, but Mind Control and Kuro are both looking at Eon Disc, or excuse me, GH rather.
Yeah, the refresher on Miracle is going to be the big timing. Thompson, does he have BKB yet? Yes, he does. Just completed, but this is the key item. I'm just not sure if they actually have the damage for the Animage anymore. When you think about it, it's going to really be Saksa who's going to have to step up big for his squad. He's played near perfectly, but he is really the only stuns they've got in terms of setup.
Oh, ILTW is just blindly blinking in, having the confidence of both the BKB and the Aegis, and he may end up spoiling OG in their smoke gank right now. The smoke breaks. ILTW spotted for a second there. That was a hefty amount of damage that just came out, Kyle. Jumping in. Immediately he got cold snapped, and now Sumail is not going to be able to. Oh, telekinesis. Never mind. The Mana Void comes in from ILTW, and the Medusa just falls. I thought he was going to be able to get off Stone Gaze, but no.
Me
Couldn't
too.
get anything off there. He's going to go ahead and just come right back here. Saksa and Thompson are going to have to hold out this team fight. They do manage to bring down ILTW once, but a second time, unlikely, as the rest of OG are running for the hills right now. You can see Thompson is actually already looking to cut the creep wave. He knows they've got to stall for 70 seconds here.
Stumel, I swore he had time to get Stone Gaze off there. Cap just didn't utilize it. And I'm wondering if perhaps instead of this Lincoln's and all of these items that aren't BKB, maybe he needed just a BKB. It's queued up now, but it's a little too late. He is dead with no buyback, so likely at least one Rax. But oh no, Thompson, because of that cut mid, they have no wave. They have no wave. They're gonna have to fight backdoor.
I love it when players have the awareness to be able to go for something like that. Unfortunately, Seb sticks his head out a little bit too far. They may not be able to hit the buildings, but they can kill whatever heroes show their face.
somewhat unnecessary from Seb there, but it's just, you know, he has buyback, so he feels like he needs to use it to help out his team. But yeah, I mean, Mana Void ineffective against targets. Spell immune, Cap. I really think Sumail's gonna need a BKB before OG look to take another team fight.
But even just like getting called, if he pops BKB before he gets called, he's not going to be losing so much. He's not going to be losing that mana.
Well, the thing is, he meant to dodge the call, Cap. They didn't actually have like a setup stun, but he just got beat to death by the Invoker in the AM.
I mean, he also, I think he precasted Snake or something like that onto the axe. Like I saw he got petrified on mind control almost instantly, and I thought maybe it was because he had cold-blooded. But Medusa doesn't, so he just somehow managed to get a Snake off very quickly in that fight.
Well,
He's going to go for the shard now on Sumail, which may actually help him out if he can survive through the Mana Void.
Seb fake cast. It's just tough now because Sumail's your frontliner, but he can't really do his job at the moment. Get him level 25. That should be the OG mantra right now. He's so close. 75 int or split shot uses modifiers. Both would be ideal, but they're going to take this fight without it, Cap.
Pump fake a couple times. Impale not going off. They're going to go for the call now. Jumping onto Sumail. Force Staff trying to get him a little bit of distance. He does get some mana back, but it's not enough. ILTW does far too much damage as he just rips through the Medusa again and again. He has to be a little bit scared of Thompson with this buyback. But as they kind of reset things, Curl starts healing them all up. All they have to do is make sure that they heal, and then it's a 5 versus 3, and I don't think OG has a chance of being able to win this. Now that ILTW back up to full health and a pick off on a Saksa, make that a 2 versus 5.
What is, dude? Okay, unlucky for Saksa. With 2 heroes dead and without a buyback, he ran up that high ground and unfortunately was seen under a sentry ward. Nigma now, they know for sure it's 4 on 5. If Dusa has no buyback,
are you seeing this Alacrity Invoker? You can hardly see him do his attack. He's attacking so damn fast. Alacrity Animage will take game number 1 as OG, I mean, they're wrestling for control of this game for a solid 20 minutes. They were ahead. They had a 75% win probability, Kyle. It went for even farther than that in their favor, but it slips away as team fight after team fight in the late game goes to Nigma.
You're just superior initiation, Cap. They missed their combination like 4 or 5 times. I thought that would be enough of a window for OG to step into the house and get a victory, but apparently not. Just very curious decisions. I think it took something like, how long? Like 30 minutes plus before the initial, no, sorry. It was 35 minutes into the game before OG finished a single BKB. Yeah, confirmed. 35 minutes. And I just have to wonder if maybe they did that a little bit earlier. Perhaps those team fights wouldn't have had such bad luck for them. But Team Nigma just, I don't know, when they're on, when they get their right jump, it's like all spells are off within a quarter of a second, and they just blew up Sumail like 4 times in a row. So hats off to them, you know, great fights.
Kyle saying it's odd choices and bad luck that makes game 1 go against OG here. Nigma, though, looking good and being able to get that comeback. Reminder, this is an elimination series, so hype stuff between OG and Nigma.
That's right. It's an elimination series, and it's a TI Grand Finals rematch. You can be damn sure that we're going to take this as seriously as possible. We'll be right back with the analysis after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix.